Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was the Last Quirk User Alive? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The last thing Izuku Midoriya saw was the color red. Kaken's eyes, two flashing stoplights being melted by the flames that surrounded him. Warning signs, begging him, pleading with him not to come to his aid. But Izuku couldn't help himself. His feet moved on their own. And then everything exploded. The slime villain's sludge-like body gave way to more fire and it began to consume Izuku too. Scarlet snakes licked at his limbs, biting and nipping away at his clothes, his skin, until he couldn't breathe and he felt like his chest was on fire, everything was on fire. This is all my fault. Izuku tried to grab at Kaken but his hands slipped every time. The flames were too hot, the slime too slick. Every attempt of his buried deeper and deeper in the ever-growing heat. He couldn't even see his classmate anymore. The buildings were gone, the villain had melted, everything was falling apart. I did this. Izuku winced when he thought back to the chilling air that whipped at him while he clung onto All Might's leg. That same coldness that had transported to his body after his idol had told him what he had always been afraid to hear, what he had always known. You can't be a hero. He had been right all along. They all had. Somewhere from behind, Izuku heard the faint cries of the very same man who had crushed his dreams, along with the other heroes, but by that point, the crowd's shrieking had already been diminished. The flames took that too, encasing him in a fiery grip that wouldn't let go no matter how much he tried to run or see through them. Everything felt so distant, so far away. He felt like the cold from before was there too, but for some reason he didn't want to reach out and grab it. He wanted to stay. He deserved to stay. Izuku didn't know how much time had passed, but then he started drifting away too, past the burning pain coating his arms and legs, away from the guilt and doubt screaming in his head saying your fault, your fault, your fault each time in a different person's voice. Kaken. All Might. The doctor. His mother. His father before he left them. Stop. Please. Taking the screams from his throat because he was screaming now, that much he knew, that much he could feel and hear. Izuku watched in horror as they turned into nothing more than dark puffs of smoky air that left his mouth every time he tried to breathe. Breathe. I have to breathe. But I can't. Breathe. He's breathing, we have a pulse. Move, move. Give the kid some space. There were voices. Voices on each side of his body now. He could hear them. Feel them. Sense them. Everything was so clear now, he could understand every word and no longer felt like the flames were screaming in his ears, pulling him away. I think he heard you. Look, his left eye twitched. Is that his backpack over there? I'll get it, you two stay with him. Familiar. Why was that last voice so familiar? The world was still on fire when Izuku opened his eyes, but he was on the ground, away from the flaming buildings. There were two strange figures hovering above him. Upon closer inspection though, he realized they were both police officers, their uniforms covered in ash, faces dripping with sweat and soot, eyes wide and full of worry. Tired and red. What else was red? Kaken's eyes. Holy shit. Kaken! Izuku gasped for air, as he sat up suddenly. He tried to get up, tried to move, but the police officers held him down. They were saying things to him, shouting now over the roar of the flames that only seemed to get louder and louder as time passed, but Izuku could only watch the buildings collapse in the distance. Where he had once stood, trying to pry Kaken away from that monster. The one he had freed. Is Kaken all right? He wheezed out. It felt like someone had shoved a ball of fire down his throat, burning his vocal cords and making him cough out until there were black spots blocking his vision. Still, Izuku had to know. What happened to the sludge villain? To All Might he wanted to ask, but eventually his voice gave out and he started coughing again. The officer on the left gave Izuku a puzzled look but quickly shook his head. Look, I don't know what you're talking about, but they probably took your friend to the hospital already. Let's get you somewhere safe. He placed a gentle hand on Izuku's back and helped him sit up. That blast was powerful, it knocked you out cold. As soon as he said that, Izuku felt a sharp pain running down the back of his head. It made him grit his teeth, and if his throat wasn't already on fire, he would have let out a yell. "What's your name, hun?" the female officer asked once Izuku stopped coughing. Her big blue eyes roamed his face as if searching for the answer. The longer he stared at her, the more he realized he knew her name. Her identity. But it didn't make sense. Midnight was a hero, not a police officer. Izuku started to open his mouth to speak, to ask her what she was doing here and why she was helping him instead of saving everybody else when he heard the familiar voice again. He racked his mind for who it could belong to, but he didn't have to look far. When he looked up, Eraserhead was standing feet away from him. Izuku had seen enough interviews to figure out it was him, even if Eraser was an underground hero and didn't do too many public appearances. Except he wasn't wearing a hero costume either and wore a police uniform like Midnight. "Eraserhead," he blurted out. Midnight exchanged confused glances with the officer who helped him up, but the pro-hero in question turned to stone. His eyes widened a little bit but then narrowed just as fast. "Here." Eraser's gaze flickered over to Midnight, handing her Izuku's once yellow backpack, now the color of a nickel, both straps completely burnt off. "Get the kid's information and call his parents. The paramedics are on their way." And then he left without giving Izuku a second glance, shouting commands into his walkie-talkie. What just happened? Izuku blinked. Midnight was talking to him again, waving her hands in his face, but Izuku was still watching the spot where Eraserhead had been standing. Why are Eraserhead and Midnight wearing police uniforms? Where are the other heroes? Where's All Might? Did he defeat the villain? Did he win? He glanced around trying to keep his body from shaking. "I found his ID," the male officer said, pulling out a card from his pack. "His name is Izuku Midoriya and he goes to." Everything else faded into the background while Izuku gathered his thoughts. He didn't know where Kaken was or if he was even alive. There was no sign of All Might or the sludge villain, and the only heroes on the scene didn't even look like heroes at all. The only thing he could see was the bright red flames that a couple of firefighters were desperately trying to put out in the distance. There weren't even that many people around, the crowd from before reduced to just one or two civilians lying on the floor in a similar condition as him. And the worst part about all of this was that nobody was telling him anything at all, as if they didn't know, as if something bad had happened and they didn't want to make him worry. Somehow, part of Izuku knew the second guess was wrong, but he was too tired to figure it out and make sense of what he was looking at, who he was looking at. He didn't want to know. Izuku subtly glanced at Midnight again while she shouted at someone on her talkie, reading her name tag over and over while his vision blurred with tears of confusion. "Officer Kiyama. Officer Kiyama. Officer freaking Kiyama." Not Midnight, not the R-rated hero, just her name. Izuku knew if he looked at Eraserhead's tag, he would see his real name too. And for some reason that terrified him. He didn't even let himself think about it anymore because the more he stared, the more he knew that this, whatever was going on, was wrong, so very wrong. The more his headache increased and his heart rate accelerated, the more he felt like passing out. So Izuku willingly gave in to the feeling, fading into the darkness with the thought that maybe, just maybe when he woke up, everything would be back to normal again. All Might would be there, yelling at him for being stupid and quirkless, while Kaken called him useless, and his mother watched him with her disappointed gaze. They would all be there and that's all that mattered. When Izuku opened his eyes again, he was in his bed. It took him a while to adjust to the harsh lighting in the room until his gaze settled on the All Might poster taped to the ceiling, the hero's blinding smile making him want to close his eyes and fall back asleep. Seeing All Might again reminded him of their conversation on the roof, and Izuku was too tired to deal with all those emotions again. Especially after everything that happened. Izuku groaned, sitting up slowly. His entire body ached and the world started spinning, but he steadied himself with the desk by his bed. That was his first mistake. Izuku bit back a yell and gripped his wrist tightly, staring at his wrapped-up hand in frustration. He couldn't really flex it without feeling like his skin was being torn off. His other hand was wrapped up too, but it didn't hurt as much. It made it much harder for him to sit up by himself. For some reason, it made him think back to the way the officer had pressed his arm against his back and the memory nearly sent him back down again. Midnight's piercing blue eyes gazed back at him while he stared at the blue of his slippers, and he smacked his face in frustration, opting to stay barefoot despite the chill of the hardwood floor. Don't think about that right now, Izuku. He took a shaky breath. You don't even know if that was real. Like Kaken's eyes blending in with the fire while it swallowed up his helpless frame. Like when Izuku reached out to try and desperately reach his childhood best friend. He stared at his hands again and found they were shaking. Had Kaken been shaking while the villain swallowed him up? No, Izuku clenched his fists despite the pain. Even while being held captive by the villain, Kaken would never seem helpless to him. Izuku could tell he had been trying to fight just as much as he had. He wasn't sure how much of his encounter with the officers was a dream, or how much Izuku wanted it to be, but he hoped what they told him was true, that Kaken had been taken to a hospital and that he was safe. Izuku needed it to be true. Not just because he felt guilty for being the reason the villain escaped, but because Kaken deserved to live. He had the potential and power to become a hero and surpass All Might, just like he always said he would when they played together as kids. If there was anybody who deserved to meet All Might or even be associated with him now, it was him. Bakugo Katsuki. Useless, Deku. Kaken's voice sounded so real in his head that Izuku nearly stumbled. He had to get better, he had to go see him again, make sure he was okay so he could apologize and… Wait, what day is it anyway? Izuku stopped suddenly, looking around in a daze before doubling over in a coughing fit. It felt like someone had suctioned all the moisture out of his mouth and scraped his airways with sandpaper. He could barely breathe, let alone swallow without gasping for air. How long had it been since he drank something? I need water. His gaze settled on the glass sitting atop his desk. It was next to a pile of manga he didn't recognize, but Izuku focused on his hands instead. He wondered if he would even have the strength to pick up the glass. But then a second cough, much worse than the first, attacked his body and forced Izuku to reach out. He wasn't really sure what happened next, but even before his fingers made contact with the glass, he felt a strange sensation spread throughout his hand. And while it wasn't painful, he had never felt it before. At the same time, the glass started to wobble towards him, and for a while, it seemed to even float before it shattered into a bunch of tiny pieces. Izuku jumped back in surprise. What was that? His own reflection stared back at him in surprise from the many shards that littered the floor, and he stared back, constantly switching back and forth between the broken cup and his own hand. Did I? He turned his hand over and realized it was shaking again. Did I do that? But Izuku had no time to think as footsteps approached the door, followed by a soft, familiar voice he had been prepared to never hear from again. Sweetie? Is everything okay? I heard a loud noise. Forgetting all about his hands, Izuku scrambled to his feet and rushed towards the door. The world swayed a little, but he pushed on, throwing the door open and crashing into his mother's arms, tears already spilling down his cheeks. Izuku wrapped his arms around her torso gently, snuggling up against her chest and letting his quiet sobs fill the room. But I thought I'd never get to see you again. He stopped only to catch his breath, the words pouring out of him as fast as the tears that just kept coming. I thought I'd never get a chance to say goodbye. He had seen her in the flames, burning behind Kaken, the result of Izuku's mistake. Inko was crying now too, pulling him close and holding him tight. Oh, Izuku, my little Izuku, she said shakily. I was so worried when you didn't come home yesterday after school, and then I got the call from the hospital and I didn't know what to think. She stepped back to hold his face in her hands. When their eyes met, Izuku felt his bottom lip tremble and he buried his face in her neck again. I'm sorry, Mo. Everything that happened, it was all my fault. He didn't think, he just spoke, the words rushing out of him so quickly he couldn't stop himself. The fire, the villain getting released, Kaken. Izuku, slow down honey. None of this is your fault. Inko tilted his chin up so they were looking at each other again. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. The fire was an accident. Someone left the oven on in their apartment and… What? Izuku asked. An apartment fire? But that doesn't make any sense. The only reason the villain escaped was because I got in All Might's way. Hearing him say those words out loud to his own mother made Izuku nauseous, but he was going to have to tell her eventually. All Might. Inko's face went pale. You couldn't possibly have met him, honey. Ugh, I know it sounds crazy, Mom, but we really did meet. He saved me the first time, from the sludge villain, Izuku said while taking in a shaky breath. But then The image of Kaken's pleading gaze flashed in his mind and Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. I had to go and ask him that stupid question. About me. About being quirkless and now Kaken. Izuku shivered when he imagined his best friend hooked up to a hospital bed, various wires and tubes connected to his body, all while a faint beeping of the machine whirred in the background. Oh dear, Inko seemed to take in a huge breath. Her hands were back on Izuku's shoulders, squeezing them gently. Izuku found the gesture strange, as if she expected him to fall or something. The doctor warned me about this yesterday. Another squeeze, although this time it seemed like she was holding herself together, but I didn't want it to be true. Warned you? Izuku asked with a slight frown. Mom, what are you talking about? You see, Inko said while she tucked a green curl behind his ear. He said there was a possibility that you wouldn't remember certain things when you woke up because of where you hit your head during the fire. Okay. Izuku blinked. His head did hurt, but he didn't feel like there was anything missing. He still remembered everything that had happened to him, his brain running at full speed, continuously replaying each and every event that had transpired the day before. Inko seemed to hesitate. He also said that your version of reality might be a little mixed up for a while. My version of reality. Izuku's words got stuck in his throat when he noticed the all-too-familiar look on his mother's face. It was the same way she looked at him after they told him he would never get a quirk. It was the same way she looked at him after he asked her if he was the reason Hishashi left. It was the same way she looked at him when he imagined her body burning up in the fire. But nothing could have prepared him for what she said next. Not even the guilty expression he had come to memorize on his mother's lovely face. So, Izuku, she said slowly, blinking back tears, there's no way you could have met All Might because... The pause. Izuku felt sick to his stomach. All Might isn't real. Izuku stood there for what felt like hours, staring at his mother, waiting for her to take everything back. Except she never did. Not real. Izuku finally asked out loud. At the same time, something like a wheeze or gasp escaped his parted lips. It felt like he had just been punched in the stomach, black spots appearing in his vision when he blinked. Why, you're joking, right? That was a joke. He let out a shaky laugh, trying to make sense of what his mother had just told him. Inko took in a sharp breath and firmly shook her head. Izuku had seen her look at him this way tons of times, but the genuine sincerity shocked him. Even though he couldn't wrap his head around the idea that All Might wasn't a real person, somewhere deep down, Izuku knew his mother wasn't lying. Inko never lied. She had no reason to. Even when Izuku asked her if he would ever get his quirk, she never said yes. His mother would only stay quiet while she apologized to him over and over again every time he asked. And yet he still couldn't accept her honesty. He wouldn't. He's just a character you like reading about, she continued softly, running her hands up and down her arms. A hero from a manga that doesn't exist. Izuku stumbled backward and collided against the wall, ignoring the pain that spread throughout his whole body upon impact. He clenched his fists to keep them from shaking and shook his head. No, you're wrong. All Might is real, All Might exists. I met with him on the roof yesterday. I grew up watching his tapes, interviews, everything. Inko remained quiet. She wasn't looking at him again. You know that, Mom, Izuku said, blinking back more tears. Why wasn't she saying anything? I wanted to grow up and have a quirk just like him. He's the symbol of peace, remember? Everybody knows he exists. Everybody. And then Inko broke down again, falling to her knees and letting out a violent sob. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. She buried her face in her hands. Why are you apologizing? Izuku asked, too shocked to move and console her. Those stories messed with your head and I encouraged it. It's only natural for you to wake up after the accident and think everything you read about is real when you were so obsessed. Their eyes briefly met, but then he blinked and she was looking at the floor again. Mom. I'm so sorry, Izuku, she whispered shakily. Izuku hated watching his mother break down, and yet he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't prove what he was saying was true. Or could he? "I can show you," Izuku said suddenly, remembering his notebook. The one All Might had autographed. For a moment, he was back at the end of the tunnel, his body running on adrenaline and excitement. All Might had saved his life. He was meeting his idol for the first time. He still had hope. How else could he be standing here in front of his mother alive if none of that ever happened? Before Inko could stop him, Izuku rushed back into his room and started going through his backpack. The fire had left it unrecognizable, but surprisingly everything inside was safe. He found it a little strange that journal number 13 was missing Kaken's burn marks and wasn't labeled as hero analysis for the future, but he didn't dwell on it too much and started flipping through the pages instead. However, as he reached the end of the book, All Might's signature was nowhere to be found. "No. It was right here. I swear he signed it," Izuku said to nobody in particular, feeling his body tense up. "Izuku," Inko spoke from behind, making him jump a little. He almost forgot she was there. "It's okay," Izuku said, briefly glancing over his shoulder and giving his mother a forced smile. "I'll find it." This time he turned the pages slowly, one by one. Could the pages have gotten stuck together somehow? "Maybe I missed it." "Izuku." Izuku read from left to right to left, his eyes roaming the page until they were tired and red. A part of him wondered if he was even reading the right notebook, because even his hero analysis was missing from all the pages, replaced with some kind of math and grammar lessons. He didn't even remember writing about this stuff and most definitely would have used a different notebook for it. His hero analysis journals were a sacred space. But since Izuku's main concern was finding the signature, he ignored everything else and started going through it yet again. "Izuku, please." His hands were in so much pain he could barely turn the pages, but Izuku didn't want to stop. He wasn't going to stop. Not until he found that signature. Maybe the page ripped and got stuck inside somehow. Izuku started dumping all the contents out from his bag, shaking it until pencil shavings and paper clips were the only things that fell out. Until his heart was thumping so hard in his chest, he couldn't hear his mother's worried cries from behind him. Until he couldn't see anymore because there were too many tears in his eyes from the realization that the signature was gone. Izuku Midoriya. As the final paper clip fell out from the bag, Izuku held back a choke. His mother was saying stuff to him, but he couldn't hear anything anymore. He didn't even feel it when she picked up his things and helped him to bed. Izuku simply let it happen and curled up into a ball to cry. It took a while for Izuku to recover after hearing everything, after seeing it with his own two eyes when he got up to check his laptop for the truth, typing out his former idol's name in the search bar and watching as the results flooded the page. All Might the hero. All Might the manga protagonist. All Might the fictional freaking character. Izuku had spent all night scrolling through the web and going through his own room in order to figure things out. He didn't even sleep. Apparently, the All Might from Izuku's world was very similar to the one from Almighty Hero. He was considered to be Japan's symbol of peace, and even had the catchphrase of plus ultra, which Izuku found to be rather freaky instead of comforting. Manga All Might looked the same as the real one too, except his face was slightly more exaggerated and cartoonish. The manga didn't have a plot either and simply followed the hero around as he saved people throughout Japan and frequently traveled to the US to do hero work there too. As for when All Might wasn't doing hero work, it was funny to see his buff form in civilian clothing while he went about his day normally. However, it wasn't until volume 25 of the manga that the series started to get more popular. This was because the anonymous writer, who went by the pseudonym First Hero, introduced All Might's backstory and how he got his special power of One for All, an ability passed down from person to person. First Hero also wrote an extremely strong villain called All for One who became All Might's enemy halfway through the series. All for One, or AFO as they called him, always tried to steal All Might's powers for himself. His character raised the stakes of the manga and made it more complex, allowing for new heroes and even some sidekicks to come about. Izuku had to tear his eyes away from the pages to continue his research, finding himself hooked to the story and All Might's life. It made him want to explore the real All Might's quirk once again, something people had always speculated about on forums. Apparently, Almighty Hero also skyrocketed in views because of the increased crime rate in Japan. People needed a hero to look up to, and All Might became a form of escapism. It was no surprise when movies and anime started to come out, along with merch and even more side characters. The manga flourished. Izuku found himself taking notes in his notebook on all of this too, writing down some of his own theories about the chapters but stopping himself when he started mumbling out loud. Even after reading everything though, he still didn't want to believe that All Might wasn't real, that heroes didn't exist, that nobody in this world had quirks, and that he was considered normal. He didn't want to. Not even the other characters in Almighty Hero had powers aside from All Might. Izuku almost laughed at that. For years, he had grown up wishing he could fit into society, that he could live in a world where he would be accepted. But not like this. Izuku had never felt so in the dark before and found himself wondering what else was different. He wasn't even sure if this world was real. For all he knew, he was in some kind of coma after the villain attack. But then he started wondering, well, what if his mother was right and he did just hit his head really hard? What if the world he believed to be real had been the fake one all along? How could he tell the difference? How could he explain the strange circumstances he found himself in when none of it made sense? At that thought, Izuku panicked and flung his copy of All Might Saves Paris across the room. He quickly shoved his head under the pillow and let out a scream, staying still until his heartbeat calmed down again. Izuku! There was a quiet knock. He froze. Crap. Did his mother hear that? I have to go to work now, but if you're not feeling okay, I can always call off. No! Izuku said a little too quickly. He carefully got up and made his way to the door but didn't open it. Instead, he pressed his cheek on the cool surface and closed his eyes, steadying his breath. He still wasn't ready to face his mother after making her cry yesterday. Especially since he felt so guilty for doubting her, but he simply couldn't bring himself to apologize. At least not yet. Because if Izuku said sorry, that meant he was verbally accepting everything and that terrified him. So he just lied. I'm fine. Promise. There was a brief pause after that, but eventually, Inko spoke up again. She didn't sound convinced. Only if you're sure. Don't hesitate to call me if you need anything though. I left some food in the fridge. You should eat something, Izuku. Another pause. Please. Izuku let out a shaky breath and just nodded even though she couldn't see him. Then he stayed in that position, listening to the sound of her footsteps disappearing into the hall, eventually followed by the slam of the front door. He spent a little bit of time in his room after that, trying to fall asleep. But even if his body was tired, his mind was too active for him to sit still. Izuku shifted his gaze to the All Might-themed clock on his nightstand and frowned. 2:03 p.m. Only a couple of hours had passed since his mother left. She wouldn't be home until late if she still had the same job as before, although Izuku wasn't sure he knew what it was anymore. Had she taken the train to get there? Or did that not exist anymore either? That thought made him spring out of bed as Izuku changed into one of the more subtle All Might hoodies he owned and slipped on his red shoes. He couldn't really do anything about his messy hair, so he just pulled the hood up and headed out the door. All of his questions could be solved with a simple Google search, but Izuku wanted to see the world for himself. Maybe then he would have an easier time believing in it. That everyone was actually like him, quirkless. Izuku almost tripped over himself when he thought about that word. It used to make him mad, frustrated him to no end. Now it simply scared him. Breathe, Izuku. It's okay, he told himself constantly as the first rays of light hit his face. He had to squint a little bit while he looked up into the sky, watching as puffy white clouds moved across his field of vision. A single plane flew in between them, growing smaller and smaller until it disappeared and turned into a shiny, blurry. Once the skies were empty again, Izuku continued moving, walking down the steps of his apartment complex. The building seemed normal enough. The train station did too once he arrived, but he had never felt more suffocated before in his life. The people boarding all looked like him. No one had bodily modifications that would indicate a mutation quirk, nor were they dressed in hero costumes. Nearly all of the men and women wore work uniforms while the few children milling around had on their respective school attire. The only flashy thing about the train was the new Almighty Hero movie trailer poster plastered on every wall and smooth surface of the station. Izuku almost didn't board, too caught up with a conversation two young boys were having in front of him while their mothers led them through the crowded line. I wish I could be a hero like All Might. You can be, Izuku wanted to say, but he stayed quiet, choosing to sit in the seat behind them. Yeah, I wish I had powers like him too, the other one said with a giggle. Izuku couldn't stop himself. The words tumbled out of his mouth as the train started to pick up speed. If you will. Your quirk just hasn't manifested yet. The boys turned to look at him with rounded eyes and open mouths. What's a quirk? The youngest one asked. He had short black hair and freckles like Izuku that covered his arms and face. Izuku swallowed nervously and offered them a sheepish grin. It's like a superpower, a magical ability. Whoa, they both said in unison, leaning over the seat to get closer to Izuku. Their moms shot him an annoyed glance but didn't stop their sons from talking to him. So does that mean we can fight bad guys too? The one with the red hair asked, staring from Izuku to the All Might advertisement that flashed on the wall every now and then. Izuku smiled weakly but shook his head. Now their mothers were fully glaring. And maybe you should leave the crime fighting to All Might, little guy. Instead of looking offended though, the oldest boy punched his fist up in the air and giggled. Yeah, no one could beat All Might. Right, Akio? The youngest nodded and the two continued to play, asking Izuku questions about All Might every now and then. It was no surprise when the mothers got up and moved to a different seat, shooting Izuku dirty looks and mumbling about him being a stranger. Izuku watched them go and gave the boys a slight wave, but he never saw them again. Their mothers probably thought he was crazy. A random 15-year-old kid skipping out on school and filling up their children's heads with fantasies. Just stop it, Izuku. Quirks don't exist anymore. That's what you came here to find out. That's what you came here to prove. Izuku squirmed uncomfortably in his seat as his gaze flickered over to the new batch of people that boarded the train. He couldn't help himself when his heart skipped a beat every time he saw someone that was dressed differently. But not once did a hero appear. Izuku spent a lot of time looking out the window after that, hoping to catch a glimpse of MT Lady or Kamui Woods. He remembered their fight from that morning and found himself wishing he had stayed longer watching it, even if it meant he would have been late to school. But then again, there was no way Izuku would have known that it would be the last hero fight he'd ever get to see. Soon, rolling green hills gave way to sparkling skyscrapers that shot up into the sky and cast shadowy streaks across his face. Even more people boarded at this stop, but it got too overwhelming for Izuku, so he quickly got off the train. He had no idea where he had ended up, but he kept walking once he left the station, shielding his eyes from the sun that seemed to get 10 times stronger. It was hard searching for heroes while also paying attention to his surroundings, but he eventually gave up on that too. Focusing on the cracks of the ground instead and doing his best not to crush the random daisies that pushed up from the grainy cement. He stopped at a random park bench to check his phone and found out that he had spent roughly 2 hours on the train and another hour walking around. It was nearly 7. His mother had sent him a couple of messages too, asking him if he wanted anything special for dinner, but he ignored. If he told her where she was, she would probably get worried. Izuku ended up venturing in and out of the city for the rest of the day. He quickly found out he was in Kamino, Yokohama, which became more apparent as the sun started to go down. This is because various buildings lit up with the signature electric blues and greens he had come to associate with the bustling city. Izuku could also make out the red and blue flashing lights of various police cars as they zoomed down the street, kicking up debris and tiny rocks all around. No one followed them though, like they did whenever a villain attacked. Izuku had tried to get close to one of the many arrests that were going on downtown, but the officer quickly stopped him and told him to go away. He didn't even know why he was still in the city when it was clear that there were no heroes around. At that point, his mind was already blanking and he let his tired feet carry him into the nearest convenience store away from the crowds of people rushing to get back home before it got too dark. Izuku sighed in relief when he felt the cool chill of the air conditioning from the shop, looking up only to locate the snacks. He was thankful it was empty. Hello, welcome. A bored-looking sales girl greeted him from behind the register and Izuku gave her a half smile. He didn't even know what to say. Most of his conversations had always relied on pointing out something cool about people's quirks, but now. You just gonna stand there or are you gonna buy something? She asked with a slight eye roll. Izuku blushed and nodded quickly, shuffling over to the chips and onigiri stand. His stomach let out a loud growl and he heard the girls scoff. He couldn't remember the last time he ate something and regretted only bringing a couple of dollars for food. Most of what he picked out were savory snacks, but a pack of matcha cookies caught his eyes before he reached the register again. Unfortunately, the bag was too high and Izuku knew he wouldn't be able to get to it without some help. The girl at the register seemed too unapproachable though, glaring down at something on her phone while she leaned on the counter. There are no heroes in this world, Izuku. If you want those matcha cookies you're going to have to get them for yourself, he thought with a sigh, putting down his salmon onigiri and uemi norimaki as he stretched out his hand to reach. The loud growling of his stomach only fueled his desire to grasp the cookies, but Izuku was simply too short. However, just when he was about to give up, he felt a tingling sensation build up in his right palm. He couldn't remember why it seemed so familiar, but he had no time to think. The cookies zoomed down and smacked him in the face. Izuku let out a tiny shriek and fell backward, crashing into a display of rice cakes. You better pick that up 'cause I'm not going to, the girl yelled from the other side of the store and Izuku found himself blushing furiously. He quickly scrambled to his feet, trying to catch his breath and make sense of what he had just done. No way, he stared at the green bag with wide eyes, his hands trembling a little. It's just like what happened yesterday with the cup, Izuku thought suddenly. He couldn't believe he had forgotten all about that weird incident. His hand tingled again as if confirming his suspicions. But then the girl screamed. Izuku whipped his head around and almost fell again. Standing in front of the counter was a man dressed in all black. He wore a ski mask and had a gun pointed at the cashier's head. There was an empty bag in his other hand Izuku could only assume was for the money. Stay quiet and give me everything you have, he said through a snarl, pinged the gun and gesturing to the cash register. The police sirens wailing in the distance only seemed to aggravate the man further. Cashier girl whimpered out an okay, and then briefly met Izuku's gaze. Her eyes flickered over to the exit as if telling him to run, but Izuku found that he couldn't move his body. His entire focus was on the gun. The hell you lookin' at, beach? Pay attention or I'll knock you out, the man growled. The heroes will save her, Izuku found himself thinking as he shrunk back into the chip stand. The heroes will come. They always did. Sure, this world was different. Sure, he hadn't seen any yet, but they wouldn't ignore a crime like this. They wouldn't let that girl get hurt. Someone was going to come and help her. Even if he knew they didn't exist. They had to. Just like when All Might arrived to save Kaken. His childhood friend's haunting red eyes flashed through Izuku's head and kept him from rushing forward. One wrong move and the girl could end up dead. Who was he to try and save her? Izuku squinted at the ground, trying to stop his body from shaking. No one's coming, he told himself, blinking back tears. No one's coming and I can't do anything about it. He sank to his knees and caught his reflection on the foil of the cookies he had tried to reach earlier. The sirens were much louder now, but would the police get here on time? It seemed the robber had realized this too, his shouts getting more and more impatient. Hurry the F up already. When Izuku looked up again he held back a scream of his own, watching as the man shoved the gun under the girl's chin. She was crying now too, tears running down her face while she desperately tried to fill his bag with money. It was only a matter of time until the man pulled the trigger. I have to do something, Izuku decided, using the wall to support himself. But you can't, Kaken's voice said. It was so clear, Izuku could imagine him standing by his side with that signature scowl of his. He wore his school uniform and they were back at Aldra, standing by the entrance of the school. But I have to, Kaken, Izuku said, giving him a pleading look. The same one he used whenever he begged the blonde not to burn up another one of his journals. Except you can't. You're just a stupid Deku with no powers at all. You're weak. You're useless. You don't have a quirk. Fire crackled in Kaken's palms and Izuku watched it, mesmerized. At the same time, his own hands started tingling again. It made Izuku stop. Wait, what did you just say? He met Kaken's fierce gaze. You heard me, nerdiest. You don't have a quirk. But what if you're wrong? Izuku whispered aloud. Kaken's glare deepened, but he didn't say anything else. What if I do have a quirk though? Izuku stared down at his hands this time, the school setting fading away as he found himself in the convenience store once again. He could still feel Kaken's burning gaze on him, but the power he felt running through his veins was somehow stronger than any hurtful words the blonde had ever said to him. I don't get it. None of this makes sense. But it doesn't matter right now. He looked up at the cashier's trembling frame. She was begging the man not to hurt her, all while he watched her with no sympathy in his eyes. A true villain. All I know is that I have to save her. He clenched his fists and let the tingling sensation take over. When Izuku blinked again, the world had changed. Thin, transparent threads seemed to be coming from all parts of his body and connected to different items in the store. Some of them were very easy to see, while others flickered weakly. There had to be at least 100, all of them sticking out in multiple directions. It made his head hurt to focus on all of them, but he found that if he concentrated on just a few, the rest faded away and eased his headache. Okay, what does this mean? Izuku asked while his heart thumped in his chest. He could hear it as well as the muffled sobs coming from the victim. He tried to reach out and touch a line, but his hand passed through. This one led to the man holding the gun and was almost invisible. It was the same thing for the one that connected to the girl. Both lines were hard to see, so Izuku deduced they would be hard to control. His quirk reminded him of his mother's. She could attract small objects towards her body, although she had never told Izuku about the threads. Was this part of his quirk too? He thought back to the glass and the cookies, locating them on the ground again. The line connected to the bag was very thick and easily identifiable. Does it have to do with size or risk? It would be very easy for Izuku to pull the chips towards him, but he suspected he didn't have that much control. The bag had hit his face earlier. Okay, that's everything, he heard the girl say. No, it's not. I know you have more. Now give it to me or you're effing dead. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. He had to hurry and think. What can I do right now? What can I control that's not too heavy and won't be that much of a risk? His eyes roamed the store until they landed on a display of grape-flavored Ramen bottles next to the register. The man was a couple of feet away from it himself. Izuku watched as the thread stopped and reached the highest bottle on the shelf. It wasn't as secure-looking as the ones closest to his feet, but the thread was still visible. He could feel the pull starting to build up in his hands. That one, he decided. And when Izuku blinked again, the threads were gone. He couldn't see them anymore, but he could feel the one he had chosen, clearly imagining it even if it was gone. Leave her alone. Izuku screamed before he could stop himself. The man whirled around, his gaze landing on Izuku, but the greenette didn't give him time to react. As soon as their eyes met, Izuku stretched out his hand and pictured himself yanking the Ramen bottle forward. Almost immediately, it wiggled free from its space on the shelf and then zoomed towards him. Cashier girl screamed and ducked under the counter at the same time as the bottle smashed against the bad guy's head. Izuku stared at his unmoving figure in shock, stumbling over to the body while his legs trembled. The girl still hadn't come out of her hiding place, but he could hear her crying quietly behind the counter. While his heart settled down, Izuku kicked at the gun until it was out of reach and then backed away slightly. Do you have any rope? He asked, surprising himself. His voice sounded distant and he felt disconnected. Izuku could barely hear the police sirens even if they were closer than ever. He couldn't focus on anything else but the guy's body, watching as a tiny streak of blood trickled down his forehead and stained the floor. The smell of grape and metal quickly filled the air too, and it made him want to GG. What? The girl asked slowly, peeking out to look at him. We need to tie him up. Again, it didn't sound like Izuku was speaking, but he could feel his lips moving and every time he opened his mouth to take a breath. Are you okay? The question startled him enough out of his confusion. He finally turned towards the girl and their eyes met. Why yeah? He looked down at his hands. I think so. And then Izuku smiled. Aizawa couldn't remember the last time he had gotten a decent night's sleep. Between the late shifts at the station and their toughest case yet, it had been hard for him to find the time to rest. However, ever since the fire in Yuzudafu, Aizawa couldn't sleep for different reasons. Just one actually. and it involved that strange kid, Izuku Midoriya. So, his husband, Yamada, said, breaking him out of his thoughts. Aizawa almost forgot he was sitting at the dinner table with him. Did you hear about that attempted robbery near Kamino Ward yesterday? Oh yeah. Aizawa looked up with a slight frown. Tsukachi went down there to investigate. Some kind of tremor apparently tipped a Ramun bottle over and knocked the guy out before he could hurt anyone. The girl swears a ghost saved her life though. Yamada whistled. Ghost or no ghost, she got lucky. I heard the robber had a gun and everything. I know. It could have ended up a lot worse, Aizawa said, turning his attention back to the newspaper in his hands. For a while, the only sound in the room was the ticking of their cat-shaped clock on the wall. Aizawa did his best to ignore it, comfortable with the silence. Yamada, however, was obviously not. Shoulda. You haven't even touched your food yet, his husband pouted as he leaned over the table to look at him. Sorry, I got distracted, Aizawa said with a small smile, before eyeing what looked like very overcooked chicken on his plate. Well, that didn't seem appetizing at all. It almost made Aizawa forget all about the boy from the fire. Almost. Ugh, is my chicken that bad? Yamada asked with a grin before putting some in his mouth. The blonde didn't even finish chewing before he spit it out and frantically shook his head. Yeah, okay, it's bad. Like really bad. Don't even taste it. We can just order takeout instead. Aizawa let out a tiny chuckle and watched as Yamada cleared the table, whistling something that sounded like Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles. On any other given day, Aizawa would have hummed along, but it still felt like his body was stuck reliving that moment when Izuku Midoriya called out his. Yamada seemed to notice Aizawa tense up because he didn't go back to his seat. He hovered around him instead. Okay, it's clearly not about my chicken. So, what's up? You know you can tell me anything. Yamada put his hand on Aizawa's shoulder and squeezed, but Aizawa still didn't say anything. Instead, he narrowed his gaze at his badge on the table. You sure you want to know? Try me, Yamada cracked another grin. Aizawa took in a deep breath before meeting his husband's brilliant blue gaze. He knew my name. Yamada blinked a couple of times and pet his head to the side. Huh. Remember the fire that happened in Muzutafu a couple of days ago? Aizawa asked, handing him the newspaper he had been reading. Yamada shifted beside him and pulled up a chair while he skimmed through the pages. I'm so glad you guys got everybody out in time. There was a kid we rescued and when he woke up he just randomly looked at me and said my name. I had never seen him before in my life, Aizawa said slowly as if coming to terms with it himself. He had yet to tell anybody about this experience. No one knew, not even Nimuri who had asked him about it that night when they drove home. Yamada snorted. Well yes, silly. Your name's on your uniform, isn't it? No, Hizashi. You don't understand. Aizawa turned towards his husband with a small frown. He called me Eraserhead. Yamada's smile dropped in an instant and all the color drained from his face. Oh. Aizawa almost immediately regretted telling him everything. He quickly looked away and stared back down at the newspaper in his husband's hands. It had been years since he had said that name out loud, let alone heard somebody else say it in public. Even now it still felt like he was committing a crime. Are you sure, Shoyuda? Yamada asked after a while. His hand hesitantly found his own, but Aizawa still didn't move. He didn't look at him either. I mean, maybe you were just tired and imagined it. You don't have those bags under your eyes for nothing. And not that I don't find them attractive or anything, I just get worried about your health since you haven't been sleeping a lot lately either because of that case, and I'm going to stop talking now. Aizawa took in a deep breath and shook his head. I know what I heard. Okay, Yamada nodded, his voice getting a bit higher each time he talked. This is fine. We can figure it out. No need to panic, he said while clearly panicking. Maybe he was a relative of someone you worked with back then? Maybe his parents. Hizashi. Aizawa didn't mean to cut him off, but he was frustrated. He should have never brought this up in the first place. It was obvious how much his past life made Hizashi uncomfortable, and Aizawa didn't like thinking about it either. He had been a different person back then. The only other person who knew that name is dead now. And the rest are in jail or hiding. They know better than to say it in public, let alone out loud. Alright, Yamada nodded again, tucking a strand of blonde hair behind his ear. Aizawa noticed his hands were a bit shaky and he mentally cursed himself in all the languages he knew. They didn't speak for a long time, but Aizawa didn't push him. He waited for Yamada to continue or withdraw from the conversation. No matter what he chose, Aizawa wouldn't judge him for it. And he would most definitely never bring this up again. Well, then, did you investigate him already? Yamada asked quietly. Aizawa tried not to show his displeasure with Yamada's choice and gave a curt nod instead. Somewhat. I found out his dad was Hisashi Midoriya. But I guess that much was obvious because of his name. And the hair. But Aizawa didn't say that out loud. Honestly, the more he thought back to the kid's file, the more he felt like he was looking at Hisashi himself. It took him down memory lane and put him in a place Aizawa was not ready to revisit yet. No way. Wasn't he the guy who hired you in the first place? Yamada asked, brightening up a little. More or less, Aizawa shrugged. So, then there you go. Hisashi Midoriya must have told his son about your past. Now was it rockin' of him to do that? Probably not, but it must have slipped out. Nothing to worry about. We can move on and you can finally get some rest, Yamada said with a smile. It was definitely forced though. Aizawa knew his husband well enough to tell when he was faking something that usually came naturally to him, but he didn't comment on it. That would just make things worse. Hisashi, he didn't know about my past. Hisashi helped me get this job so I wouldn't go to jail. Aizawa picked up his badge and looked at his reflection on the surface. Probably thought I was a troubled kid like the rest of them and wanted me off the streets, he mumbled quietly before setting it back down. Yamada chewed on his bottom lip a little before speaking again. Wasn't Hisashi like really smart though? I remember he was a detective before he became the chief. Don't you think he could have figured it out? Aizawa shook his head. I wouldn't have this job if he knew who I really was. Plus, there's no way he could have told his son about me either because Hisashi died when Midoriya was really little. Even if Aizawa had mixed feelings for the man, he still remembered that day. All of Japan did. It was one of the most tragic events in Tokyo history because it directly followed the inauguration of Hisashi Midoriya as the new chief of police, a mysterious explosion that killed hundreds of people, along with Hisashi himself. Oh, poor little guy never got to know his dad, Yamada said softly. Once again, another heavy silence filled the room. Aizawa could tell by the look on his husband's face that he was starting to develop sympathy for the boy, and that in itself was dangerous. Had he already forgotten that Izuku Midoriya somehow knew his name? A kid, with no seemingly crime-related activities, and a clean record. Cleaner than anything Aizawa had ever seen before. But that just made him look even more suspicious. Look, I don't want you to worry about this. It's my problem and I'm going to figure it out, Aizawa said, standing up abruptly and putting both of their cups in the sink. Yamada stood up too, wringing his hands in front of him nervously. Shoyuta. Aizawa ignored him and made his way into their bedroom, reaching for the eye drops on his nightstand. He cursed under his breath when he realized he was out. Well shit. I'll just look into the kid some more. Find out if he's acting suspicious and go from there. Another pause. Yamada was in the doorway now, staring at his feet. The light from the hall made it look like he had a halo over his head. It caused Aizawa to feel even more guilty for roping him into this mess. It was just like high school all over again. Shouldn't you at least tell Tsukachi or Dr. Yagi about this? Yamada asked. Those two were the only people still around that Aizawa figured knew something about who he used to be. However, they never commented on it or made it obvious that they knew, and Aizawa wanted it to stay that way for as long as possible. Trust me, Hisashi, he sighed. It's better if I deal with this alone. The day after Izuku discovered his quirk came and went in a blur. He ended up staying up again only because he spent all night testing out his newfound powers. Moving objects to and fro and learning how much he could handle without having the item fall in midair. Izuku quickly found out though, that the hardest part about his quirk involved control. It was very easy to imagine the threads that connected to whatever he wanted to pick up and move. However, sometimes he would get too ahead of himself and the item zoomed at his face just like the chips and glass, hitting him with enough speed that it actually hurt. Additionally, Once said item started moving, it was hard to get it to stop, but Izuku had managed to pull it off a couple of times with smaller things like pencils and erasers. He even tried pulling multiple things at a time but found that it gave him a headache. Still, it was nice to know he could do it. But most importantly, Izuku found that he could move these objects around as well, not just have them rush towards him. A lot of his quirk also involved mental work. He had to concentrate and focus, otherwise, the objects would fall or quickly change direction. But Izuku quickly found that he had better luck using his quirk with his hands. He had tried to pull a manga towards him by simply staring at it, but it barely lifted up off the desk. With his hands, however, it was easier to build up power and caused him less mental strain. His right hand worked especially well and seemed to be able to handle heavier things. No wonder his plan to stop the robber had worked so well. Izuku also spent the night thinking about what had happened at the convenience store. As soon as he helped the cashier girl tie up the guy, he wasted no time rushing back home. None of the police officers stopped him because his clothing blended into the night, but Izuku kept his hood up all throughout the train ride just in case. He quickly found out that they attributed the Ramoon bottle falling to a mini-quake that shook the area and called it a lucky accident. But Izuku stayed off the streets for a while just in case. He didn't know if the girl working there had seen him manipulate the bottle or if they would be checking the security tapes. Later he would find out that she thought a ghost saved her life. And the last thing he wanted was for them to find out about what he could do. That also kept him up at night and he didn't know how to feel about it. Izuku had a quirk. He had always wanted one. He had grown up in a world where 80% of the population had one, after all. Meanwhile, he didn't. Kids messed with him, adults acted like he was invisible, and his own mother felt sorry for him. And even if Inko would never admit it, Izuku knew he was the reason why his Sashi left them. Because who wanted to stay and take care of a quirkless son? But things were different here. Izuku had a quirk. He had always wanted one. He had woken up in a world where 100% of the population, not counting him of course, didn't have one at all. Where people didn't even know what the word meant and the only hero they looked up to existed on a manga page. What would they think if they found out what he was like? Would they consider him a hero? Or something else? Would they take him to a lab and experiment on his body until Izuku forgot his own name and became a shell of his former self? Would they torture him and treat him like an enemy spy? Would they kill him? Would they trust him? Izuku shivered slightly and stopped trying to keep a pencil in the air. His quirk was harder to control when he was stressed. He wiped the sweat from his brow and slumped back into his desk chair, trying to relax and ignore the gruesome images that flashed throughout his mind, all of them showing his body being cut open by a bunch of scientists. The feelings running through him were a mixed bag. Every time he got excited about his quirk, he felt a little afraid too. Not only was he in a new world he didn't recognize, but he had seemingly developed a power. Something no one else had. Something that could get him in trouble. But deep down, Izuku knew that he had developed something that could get others out of trouble too. Try as he might to think about the consequences of getting caught, Izuku kept coming back to the idea of saving people. He remembered the rush he felt while thinking about his plan back at the store, the strong desire to take the man down. If he hadn't gone out that day, Izuku didn't even want to think about what could have happened to the girl. Instead, he thought about what might be happening to others in different places. Right here, right now, someone out there was being attacked, their houses broken into, their children kidnapped and starved, all while they stared back defenseless. Who would be there to save them? The police force seemed to be overwhelmed. Izuku remembered reading all those articles about the increased crime rate. Not to mention how long it had taken them to arrive at the shop, probably because they were so busy dealing with other problems throughout the city. He could use his powers for good. Izuku didn't exactly know how he would go about doing that yet with virtually no fighting experience, but he would figure it out. He had to. And even though the concept of being caught terrified him, he could always find a way to cover up his identity. Superheroes with masks existed for a reason. Except Izuku wasn't sure he could qualify as that yet either. Not the way he would be going about everything. Izuku would be working more as a vigilante than a hero if he was being honest. Someone who fought crime illegally. Illegal. Izuku shivered again. Now there was another word that scared him. Because if he became a vigilante, he wouldn't only have to worry about scientists and government officials going after him, but the police themselves would surely try to investigate him and stop him from putting his life in danger. Because, oh yeah, he would have the bad guys after him too. And then of course was his age. Izuku was barely 14 and he didn't even know where he was going to go to high school yet. Back in his world, UA had been the only place he wanted to apply. Izuku didn't even know if it still existed and he felt too anxious to check. Maybe he would ask his mother about it later. But the more he thought about everything, the more Izuku couldn't think of anything else to do. The only thing he knew for sure was that it felt wrong to do nothing at all. Why else had he been given these powers? If he would have remained quirkless in this strange world, Izuku could just assume that whatever god that placed him here wanted him to get a break from his regular, miserable life. But his quirk had manifested and Izuku continued to be the same person he was before. The same ideals. Nothing had changed, except now he had the opportunity to live out his dreams. He could become a hero. Eventually. So, that night, Izuku Midoriya decided that he was going to save people. He turned his attention towards the pencil again and managed to keep it still in the air for a few minutes without too much trouble. Until it suddenly changed directions and nearly poked his eye out. Well, Izuku Midoriya was going to try his best. One pencil at a time. First things first, Izuku needed a disguise. He held off on calling it a costume even though the fanboy in him wanted to do so badly. Be serious, Izuku, he scolded himself as he entered the store and heard the tiny bell chime overhead. This time he had taken the train somewhere closer to Tokyo so he wouldn't have to worry about anybody tracking him down or finding him suspicious. Izuku also planned on starting his vigilante work closer to home since the cities were smaller and would cause less commotion. However, he wouldn't hesitate to go somewhere farther if he needed to. "Hello, young man. Can I help you find anything?" the nice old woman at the counter asked him while he passed by. Izuku opened his mouth to speak and then closed it extremely quickly. "No ma'am. Thank you. Just here to look." He appreciated her kindness, but Izuku couldn't afford to stop and talk to anyone. The fewer people that knew about what he was shopping for, the better. As he rounded the corner, he carefully took out his list and read it over for the 100th time that day. But unfortunately, Izuku didn't have much luck in the store. It was mainly full of All Might-themed costumes and the rest were flimsy things like capes and half-broken plastic masks with badly drawn imitations of the hero's face. If Izuku was going to take this seriously, he needed to find something durable. It didn't have to look good, but he didn't want it breaking down every time he went out on patrol either. The only thing he managed to cross off from his list were the cans of hair dye, the contact lenses, and the face masks. He tried a sporting goods shop next, grateful it wasn't too busy either. There, he was able to find the hoodie, the pants, and the knee pads. He also grabbed some for his elbow along the way just in case. Better safe than sorry, he thought while they ringed up his purchases and he quickly exited the store. By the time Izuku finished, it was a little past lunchtime. Even though he was hungry, he really wanted to get the last item from his list. The belt was essential. Not only would it allow him to carry small packs of water and medicine, but other things like first aid supplies and even his phone. Izuku had spent hours designing it, along with the rest of his costume. He chose black for his attire, for example, because the color blended in well with the night. The rest were purely stylistic choices or would guarantee him at least some degree of comfort. He couldn't help but think back to the first costume he designed back in elementary school. It had been 100% inspired by All Might and he could have probably recreated it if he really wanted to. But as Izuku passed a manga shop that had the hero's face plastered all over the windows, he found himself looking away. Deep down, a part of him was secretly okay with All Might not being a real person in this world. Because that meant his idol had never told him he couldn't be a hero. And if Izuku could pretend that day never happened, he would gladly stay in this universe forever. Sure, it still freaked Izuku out that everything was different here, but maybe things weren't as bad as they originally seemed. Oi, nerd! Izuku froze. Maybe he spoke too soon. He recognized that voice anywhere. It belonged to Katsuki Baku, his ex-childhood best friend, who turned bully. The most powerful guy in his class. The one he had looked up to almost as much as All Might. The one he had failed to save. If Izuku was really in another world, then Bakugo was still alive. Kaken. Izuku turned around and nearly slammed into the taller boy's body. Bakugo didn't seem fazed and continued looking down at the greenette with his trademark scowl. "Where the hell have you been?" he asked, still very much yelling. Izuku somehow didn't hear him though. He was too busy staring, trying to figure out if this was really the guy he had seen go up in flames days ago. "You're okay?" Izuku shook his head, finally staring up into his eyes. His heart skipped a beat at the fiery red color. Somehow he couldn't find it in him to look away. Would Bakugo go up in flames when he wasn't looking and disappear again? Bakugo's scowl deepened. "Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? You're the one who's been missing from school 'cause you were being stupid and almost got your body blown up. Don't tell me you're giving up on Yue already?" "Wait, what?" he asked, standing back a little. "Why, you actually want me to get in now?" "Duh," Bakugo scoffed. "Can't have a loser idiot as a best friend." Izuku blinked. Did he just call me his best friend? The loser idiot part was familiar. But best friend? Izuku didn't know how to react to that. "Here," Bakugo said while pulling out a notebook from his bag. Izuku watched everything while holding his breath. "I've been meaning to give you this sheet, but you never showed up." Izuku furrowed his brows at the notebook. Before he could recollect his thoughts, Bakugo started yelling again. "Are you going to just stand there gawking like an idiot or freaking take it?" Izuku scrambled forward and grabbed the notebook carefully. He made sure not to touch Bakugo's hands so he wouldn't provoke the guy any more than he probably had already. "Why, thanks, Kaken. But, what exactly is this?" Izuku squinted at the front page labeled with the dates of the past week. "What the actual sheet, Deku? Did you lose your memory in the blast or something?" "It's notes from class," Bakugo said as a matter of factly, crossing his arms over his chest. You took notes for me?" Izuku asked quietly. He stared at the notebook a little while longer before eyeing Kaken unsurely. It was as if he was looking at him for the first time. "What?" Bakugo growled. "Why are you looking at me like that? I already told you. I don't need extras by my side who can't keep up." Okay, that sounded more like Bakugo. But why was he being so considerate? Izuku didn't even know what to say, so he just shook his head. "I'm sorry, it's just that you've never." "Izuku!" Mitsuki Bakugo tackled him before he had a chance to finish his sentence, smothering him in her strong arms and taking away the little bit of breath he had left. "Miss Bakugo." Izuku winced as she squeezed him tighter. He forgot how passionate Bakugo's mother could be with the way she greeted people. "Oops, so sorry. Got a little carried away," she giggled, pulling away slightly to caress his face. "But I'm just so glad you're safe. You have no idea how worried we all were after Inko called us and told us what happened." "We?" Izuku asked, sneaking another glance at Bakugo. The blonde in question looked up suddenly and narrowed his gaze at his mother. "Oh, boy, Katsuki had it the worst. He kept trying to go over and see you every hour, but I told him you needed some space. It was kind of cute actually," Mitsuki smirked. "Kind of what?" "Shut it, old hag. Don't talk about me like I'm not here." Izuku shifted his weight uncomfortably, watching as Bakugo's ears turned pink. He didn't know what was weirder. Waking up in a world without quirks, having one himself, or Bakugo actually being nice. If he could call it that. He looked down at the notebook and carefully flipped through the pages, running his hands over Bakugo's meticulous handwriting. Izuku had always wondered how someone so loud and aggressive could stay in between the lines. A small smile started forming on his lips. "Let me know if you can't understand any of it. I can help you figure sheet out or whatever," Bakugo mumbled, sticking his hands in his pockets and looking away. Really?" Izuku couldn't help the childish gasp that escaped his lips. "You do that for me?" It just seemed too good to be true. Mitsuki snickered behind them. He definitely would." "Arch, it's like I said," Bakugo said, scaring off a couple of birds that hopped around the area. "I can't hang around people that hold me back. Now hurry up and get better already." "Katsuki, if you don't tone it down I swear to God," Mitsuki growled, pulling at her son's ear. Izuku watched them without saying anything. At least they were acting normal with each other. Bakugo simply rolled his eyes and walked off. Izuku noticed he was wearing an expensive-looking denim jacket and was carrying things of his own. Shopping bags with the initials, BJ, on the front. Something about the logo seemed familiar. Anyway, Mitsuki turned towards Izuku again with another cheerful smile. "Want to eat lunch with us, Izuku? We were just about to get some ramen." Izuku tightened his grip on his own bags and quickly shook his head. "Oh, no thank you. I have to head back because of a doctor's appointment. You know, because of the burns and all." He didn't really have to go and the pain had become manageable, but what else was he supposed to say? There's no way Izuku was going to spend a meal sitting across the table from Katsuki Bakugo of all people. That was an invitation for disaster waiting to happen. He glanced over at the blonde hesitantly again and chewed on his bottom lip. Bakugo was probably only acting nice because his mother was around. Plus, Izuku had vigilante stuff to worry about. He couldn't waste time hanging out with someone who didn't even like him. "Of course. We understand. But once you're all better, you and your mother should definitely come over for dinner," Mitsuki said sweetly. "Alright. I'll make sure to tell her that. It was nice seeing you again. Bye," Izuku said without looking at Bakugo. He could feel the teen glaring daggers at him while he walked away, picking up the pace to avoid talking to him. Izuku wasn't able to get very far though before Bakugo yanked him back by the collar. "Deku!" Izuku gulped and quickly shut his eyes. "Here it comes." Mitsuki had walked away and wouldn't be able to hear them. Bakugo must have been waiting for this moment ever since they started talking. Izuku wondered what kind of insult he would get today. Was the Bakugo of this universe more creative at least? He didn't have his quirk to use as an intimidation factor after all. "Brace yourself, Izuku. Stay out of any trouble or I'll kill you myself." "Wait, what?" Izuku opened his eyes carefully. "Did you hear me?" Bakugo leaned over and yelled in his face. "Wise, yes." "Loud and clear, Kaken," Izuku squeaked out, standing straight and giving the blonde a salute. Bakugo scoffed and let him go, pushing past him while he mumbled a bunch of things under his breath. Izuku simply watched as the blonde teen rejoined his mother and they disappeared around the corner. As if nothing was different. As if the way Bakugo was acting was normal all of a sudden. What just happened? Izuku whispered to himself. Was Bakugo Katsuki worried about him? When Izuku got home, he realized he was so busy thinking about his strange encounter with Bakugo that he forgot to shop for his belt. "Crap," he whispered while tiptoeing towards his room. Unfortunately, the floorboards creaked and his mother heard him. "Izuku, is that you?" Izuku sighed and let go of the doorknob. "Yeah, it's me." Inko poked her head from the kitchen doorway and gave him a small smile. "How was your day? I hope you were able to buy what you needed." She squinted at the bag and then back at him. Izuku struggled to find an adequate response and gave her a little shrug instead. "I guess I did." A long stretch of silence followed. They hadn't really talked since the day he broke down, even though he could tell that Inko really wanted to speak to him. He didn't know if he could face her though, especially now when he had another secret hovering over his mother's head. The last thing he wanted was to be the reason she had more tears in her eyes. "Izuku, I know these past couple of days have been really hard for you," she said while making her way over to him, "but I want you to know that I'll be here for you every step of the way." She took in a little breath and then reached out to gently caress his cheek. "And if you ever want to talk to me about anything," she eyed the bags again. Izuku tensed. "Anything at all." Her eyes went back to searching his face. "You can come to me." Izuku gave a short nod and backed away from her. "Why, thanks. I'm a little tired now though. So, maybe we can talk later?" he asked, fidgeting with the bags. Did she somehow know what he was shopping for? He hoped she didn't. Inko's face fell a little, but she still smiled at him. "Of course, dear. I'll call you when dinner's ready." Izuku quickly shut the door to his room and threw himself on the bed with a loud groan. Today had been so emotionally draining, he couldn't imagine how he would feel once he actually started going out on patrols. He sat up a little and reached over for his journal now labeled Vigilante Analysis for the Future, flipping to the page where he had drawn a map of the city. The idea was to start small and close to home. That way, if he got badly injured or needed to make a quick escape, he could make his way back with no problems. But his conversation with Bakugo made Izuku realize something. How could have he forgotten that he still needed to go to school? That would require him to come up with a completely different plan of action to work in study times and the commute. As if on cue, his cell phone buzzed and Izuku nearly flew out of bed when he saw who was texting him. Bakugo Katsuki. Saved as Kaken with a smiley face. No way. No freaking way. He stared at his phone a little while longer as if waiting for it to explode, but when nothing happened he finally opened the message. Kaken, smiley face. 5:34 p.m. Here's the homework for the week. See attached files. Kaken, smiley face. 5:35 p.m. We have a math test on Tuesday, so get to work. What do I even say? Izuku's fingers trembled as he thought about what to send back. Thank you, I'm so glad you didn't blow me up today. Sorry I'm ignoring you, but I thought you hated me? His fingers hovered over the screen for a few seconds when another message popped up. Izuku nearly dropped his phone. Kaken, smiley face. 5:35 p.m. When Bakugo didn't text him anything else, Izuku let out the breath he was holding in and closed his eyes. Izuku was generally a good student, but would he be able to handle vigilantism alongside studying for tests? I could just drop out, he thought absent-mindedly playing with the strings of his new hoodie. No, Izuku quickly sat up again. If he was going to do this, he had to do it right. And if that meant coming up with a strict schedule for himself, then so be it. He reached over for his journal and got to work. For his patrol the next day, Izuku decided to stay out of sight as much as possible. He figured it would be easier to surprise the bad guys if they couldn't see him. And since Izuku had no idea how to fight yet, he figured that long-ranged attacks with his quirk would be enough. Izuku ended up leaving his house a little past 12, feeling slightly groggy and disoriented. The chilly night air quickly revived him though, and soon he found himself deep into the city. To say that he was nervous was an understatement. Izuku was freaking out. Not only had he never been out this late, but he was alone and didn't have anything more than a mini pocket knife as a weapon. You have your quirk, he reminded himself. He could feel the energy pulsing within both his palms as if anxious to be set free. It reassured him. You can do this. But then a random cat hissed at him and Izuku's confidence took a nosedive. Gosh darn it, little guy. Don't do that to people, Izuku mumbled, approaching it with caution. The cat looked like it had seen better days, its black fur tangled and covered in fleas. He picked a couple out and then tried to pet it. Although the cat recoiled, it didn't move away. Soon enough, it had moved closer to Izuku and was purring steadily. You shouldn't be out here on your own, Izuku said quietly. The cat looked up at him and blinked as if saying, neither should you. Touché, Izuku chuckled, but suddenly went quiet when he heard footsteps. The cat took off first, its body blending in with the darkness. Izuku quickly followed, ducking behind one of the trash cans. He made his body as small as possible, watching as the people's shadows passed by his hiding spot. This the place? A gruff voice asked. Izuku peeked out carefully and squinted through the dark. He could make out two large figures standing in front of what looked like a kid. There was no way he was older than Izuku. He had to be 10 years old, maybe less. Better be, the taller one growled before shoving the boy a little. Izuku had to restrain himself from jumping out right then and there. So much for staying hidden. I swear to God, brat. If you're lying to us. I'm not. I promise. The small boy shook his head. His clothes were extremely dirty and dozens of bruises covered his arms and legs. Izuku's body ached just by looking at him. He couldn't help but wonder when the boy had last eaten too, his face gaunt and hollow. Red will be here with your money. Like they said on the call. Just please don't hurt my sister. Sister? Izuku frowned and leaned forward a little more. He didn't see another child anywhere around. Did they have her trapped somewhere else? Can't guarantee anything till we get the dough, kid, the man said with a shrug. Should I act now? Izuku gripped the sides of the trash can anxiously. Or should I wait until this red person shows up? Izuku sat back on his heels and chewed on his bottom lip. He hadn't planned on running into anyone until later on during the night, especially not more than one person at once. And while this didn't seem like a hostage situation, it was obvious that the boy was in danger in more ways than one. Izuku figured he was only working for them because of the situation with his sister. Would it be wise to attack then? He briefly glanced back at the boy and then at the men. What would happen to the girl if he attacked them? Would she be okay? Or would they hurt her as revenge? Tick-tock, tick-tock, the taller man said suddenly. The disgust in his tone chilled Izuku's bones. I don't see him anywhere. Where's your buddy, Highrobe? I already told you. The boy was visibly shaking now. They said they would come. A sharp cry pierced the air as the man struck Highrobe across the face. Izuku watched in horror as his tiny body flew backward and collided against the wall of the alley. For a while, Highrobe didn't move and the men started approaching again. Well, why don't we have a little fun with you while we wait then? The other one said, cracking his knuckles. Fujio, hand me the knife. Izuku's breath hitched in his throat. Which one? The other asked, and then they both laughed. Izuku clenched his fists and realized he was shaking, the rage building up in his body and concentrating in his palms. He could feel his heart beating throughout his hands too, pumping harder and faster as the men got closer to Highrobe's body. What could he do to stop them? He couldn't really see anything useful to use and the men were twice his size. There's no way his pocket knife would work. While Izuku looked around, he also made a mental note to buy something that would let him see through the dark. He felt like an idiot for forgetting to put it on his list. What else was he missing? Stupid. 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 Izuku glared at the ground. If only there was a way he could see. Wait a minute. My threads. Izuku thought suddenly as he closed his eyes and then opened them again. Much like at the convenience store, he was greeted with the lines going to and from his body as they connected with various parts of the world around him, showing him the way. He still couldn't see much, but he could rely on the size of the threads to calculate his options. He followed the thickest one and watched in surprise as it stopped at a black trash bag by his left. At least he hoped it had trash inside. It looked quite heavy though, so Izuku had ruled it out before, but the thread seemed reliable enough. Maybe his quirk had gotten stronger because he had been practicing? Just as Izuku started moving the bag with his hand, however, 2 gunshots rang through the air. Izuku dropped it immediately and fell backward, his heart beating wildly out of his chest. He probably screamed but didn't hear himself over the sound of the second shot. Then there was silence. Izuku slowly got up on trembling arms. Had the police come? No, he would have heard the sirens. Good job, Highrobe, a strange voice said, answering his question almost immediately. Izuku relaxed a little but then tensed just as fast. Good job? What did that mean? He hesitantly glanced over at where Highrobe's body lay and his stomach dropped. On the floor in front of him were the 2 bodies of the older men. And standing on top of one of them was a new figure. This one wore a black mask with a single red stripe down the middle. Izuku couldn't tell if they were a boy or a girl, but they seemed a little older than himself. Could this be Red? I was starting to think they might get you this time. My little decoy, they purred, bending down to pat Highrobe's head. Red then moved over to the bodies and grabbed a suitcase Izuku hadn't seen before. Was Red after whatever was inside? Were they only using Highrobe as a way to get to it? The nasty feeling in Izuku's stomach only got worse as he watched their strange interaction play out. Highrobe still seemed to be unconscious, so he didn't say anything, but Red kept talking. Thank you for being so patient. I won't be late next time. So they are working together, Izuku decided with a frown. He was willing to bet the poor boy was only doing it because of his sister. But, unfortunately, things have changed, Red said as they suddenly kicked Highrobe in the stomach. Izuku heard the boy whimper in his unconscious state. I don't need you anymore. Another kick, this one made Izuku's eyes water. He couldn't imagine how the boy must be feeling. Hopefully, Highrobe was too out of it to realize what was going on. But Izuku knew he couldn't let this continue on any further. So, now, I'm going to kill you, Red leaned towards him, and then I'm going to kill your sister too. How's that sound, Highrobe? That's enough, Izuku said, jumping out from his hiding place. Red froze immediately but didn't turn around. Izuku watched as they straightened their back instead and stepped away from Highrobe's body. They weren't as buff as the previous guys, but Izuku didn't stand a chance fighting close range with a gun involved. Not unless. Izuku didn't know how it happened. 1 minute, Red had their back towards him and aimed the gun. The next, Izuku had pulled the weapon out of their hands, flinging it far away. Red immediately whirled around, but Izuku didn't give them any time to react. He took advantage of the fact that they had moved in front of one of the dead bodies and kicked them hard, causing them to trip. "Gah, you little brat!" Red yelled as they fell. Izuku backed them into the wall, pointing his pocket knife at them shakily. He knew he should have knocked Red out, but Izuku wanted to make sure Hirobe's sister would be okay. "Where is she?" he asked, trying to keep the fear from showing up in his voice. It was hard to talk when his whole body was still recovering from the last few seconds. "Tell me where Hirobe's sister is." Izuku still couldn't believe he had managed to pull away the gun so fast. His own body had just seemed to know what to do, as if it went on autopilot and completely synced with his quirk. He could feel the smirk in Red's voice as they spoke. The mask they wore made it a little hard to hear, but Izuku got the message. "Nice try, kid. Don't know how you did all that earlier, but I'm not telling you shit." And then they uppercut him in the jaw and took off in the other direction, grabbing the suitcase along the way. Izuku cursed, stumbling backward. He didn't even get a chance to react because Red was so fast, tiny stars appearing in his vision. "Should I go after them?" Izuku asked himself, but stopped when he heard Hirobe speak. "Asami?" the boy asked weakly, turning on his side with a groan. "Am I sister?" Hirobe met Izuku's gaze. "Is she okay?" Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but the sound of a siren cut him off. His heart skipped a beat and he leaned forward so Hirobe could hear him. "Do you know where she is?" Izuku asked, as kindly as possible. He refrained from touching the boy and stayed at a comfortable distance. It took Hirobe a while to answer, but eventually, the boy nodded. "Why yes, I think so." Izuku nodded too and glanced back. He could see the red and blue colors of the police cars fast approaching. "Can you tell the police where she is?" Hirobe's eyes widened suddenly. And he started to shake. "No, I can't." Izuku furrowed his brows together. Whoever had been giving him orders probably told him to stay away from the police. "What if I tell them where she is instead?" Hirobe looked at him for a few seconds and then nodded again. "Okay," he said quietly, lowering his gaze. Once the boy finished telling Izuku where his sister could be, he waited a little longer for the police to get close. That way he could make sure Hirobe stayed safe. He managed to convince the boy that they could help him too. Then, as the first cop started walking out, Izuku took off towards the abandoned factory, completely unaware that Eraserhead was the one who had appeared. 30 minutes later of sprinting and wheezing, Izuku found Asami exactly where Hirobe said she would be. Her tiny body was knocked out and tied to a post on the second floor of the factory. While he ran, Izuku had been mentally preparing himself to fight again. But when he arrived, there was no one around. It must have only been the two men holding her hostage. "Asami?" he asked through a whisper, bending down to check her pulse. Izuku breathed out a sigh of relief when he felt her heartbeat and then quickly pulled out the phone he had taken from one of Hirobe's attackers to call the police. "Hi. I'm at the abandoned factory in the downtown Mizudafu area. There's a little girl here. She needs help." He hung up before they could ask him anything else. Izuku would destroy the phone later. Then, for the next 15 minutes, Izuku waited for the cops to show up. He didn't know if it would be the same ones from earlier, but he watched as a tall, young woman stepped out of the car first. Her hand hovered over the gun in her belt, and she moved into the space carefully. "Hello? Is there someone here? This is the police. Step out where I can see you and put your hands up in the air." Izuku had to bite his tongue to keep from yelling out her name. "That is not him, lady," he scolded himself with a frown, watching as the blonde carefully moved closer to where he was. "All clear," someone said from behind. Officer Takayama immediately rushed towards Asami, completely missing him. Izuku pressed his back against the wall. Finally, he could rest. "She's breathing." "Shinji, did you call the ambulance?" "They're on their way." The familiar, yet distant voice of Kamui Woods, who was not Kamui Woods, but Officer Nishiya, could be heard as he appeared by Takayama's side. It was strange to see his skin without all the wood covering it up. Izuku found himself gawking at the pair. Oh my god. This poor girl. Is Aizawa with the brother? Takayama asked, scooping Asami up carefully. That made Izuku sit up. Eraserhead was here? Yes. But I think he went to chase down whoever shot that gun. Come on, let's get out of here. Izuku sighed in a breath and closed his eyes when they passed him, but they never even noticed he was there. Eventually, the police car disappeared and the world was quiet again. It took him a while to move, but when he did, Izuku realized just how much pain he was in. Walking was even worse and Izuku didn't get far as he stopped to lean on a tree. There were so many threads blocking his vision and no matter how many times he blinked, they wouldn't go away. It was as if his own quirk was malfunctioning. Did I overuse it? He managed to ask himself before throwing up all over the grass. Once he finished emptying out his stomach, the threads started to go away but his headache remained. A constant pounding in his head that kept reminding him of his inexperience. Of all the mistakes he had made in the past hour and a half. I let Red get away, Izuku thought while his body slumped to the floor. He didn't even care that he was out in the open. How am I going to be a vigilante if I let my first target slip through my fingers? Izuku groaned as he turned over on his back to face the stars. They seemed to wink and he wondered if they were laughing at him. Would Hirobe ever be able to laugh again? Smile? Asami seemed very young so maybe she wouldn't remember what had happened. But at the same time, Izuku didn't know how long they had been trapped in that situation. How much they had endured. He didn't even want to think about it. All those bruises on Hirobe's arms and legs. The thought made him sick to his stomach again but nothing came out this time. Izuku only stared at the floor until his vision blurred and he realized he was crying. I have to get better, he decided after a long time passed. The stars had shifted a little bit now and the moon was hovering directly above him. Instead of laughing though, it seemed to be silently judging him. Asking him, will you give up? In a powerful, booming voice that he imagined could shake the land. No, Izuku thought while sitting up slowly. He wiped at his eyes and cleaned off the grass from his hoodie. Because I'm the only one who can help. The morning after his encounter with Red, Izuku realized he needed more than just a disguise for his work. His jaw was very badly bruised and he had no idea how to cover it up. How to cover up a bruise, he typed into his laptop search engine, eyes still blurry from all the crying he did last night. The first result suggested concealer. The second, foundation. Maybe his mother had some? Izuku? You're going to be late for school. Do you want me to tell them you're not showing up today? His mother's gentle voice asked from the door. Izuku had to physically restrain himself from running to her and blurting everything out. Even though he hated keeping secrets, the last thing he wanted was a repeat meltdown from last week. That's okay. Izuku shifted a little in his seat and closed his laptop. I'm getting ready right now. Then, after a slight hesitation, he spoke again. Mom? Do you have concealer? Inko was quiet from the other side of the door. Or even foundation, Izuku added quickly. Izuku, you want to wear makeup? His mother asked quietly. Izuku nodded to no one but himself but then realized what she must have thought he meant. I know. Wise. Maybe. He narrowed his gaze at the floor as his face went bright red. He was really glad she wasn't in the room right now. Inko didn't say anything at first and he felt the need to explain himself again. I just have this. Izuku, it's okay, she said after a while. Her voice seemed softer than usual. If you want to start wearing makeup, then I think that's lovely. I'll go get my purse. Izuku blinked and stared at the door. That was definitely not the direction he wanted the conversation to go in, but hey, he wasn't going to complain. All that mattered was that Izuku covered up his bruise. He could clear everything up later. Thanks, Mom. The walk to school was familiar but also strange. Because Katsuki Bakugo was walking with him. Izuku knew he should have booked it the second he saw the blonde hair, but his legs were still sore from running around yesterday. And now, they walked on in silence. Every now and then, Izuku would sneak a glance at him because he still couldn't believe this was actually happening right now. I'm walking to school with Kaken, he thought while trying not to bump his shoulder. And he hasn't killed me or yelled at me yet. Back then, It was all he could have ever asked for. But now, it just made him uncomfortable. Eyes on the road. We're about to cross, Demus, the blonde said without looking at him. Izuku the in a breath and nodded quickly, turning his attention to the street as the light turned red. Should I say something? Izuku asked himself, clutching the straps of his backpack tightly. The last time he had tried to talk to him, Bakugo had chucked him across the floor and burned another one of his notebooks. Maybe not, Izuku gulped. Bakugo, however, had different plans. When they reached the gates of Aldera, he stepped out in front of Izuku to stop him. No. He was waiting to hurt me in front of everyone at school. Izuku's heart skipped a beat and he quickly squeezed his eyes shut. Go ahead, Kaken. Do your worst. But the blow never came. Instead, Bakugo's fingers grasped Izuku's chin and tilted it up gently. Who did this to you? Izuku's entire body froze. W? He asked, too afraid to open his eyes and face Bakugo. I'm not an idiot, Deku. I can tell you got your butt handed to you and you tried to effing cover it. Did a shitty butt job too, the blonde mumbled under his breath before letting him go and standing back a little. Izuku slightly opened his eyes and noticed Bakugo was glaring at him expectantly. Well. He raised a thin, blonde brow. What should I do? Should I lie? Izuku wondered anxiously. The Bakugo he knew had always been good at telling whenever he was lying. He didn't think that much had changed. And no way, Izuku said, avoiding Bakugo's scrutinizing gaze. What? The blonde growled. Is that the bell? I think I just heard the bell, let's go. I don't want to be late on my first day back. We can talk later. Bye Kaken, thanks for walking with me. Izuku rushed off before Bakugo could stop him, taking the shortcut he always used when the bullies chased him. The path wasn't as worn out in this world and Izuku even had a little trouble getting past all the tall weeds. Eventually, though, he made it to the other side of campus and stood outside his classroom trying to catch his breath. Izuku slid down the wall with shaky knees. This was going to be a very long day. Luckily, Bakugo didn't bother him after that. The blonde even seemed to be keeping his distance. It let Izuku focus on his classes, which he found to be surprisingly easy for some reason. He never even remembered learning this stuff but completed all the mock exams and worksheets without breaking a sweat. His teachers were nice to him, and so were the other kids, walking up to him and asking him how he was doing since the accident. He even got a couple of get-well-soon cards and candy. Izuku couldn't think of the last time he was actually looking forward to coming back to school. And he would have made it home with a smile on his face too if Bakugo hadn't called out to him before he left. Well, I managed to survive this long, Izuku thought to himself before turning around and facing the taller blonde. To his surprise, Bakugo didn't say anything and simply handed him a flyer. What's this? Izuku asked, taking it from him hesitantly. It was some kind of advertisement for a nearby gym. He recognized Bakugo's penmanship on the side with little notes that indicated the other classes they offered as well. Anything from kickboxing to self-defense courses at various times during the day. Wait a minute, Izuku's eyes widened suddenly. I can use this for vigilante training. It's perfect. Starting tomorrow we're heading to the gym every day before class. We're. Izuku paused and then frantically shook his head. Kaken, that's okay. I can go alone. You don't have to come with me. The greenette was panicking. Him and Bakugo at a gym? He could barely handle texting him, let alone walking with him to school. What if Bakugo wanted to use him as his own punching bag? What if he pushed him off the treadmill? What if he stole his clothes when they were changing and Izuku had to walk home naked? God, shut up. Your mumbling is hurting my head, Bakugo growled. Izuku flushed red and bit down on his tongue hard, staring down at his feet. Sorry, he said quietly. I'm not gonna force you to talk about it if you don't want to. But I ain't gonna let whoever did that keep FNG you around. Bakugo cracked his knuckles loudly. So, we either go together or you tell me who it was and I teach them a lesson. When Izuku looked up he nearly passed out. He had to remind himself that the devilish smirk that formed on the blonde's face was not directed at him, but it was still unnerving nonetheless. Kaken, I don't know what to say. Just FNG say yes, Deku. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Wait, does Auntie know? he asked suddenly, his voice taking on an edge of concern. Izuku bit his bottom lip, but then slowly shook his head. Might as well be a little honest. The blonde nodded. Alright, I won't tell her then. But I swear to God if you don't get stronger. Okay. Izuku threw up his arms in defeat. His classmates were starting to stare. I'll be ready tomorrow. I swear. Good. The blonde grinned triumphantly. Now let's go. I heard that new place down the street has some not-so-shitty katsudon. Katsudon? Izuku frowned, shoving the paper in his bag quickly. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Yeah. Isn't that your favorite? Or did you forget that too? Izuku could only stare open-mouthed as Bakugo started walking in front of him. He didn't know if he would ever be able to get used to this. That night, Izuku wasn't sure he had the energy to go out. But when he had another dream about Hisobi and Asami being tortured by Red, he quickly sprang up out of bed and started lacing up his shoes. I hope they're okay, he thought sadly. Izuku hadn't heard anything from the news about the two children, but he figured they were in good hands now. It would probably take them a while to assimilate back into society anyway, and he wished them well. Although he wouldn't be going out as far as he had the first time, Izuku still figured he should get some practice in with his quirk. He hadn't used it all day, too focused on whatever alien had hijacked his best friend's body and turned him into a completely different person. He could see the movie posters hanging in the theater already, directed by Ridley Scott himself. It almost made him laugh out loud, and he quickly covered his mouth. Does Kaken actually care about me? Izuku wondered with a confused smile. On his way out, however, Izuku passed by a picture in the living room and stopped. He didn't remember it being here before, and he certainly didn't recognize the memory either. Izuku had to be around 4 years old in the image and was sitting atop a police officer's shoulders. Even before he saw the man's face, Izuku knew that it was his father, Hisashi's wild hair sticking out in random directions as if the wind was blowing it around. Little Izuku was smiling in the photo too, waving what he recognized to be an All Might figurine in one hand and a medal in the other. Izuku didn't realize he was frowning until he relaxed his face. There's no way this ever happened. He narrowed his gaze at Hisashi's face. His father looked happy, his face beaming up at Izuku almost proudly. It was an emotion Izuku didn't recognize from the man, and it startled him a little bit. But most of all, it made him angry. After Hisashi left them, Inko had done her best to remove any photos of him around the house. They didn't need a reminder of the abuse. Izuku reached over and tipped the frame so the picture wasn't facing up. Then, he finished walking out of his house and immediately took off running. The familiar rage and bitterness of anything that had to do with his father started building up in his body, and he used it as energy to pump his burning legs. Bakugo might have been different in this world, but there was no way Hisashi had changed. Izuku eyed a couple of stacked boxes to his left and immediately threw out his hand. The sound of whatever was inside breaking and hitting the floor made him feel a little better, but it still wasn't enough. When he rounded a corner, he saw a couple of trash cans and flung them out of his way. By the time he was done making a mess of the street, Izuku sank to his knees, breathing heavily. A mixture of tears and sweat dripped down his face, but he didn't bother wiping any of it away. He ended up spending the rest of the night putting the trash back into the bins with his quirk. It served as practice and made him feel less bad for what he had done. He didn't run into any bad guys either, and he was almost glad. Izuku didn't know how he would have reacted if he saw someone that reminded him of his father. By the time Aizawa finished reading the report for the most recent drag trafficking case, he felt ready to clock out and have some hard liquor coffee to keep him sane. Not only had his investigation of Izuku Midoriya drawn a blank, but now this? So, let me get this straight. He glanced up at the 3 officers in front of him and then back down at the folder. You think the streets are haunted at night? I can't believe I just said that out loud, Aizawa thought with an exasperated sigh. He reached for his coffee mug and took a large swig. And you think the ghost helped you take down the traffickers? Tsukachi asked, flipping through his own copy of the case. He sat on the edge of Aizawa's desk, one leg folded over the other. Yes, Takayama and Nishiya said at the same time. The seriousness in their faces was shocking, especially Takayama. Aizawa wasn't used to seeing her this way. He wasn't used to seeing her at all. She was definitely not a morning person, just like him, except Takayama came into work late all the time. Come to think of it, Aizawa wasn't even sure any of them had slept since they caught the traffickers. Were they actually serious about this? Well, okay, when you phrase it like that it does sound a little weird, but we're telling the truth. Shinji saw it. Tell him, babe, Takayama said while pushing her fiancé forward. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at him and Nishiya automatically turned red. Iche. We were all there when it happened. Wasn't just me, he mumbled under his breath, before shooting Takayama a slight glare. She batted her eyelashes at him and pouted. You too, Kamihara? Aizawa turned to the shorter male in the middle. Kamihara hadn't said a word since they arrived, but Aizawa could tell the report had been signed and written by him. I expected more from our top officer. With all due respect, Mr. Aizawa, sir, I don't know how else we could explain the floating traffic cone that fell from the sky and stopped the getaway car, Kamihara said simply, never taking his eyes off of the folder. While he would have had a harder time believing Takayama and Nishiya because they could both be dramatic sometimes, Kamihara was one of the best in the precinct. Enji himself had requested for him to be transferred to Tokyo in the next couple of months. A lie like this could jeopardize that. And yet Aizawa still had a hard time believing them. Toshi, what do you think? Tsukachi asked suddenly. Aizawa held back an eye roll when he remembered Yagi was listening too. The scraggly blonde looked up from his chair by the window, giving them all a cheery smile. Was he even paying attention? He looked too happy for someone who had come into work at 7 in the morning. It was suspicious and annoying and Aizawa hated it. Well, my specialty is dead bodies but not the ones that levitate. Was that a chuckle? Dear Lord, Aizawa could feel his headache getting worse every time Yagi opened his mouth. But, hey, I'd say anything is possible unless you're a skeptic, Yagi winked and Takayama snickered. Or delusional, Aizawa muttered when he realized the last part was probably directed at him. Then, he chugged the remainder of his coffee and stood up to get a new one, only to find the pot empty. Wonderful. So, what do we do then? Tsukachi asked. Aizawa could feel him staring but he didn't turn around. Enji expects these reports by tomorrow and we can't just make something up. Never said we would. Aizawa finished cleaning out the filter and expertly refilled the pot. The traffic cone was there all along. Simple explanation. Did you check the cameras? Someone broke them. Kamihara said. Or something, Takayama whispered and Aizawa heard Yagi stifle a laugh. Even Tsukachi seemed to be trying his hardest not to smile. Dr. Yagi, Aizawa narrowed his gaze at the man, don't you have an autopsy to perform or something? Yagi blinked and then turned a little red. Well, probably. Guess I should go check on that. Yeah, you really should, Aizawa said. He didn't continue speaking until the blonde exited the room. Although he was sure if he opened the door, he would find the doctor listening in. How long were you following the traffickers again? Aizawa walked back to his desk and picked up the file, leafing through it until he got to the page of the report. 5 hours, sir, Kamihara said. And what time was it when you caught them? 4 AM, sir, they all said together. You know, sleep deprivation is a real beach. Aizawa settled his gaze on all 3 of them before handing Kamihara the report back. He took it but looked a little confused. It can make you cranky, leave you with less patience, and make it really hard to deal with the bullshit that goes on every day when you get to work. Aizawa made sure to say that last part a little louder in case Yagi was eavesdropping. Sometimes though, Aizawa reached for his eye drops and applied a generous amount to each eye. Sleep deprivation can make you see things that aren't there. You don't trust us? Takayama blurted out. Correction. I don't trust your brain. Now, see if you can access any other camera in the vicinity and rewrite the report. But the cone was in the air. Nishiya stepped forward a little bit. Did I make myself clear? Aizawa asked with a raise of his brow. Yes, sir, he mumbled, standing back. Takayama linked arms with him and the two continued looking at the floor. Kamihara said nothing else and was the first to go. Aizawa watched the others follow as he slumped back into his chair. What's got you all stressed? Tsukachi asked, moving from his point on the desk. Even with his eyes closed, Aizawa could tell he was grinning. Don't tell me you let something like that get to you? No. It's nothing. Aizawa waved Tsukachi off with his hand. And it was true. There was nothing that could connect Izuku Midoriya to his old name. Nothing at all. And distractions like these certainly didn't make his search go any faster. If anything, it made Aizawa less likely to want to approach the boy in person, but it seemed like he would need to soon if he wanted to get the answers he needed. Unfortunately, the ghost kept him too busy to proceed with the investigation. The trio who first presented the idea weren't the only ones to encounter strange things while out on patrol. Throughout the week, other officers started coming in with reports about floating trash bags tripping robbers, boxes falling over and setting off alarms that led them to a criminal, along with a plethora of various unexplainable phenomena that seemed to help them solve crimes. But worst of all, everyone was talking about it. There was not a day that went by that Aizawa didn't come into work and someone wasn't using the G word. He didn't even want to say it in his head because it sounded so ridiculous. It was yet another thing to keep him up at night and jeopardize the little amount of sleep he got on a daily basis. The only thing Aizawa could do now was to make sure this didn't spread, because the last thing he needed was for all of Japan to find out about this mysterious entity or whatever it was. Izuku was waiting in line with Bakugo for some ramen when he heard them. He didn't even need to look up to know who they were, although in Izuku's head they would always be Empty Lady, Kamui Woods, and Edgeshot. It's how he labeled all the officers in his journal. And if they didn't have a hero name, he would make one up for them. It was one of the many ways Izuku tried to stay connected with his timeline. So, Takayama began, putting her hands on her hips while she talked. What do you think its intentions are? Izuku leaned in a little bit when he realized they were talking about him. I don't know, but it better not turn on us. We deal with enough crap already, Nishiya grumbled. Kamihara stayed quiet and continued reading the menu. Izuku thought it was funny that he wore a mask everywhere he went. It really completed the whole Edgeshot look. Sometimes, though, Izuku did find it a little strange how similar the officers were to their pro-hero personas back in his world. But he tried not to question it since it did help him with his analysis of the officers' schedules and their patrol habits. Honestly, I don't think it will. I mean, it really helped us out this week. Do you think it's a friendly ghost? Takayama asked, her eyes sparkling. Izuku flushed red. He had come to appreciate Takayama's over-the-top expressions, but hearing someone he used to know as Empty Lady praising him that way was just awesome. It made him feel a little better about his quirk too. Maybe they wouldn't think he was a freak after all. What? Like from that cheesy American movie, Casper? Nishiya grinned. Don't let Mr. Aizawa hear you say the G word. It drives him crazy, Kamihara said out of nowhere, making the other two jump slightly. He hadn't stopped observing the menu, however, and simply angled his body towards his partners to speak. Izuku found himself wondering about their favorite type of ramen while they continued to talk. It was something he was totally going to write down in his journal when he got home. He had a special page dedicated to the three officers after all. Izuku called them the lurkers because they were always doing stakeouts together and knew how to conceal their cop cars really well in blind spots and alleyways. They were also the first group of officers who had seen his quirk in action, and Izuku loved watching them take down bad guys together. Their teamwork was pretty extraordinary even if their personalities sometimes clashed. Poor guy, Takayama whined as she threw her arms around Nishiya and ran her hands through his brown coils. The movement allowed Izuku to notice the matching golden band around her and Nishiya's fingers. His heart skipped a beat when he thought about Empty Lady and Kamui Woods ever being together in his world. All he wants is some sleep. Do you think he's been having nightmares? No way, Nishiya shook his head, swatting her hand away gently and redoing his man bun. Izuku took notes. He had been meaning to grow out his hair too. He can't be afraid of ghosts. Whoa, what if he's afraid of ghosts? Please. It's more like the ghosts are afraid of him. Have you seen his eye bags lately? Takayama flicked Nishiya on the nose and giggled. Even Kamihara laughed at that, most of his face now concealed within the mask. Had he pulled it up even further? Izuku found himself grinning at the floor and Bakugo finally took notice. What are you smiling about, nerd? Got a secret admirer or some sheet? Izuku looked up and felt his cheeks go red. He quickly shook his head and tucked a green curl behind his ear. It's just that I'm really excited to eat with you today, Kaken. And for the first time since they had started hanging out together, Izuku actually meant it. Not only was he in a good mood because his week and a half of patrolling had been super successful, but Bakugo was proving to be a pretty nice person after all. When he wasn't yelling at Izuku to do another lap or repeat another set while they lifted, of course. But even when Izuku fell behind during their kickboxing classes or literally fell on his face during parkour, Bakugo never left him behind. He simply repeated a move or ran through the course again so they could finish it together. Izuku always laughed when he tried to justify it too, saying he wanted to prove that he was the best and show off his skills even if what he was doing was obvious. It was strange and different and weird, and maybe Izuku would never really accept it, but it was still nice and he had to give the blonde some credit. Plus, if it hadn't been for Bakugo, Izuku would have never been able to build up his stamina. And even if he could barely squat his body weight at the bar, he was starting to get stronger, and soon he would be able to do more on patrol. Izuku had yet to run into Red again, but he hoped that when he did, he would be ready to take them down and turn them in. Whatever. Dim nerd, always mumbling, Bakugo grumbled, crossing his arms over his chest, but he didn't yell at him this time. Izuku continued smiling. Now, while Izuku had never meant to become the friendly, neighborhood ghost that helped cops take down criminals, he started using that to his advantage. Today was no different. Ichimura, stop that. The short and round guy hissed as Izuku used his quirk to fling a tiny rock at him. What, Asano? Ichimura looked up from where he was trying to hotwire the car. I'm not doing anything. I swear. Ugh, whatever. Asano waved him off as he took another bite of his mochi. The sooner we finish this job, the sooner I can get back to banging my. Izuku flung another rock, this time at Ichimura. He meant to knock the mochi out of Asano's hands, but this worked too. Oh, Asano, what the hell? I said I didn't do anything. The brunette stood up and gave a little pout. He looked genuinely hurt, as if Asano had betrayed him or something. Izuku had to cover his mouth with his left hand to keep from laughing. What do you mean? Asano asked, still very much glaring at him. A bead of sweat had started collecting in the folds of his forehead. Meanwhile, Ichimura rubbed at the back of his neck. You hit me. Just now. With a rock. Asano rolled his eyes. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Ichimura crossed his arms over his chest, mimicking the other's stance. This seemed to piss Asano off even more, so he puffed out his chest and stuck his chin up in the air. No, Ivy. Izuku threw 2 rocks this time and successfully hit them both. Ow! They said at the same time, and Izuku couldn't hold in his laughter any longer. Hey! Asano turned around suddenly and their eyes met. That kid's been messing with us the whole time. The car, let's go beat his butt. Crap. Izuku chewed on his bottom lip but still found that he was smiling. Better start running, Izuku. Catch me if you can, the brunette called over his shoulder, his laughter echoing through the empty parking garage. It felt so good to stretch his legs since he had been watching the 2 guys attempt to break into the car for what felt like hours. They didn't seem to know what they were doing though, so Izuku figured he would have a little fun. He had learned how to somewhat gauge the danger levels of who he was dealing with after being out for so long. Izuku did this by assessing how many weapons the criminal had, their party size, their physical size, and their intelligence. Asano and Ichimura had scored way low. All Izuku had to do now was take them to where he last saw the patrol cars. Even if they were gone by now, he had memorized the routes too. Someone would be passing through the area soon. You little brat. Get back here. Izuku's shoes squealed on the pavement as he made a sharp right turn and stepped out into the night. He used the shadows to his advantage and ended up slipping into a bush near the garage's entrance. If he waited here, he would be able to see when and where the 2 thieves passed him. He was also close enough to slip into the alley down the street. Izuku frequently used the area behind the dumpster as a hiding spot, even though it made his clothes all smelly. This time though, he didn't think he'd need to go there. Asano proved his point as he ran right past Izuku and didn't see him at all. So, before he could go any farther, Izuku quickly knocked a trash can over with his quirk and watched as Asano tumbled to the ground. What the hell was that? The thief asked out loud, as he clumsily scrambled to his feet and looked around with clenched fists. Asano! Ichimura came running after him. Izuku debated tripping him too but waited instead. The most harmful of the two was definitely Asano anyway. He was the one with the knife. You okay? Where's the kid? I didn't see where he went. I don't know what happened, I must have tripped somehow. Asano squinted down at the trash can and then up in the air as if the answer was somehow above him. Izuku held in another laugh and then knocked over a construction street sign. Ichimura screamed suddenly and jumped into Asano's arms. Hey, get the F off me. I ain't gay shit, Asano grumbled, looking around nervously. Did you think it's that ghost? Ichimura asked through a whimper. Izuku's eyes widened and he let out a tiny gasp. No way. Had they heard about him too? Well, now he certainly had to leave a lasting impression. Asano smacked Ichimura across the face. No, you idiot. Ghosts. The police are using them as a scare tactic to keep us away. They're just stories. Now focus. We have to find that kid and teach him a lesson for F&G with. Then we go back and finish the job. And finally, I can go home and see my CC little. Izuku lifted up the lid from the manhole and slammed it down back on the floor before Asano could finish talking. This time, both men screamed and hugged each other. You know, Izuku called out through a chuckle. He let his voice get carried with the wind and the men jumped again, still holding on to each other and shaking. Who's there? Ichimura asked, voice trembling. It's not nice to steal. Why? Asano glanced around nervously. Are you the one doing all of this, eh? I'll kill you. I'll make you pay. That's not very nice either, Izuku sighed. Asano, Ichimura hissed. Shut up. You're going to make the ghost angry. What? Is it gonna send its ghost buddies after us? Asano let out a shaky laugh. Maybe. Izuku found himself grinning again. It wasn't every day he ran into these kinds of criminals. What? Asano blinked. And then came Izuku's favorite part of the night. Since his quirk had gotten stronger, he was now able to tug at various parts of people's bodies. It made the ghost thing a little more believable. Ichimura immediately screamed when Izuku started tugging at his arm. Help! Help me, Asano. Look, it's got my arm, it's got me Izuku tugged a little harder and watched as Ichimura's face landed in the dirt by his shoe. When he looked up at Asano, however, the plump man was already backing away. Ah, hell no. You're on your own for this one, Chi. I ain't getting involved with no freaky ghost shit. You, Asano. Ichimura lifted up his face and looked back on shaky arms. Don't leave me here with, and then he saw Izuku crouched behind the bush and his face went pale. Boo! Izuku whispered but couldn't stop the giggle from escaping his lips. Ichimura didn't even get a chance to scream as his eyes rolled to the back of his head and he slumped forward again. Izuku blinked and watched him in silence. Oops. He didn't mean to make Ichimura pass out, but it would probably be easier this way. Izuku could hear the police sirens in the background as he stood up and started jogging towards the park. He liked to hide there while any of the arrests happened and occasionally let the police know he had been the one to help by making the swings move on their own. This time, though, he climbed a tree with the last of his strength and simply waited. They would catch Asano eventually and then discover Ichimura too. All he had to do now was ride the waves of nausea from his quirk and be patient. Hopefully, he didn't get too tired and fall asleep. He still had class in a few hours after all. How do you know the kid you saw in the parking garage was the Mizudafu ghost? Detective Tsukachi asked, looking up from his notebook on the desk. They were currently in the interrogation room with one of the robbers, Hiroaki Asano. Apparently, he claimed the Mizudafu ghost had attacked him and his buddy. It sounded real so far, but that was maybe because Tsukachi was obsessed with the idea that this ghost truly wanted to help them fight crime. Still, he didn't let any of that seep into his words. He knew it would make Aizawa, who was standing behind him, really mad. Maybe you imagined the whole thing. I swear I'm telling the truth, Asano pleaded, leaning forward slightly. His eyes kept shifting around as if the ghost was going to come out and attack him. It was the same voice, but he disappeared. He had red eyes and started controlling Ichimura's body, like he was possessing him or something. Tsukachi was pretty sure if Asano's hands weren't tied up he would have been making grand gestures to emphasize his points. He seemed like that kind of guy. Still, the detective made a note about it in his notebook just in case. Michim. And was this before or after the attempted car robbery? Aizawa asked. Tsukachi could hear the annoyance in his voice without turning around. Or did this ghost child possess one of you during that too? Yes? Hee. Asano rubbed at the back of his neck nervously and gave them a sheepish grin. Tsukachi, we're done here, Aizawa said before stepping out. The detective sighed and knew Asano had just lost his case. So, he quickly closed his notebook and followed Aizawa to the door. And no wait. Asano stood up too and stumbled towards Tsukachi, slightly blocking his path. You can't leave me here. He might come back, he's probably after me. Please. Tsukachi gave him a sympathetic smile but then gestured to the guard at the door to take him away. He watched the poor man's body disappear down the west wing that led to the prison cells and then rushed after Aizawa. He wasn't lying, you know, Tsukachi said with a small sigh, watching as his boss refilled his coffee mug. Well, about what he said first. Ever since Aizawa started coming into the office more, he had set up coffee stations at every corner. So, you believe there's a ghost after all? Aizawa raised an eyebrow at him. Tsukachi quickly looked away to hide the smile forming on his face when he noticed the cat on Aizawa's mug. It was curled up in a position that made it look like a heart. Sometimes he wondered if his boss really was secretly a softie. Not necessarily. Tsukachi gave a little shrug as he leaned back on the counter. I'm just telling you how I feel. My gut's never wrong. It's why you hired me in the first place, remember? This time he let Aizawa see the smile. His boss simply rolled his eyes though and turned towards his door. No, that's why I was forced to hire you. I can get rid of you whenever I want. And yet you haven't, the detective's smile grew. Too much paperwork. And then Aizawa slammed the door in Tsukachi's face. Hey nerd, come look at this, Bakugo said while Izuku slipped on a clean pair of socks. They were currently changing in the locker room and had just finished swimming laps in the pool. Izuku's entire body was sore, but he felt good. He had hardly run into any criminals last night and was able to get in a couple of extra hours of rest which never happened anymore. The greenette was lucky if he ever slept for more than half the recommended amount a day. His savior? Caffeine. And lots of it. From gas station energy drinks with All Might's photo on them to the steamy cups of coffee he ordered from the cafes he and Bakugo studied at, Izuku had found his fix. Although whenever he was with the blonde, Izuku had to pretend it was hot chocolate. It saved him the trouble of dealing with Bakugo's outbursts. Still remembered the first time the blonde had caught him drinking espresso. They had just finished studying at one of their favorite shops called By the Sea, a small cafe that overlooked Takoba Beach and designed every drink after an animal from the ocean. Izuku had ordered his usual, the Krabby coffee, a kind of red-eye drink that always helped him get through the night. But Bakugo wasn't having it at all. Coffee? At this hour? Hell no. The blonde knocked the styrofoam cup out of Izuku's hands before he could bring it to his lips. It's like you want to be up all night. Oh, believe me, I do, Izuku thought with a sigh as he bent over to pick it up. The small amount of liquid still in the cup sloshed around, eventually settling at the bottom of the cup. A bit of sand had managed to get inside too. Izuku wrinkled his nose. Kaken, he pouted, that cost me 500 yen. Bakugo simply rolled his eyes and handed him money. Izuku had no choice but to take it. He knew better than to reject Bakugo's help by now. Well then hurry up and go buy something that won't turn you into a FING zombie. Izuku found himself snickering at the memory as he limped towards where Bakugo stood. He squinted at the paper and almost squealed. A picture of the pro-hero gunhead was on the cover, the familiar puffy green hair and mask hard to miss. He wore some kind of karataji and held 2 thumbs up. The words above his head read, Self-Defense at Gunhead Martial Arts Academy, and had a list of dates and times all highlighted in yellow. Gunhead Martial Arts? Izuku took a step back and collided with one of the people stepping out of the bathroom. The guy shot him a deadly glare and Izuku quickly muttered an apology before shuffling back over to Bakugo. Who was that, Deku? I'll break his face, the blonde growled, but Izuku was too focused on the flyer to entertain his threat. Kaken, it's fine. I just can't believe it's really him. Izuku couldn't help the squeal this time. For a while, he figured all the pro-heroes of his world had simply become police officers in this one, but the more he went about his days, the more Izuku realized just how diverse everyone's occupations turned out to be. You know this guy? Bakugo raised both his brows. Thought it might be helpful for you, but he seems tacky and unprofessional. What kind of name is Gunhead, anyway? It's clever because of his quirk, Kaken. The hell is a quirk? Bakugo asked in disgust. And never mind. Izuku quickly shook his head and pointed to the bottom of the flyer. It says here they offer free community courses every other week. We should go. Can't. I have shoots with Genist on Tuesdays, remember? The blonde growled quietly. Oh, right, Izuku said with a slight frown. That was another thing about this world. Katsuki Bakugo was a model. Well, the lower half of him anyway. Bakugo told Izuku he threatened to blow up the cameraman if they ever showed his face on a catalog. And Izuku believed him. Quirk or no quirk, his best friend's favorite pastime was creating explosives in his backyard. As for how Bakugo got the gig, apparently, the Bakugos were really good friends with Tsunaga Hakamata since they all worked in the fashion industry together. Mr. Hakamata founded the Best Jeans brand line and also went by Best Jeanist since he was considered the top denim designer in all of Japan, but Izuku could have figured that out just by hearing his name. He really wanted to meet him too, but Bakugo seemed reluctant to let Izuku come along. The Greenette figured his friend didn't want anyone knowing about it, and he respected that. Izuku also lived a double life. It wasn't as fashionable as his friends, but he wouldn't know what to do if the world ever found out about his part-time job. Anyway, let's go. We have class in 20 minutes. Izuku stared at the flyer a little longer and then followed Bakugo to his locker. When Izuku walked into Gunhead's studio the next day, he felt slightly overwhelmed. There were a lot of people standing around. At least the girl at the desk was very friendly and helped him sign in. The studio itself was very large and smelt vaguely of bamboo and mint. When Izuku breathed it in, he felt refreshed and tried not to think about all the people around him. The floors were also comfortable, alternating between spongy light blue mats and gray ones. Natural lighting pooled into the room from the windows in the back, and Izuku found himself drawn to where the sun was shining the most. He would enjoy it before they closed the curtains. As Izuku took a seat, he noticed a tall blonde boy practicing some kind of martial arts combo on the other side of the room. His occasional shouts and thumps on the floor made Izuku's heart race. Every move he made was precise, and it seemed like everybody else was watching too. The teens in the front row even had their phones out and were snapping pictures. He's amazing, isn't he? Izuku turned to see a girl standing beside him. Her all-pink tracksuit matched her duffel bag and nails, rosy dots etched on her cheeks as if she wore a permanent blush. Why yeah, Izuku blinked, unsure if she was talking to him or somebody else. What's his name? Masahiro Ojiro, the girl responded, eventually taking her eyes off of the blonde to give Izuku a smile. You don't know who he is? No. Sorry. Izuku felt his face go red. Ojiro seemed pretty important though, and Izuku felt dumb for not knowing, especially when everybody in the room probably already did. That's okay. I only know about him, 'cause I come here a lot. He's kind of a big deal in the martial arts community. Is this your first time? She asked kindly. Yep. My friend told me to come. And not that I don't think self-defense is a beneficial skill to have or anything. He frantically waved his hands in front of his face. Actually, I think it's really important, especially for people who want to go out and walk around at night and stuff. Izuku stopped when he realized what he had just said and then turned even redder. Which is something I would never ever do, by the way. The girl giggled and extended her hand. I see. Well, my name's Ochako Uraraka, what's yours? Izuku Midoriya. He perked up a little bit and shook her hand. Nice to meet you. Why, you said you've been here before. I'm planning on applying to UA, but the commute is pretty long. I figured I'd brush up on my self-defense skills just in case I ever need to take the train real late. Izuku thought back to his conversation with Bakugo from the other night. Once he admitted that he in fact did not remember about his apparent dreams to go to said school, Bakugo not only freaked out but launched into a 30-minute discussion of UA's legacy. Izuku wasn't even surprised at how similar the schools were. Both institutions were considered the best in Japan, except in this world, UA was something more like an academy. They only accepted the top students who excelled in academics, community service, and extracurriculars. Even international students could get in. UA valued talent most of all. Bakugo also told Izuku that UA had a 3% acceptance rate and whoever graduated at the top of their class would get a grant straight out of high school. Most graduates went on to get important jobs and make significant contributions to society. UA was like a stepping stone into the adult world. That makes sense. Izuku nodded after Uraraka explained that she lived in the Mie Prefecture, somewhere near Kyoto. Unlike him, it had taken her only 30 minutes to get to Nagoya by train. But it would take her over an hour, maybe 2, to get to Mizudafu if she got accepted. What about you? Interested in going there? She asked curiously. I don't know, Izuku sighed, resting his head against the warm window. It's like I woke up one day and my whole world turned upside down. This was the first time he had told anyone how he felt about his new life. He tried not to bring it up to Bakugo because he would ask too many questions and demand that Izuku answer them, much less his mother who still seemed on the edge whenever the topic of his memory loss came up. It felt nice to talk about it out loud, even if he was being vague. I'm sorry. That sounds like a lot, Uraraka sighed. It is, and I just don't know what to do anymore. Before, I was really into the idea of going to that school, but now. Will I even have the time? Izuku tucked his knees into his chest and gently chewed on his bottom lip. He was barely passing his classes as is. If it wasn't for Bakugo, he would have failed math because of his vigilante outings. There was no way UA would take in someone like him. Izuku didn't even have a talent. Well, you're always allowed to change your mind. Never hurts to try either. I mean, who knows, maybe we'll end up in a class together with Ojiro. I heard he's applying too. Izuku turned to look at the taller boy at the same time as Uraraka did, and the pair started giggling quietly. But then Ojiro actually waved and gave them a friendly smile. Uraraka ate in a breath beside him and fell back on the mat. Oh my gosh, did he just say hi to us? I feel like floating away. Pinch me, Midoriya, I must be dreaming. I think I'll pass. By the time Izuku finished at Gunhead's, he felt like he wouldn't even make it to the train. His whole body hurt and Uraraka had to help him onto the platform. She seemed fine however, and Izuku wondered how long it would take him to get to her level. Alrighty, here's your bag, she said with a smile. Izuku couldn't even look her in the face. He was so embarrassed. Gosh, Uraraka. I can't thank you enough. It's been a really rough week and I didn't expect the class to be so complex. Uraraka shrugged and gave him a giggle. Don't worry about it. I help out at my parents' construction sites sometimes, so I'm a little bit ahead in terms of strength. But I believe in you. Oh, Izuku thought when he noticed her well-toned arms. Well, that makes sense. What is it? Uraraka leaned forward, her big brown eyes sparkling mischievously at him. And nothing. Izuku backed away on wobbly legs until he was sitting on the train. Well, you look, never mind. He covered his face with his bag to hide the blush. Uraraka blinked and then burst out laughing. Oh my gosh, you are so funny, Midoriya. I can't wait to hang out next time we have class. You got my number, right? Izuku looked up at that and nodded quickly. Thanks, Uraraka. Seriously, you're a godsend. Alrighty then. Have a safe trip, she waved and then rushed back up the stairs to catch her own train. You too. Izuku waved back and then slumped back in his seat. God, I'm so awkward, he buried his face into his bag. Izuku didn't know how long he stayed in that position, but eventually, the train started moving and he drifted off to sleep. The moon was startlingly bright as Aizawa stepped out of his patrol car. Its luminous glow made him squint and he stared back at his reclined seat longingly. Alright. Break it up you two, Kiyama sighed, rushing over to where the two drunk men were beating each other up on the street. One of them tried to punch her but Kiyama simply sidestepped and watched him tumble to the ground. The other one was already half-conscious and fell unprovoked. He didn't get back up. Aizawa could smell the puke before he heard it. Namuri, they're two drunk idiots, not toys. Could you wrap this up, please? He asked, pinching the bridge of his nose. Kayama chuckled and eventually stopped entertaining the guy's desire to fight anything that moved. She had him handcuffed in an instant. I like it when they think they have a chance. Aizawa ignored the stuck purring in her tone and opened the door. He was not looking forward to having his entire car smell like vomit. Why did we even go this way? He asked, even though he already knew the answer. This area isn't on our patrol route. Kayama gave him a smirk and Aizawa frowned. And don't say it was because of the ghost. Okay, but you have to admit, it's pretty useful. Kayama leaned on the car and batted her eyelashes at him. We totally would have missed these dudes without its help. One of them could have died. Well, I'm not a fan of the things I can't see. Aizawa's eyes widened suddenly when he looked up at her. Namuri, watch out. The guy from the floor had stood up and pulled a knife out. He was seconds away from stabbing Kayama in the stomach. Would Aizawa make it in time? He reached for his baton but felt it being yanked from his hands by some invisible force that knocked the drunk guy upside the head. The hit itself wasn't strong enough to kill, but the guy didn't get back up after he fell. Aizawa didn't even realize he was breathing heavily until the world was silent again. He stared at the baton on the floor and then at his hands, trying to come to terms with the sensation he had felt. It hadn't seemed like a possession because he felt in control of every other part of his body, but at that moment it was as if someone had pulled him with an invisible string. The tug was so specific that if Aizawa followed its trajectory and squinted through the dark, then maybe he could see where it had come from. But did he want to? Namuri, you okay? He asked, tearing his eyes away from the street. Kayama gave him a shaky thumbs up. See, Shoyuda. I told you. Pretty useful ghost. Aizawa furrowed his brow but didn't say anything more. He worked in silence, quickly handcuffing the guy on the floor and shoving him in the back. But when he finished, Aizawa saw a small figure dash across the street. It disappeared inside what looked like an abandoned building. Hiroaki Asano's description of the ghost echoed through his head the more he stared. He's short and was wearing a hoodie. I swear I ain't lying. You've got to believe me. Shoyuda, Namuri asked, slowly approaching him. What's wrong? Aizawa frowned. Are you okay with staying here alone? Why yeah, but hey, wait up. Namuri called out, but Aizawa had already taken off. Just give me 10 minutes, he yelled over his shoulder. I'll be right back. Aizawa still didn't feel in control of himself after what happened, but he had to know. Stop right there. Izuku knew he should have stayed home. Not only was he extremely tired from Gunhead's class, but he had missed out on his afternoon nap, too busy studying for an English test. That made him a little more drowsy than usual and slowed his reaction time. He also knew that he should have gone home after the third criminal encounter, especially since Izuku's quirk was starting to reach its limit. It was sheer luck that he was able to pull the baton away from Aizawa's hands in time with how exhausted he felt. But now the officer was chasing him while Izuku held back an intense wave of nausea that threatened to make him collapse with every step. Somehow, Aizawa had seen him through the dark. Somehow, Izuku had slipped up. And in less than 60 seconds, everything had come crashing down. Is this it? Izuku wondered, swallowing down his mother's dinner. No, he shook his head. I can't let him catch me. I won't. Izuku used his own fears as fuel and willed his legs to move faster. He considered blocking Aizawa's path with his quirk, but he didn't want to show off how to use it. Izuku also refused to look back. For all he knew, the man was seconds away from tackling him and putting him in HNDCFFS. Or did he still think Izuku was a ghost? Hey! Aizawa's voice rang through the building. Izuku didn't even remember when he got inside, but he started climbing up the stairs quickly. His legs screamed for a break as he took the steps 2 by 2, but eventually he made it to the top. Aizawa appeared minutes later, and it gave Izuku enough time to catch his breath. He pressed his back against the wall and hid his face within the shadows even if he wore his mask. Shoyuda Aizawa wasn't like the others. He had seen Izuku before. Namuri Kayama had too. At the fire where everything started. Izuku had to be extra careful about what he said and did now. He didn't want to blow his cover. And yet a part of him was also freaking out for a completely different reason. The same part that activated when he saw the lurkers at the ramen shop. Growing up, Izuku had learned a lot about heroes. His favorite used to be All Might because he always saved people with a smile. But then there were the less acknowledged pros who had quirks that didn't seem all that powerful or flashy. Heroes who didn't like to be in the limelight and were hardly ever interviewed at all. Izuku loved finding them on obscure Reddit pages or in the bibliographies of quirk research books, going largely unnoticed by most of the world. And out of all the underground heroes that Izuku had studied and read about, Eraserhead had always interested him the most. Because he reminded Izuku of himself. Because he gave him an inkling of hope that maybe he could become a hero too. They might not have looked similar, nor did they share the same core beliefs, but Eraserhead practically fought villains quirkless. Erasure, although strong, wasn't what made him an extraordinary hero. Instead, he could take the bad guys down with his quick thinking and impressive support gear manipulation that no one could seem to understand. Izuku remembered spending hours trying to find an explanation for it online, but he never got anywhere with his research. He even told himself that if he ever met Eraserhead in person, which was extremely unlikely given the hero's desire to stay hidden, he would ask him about his scarf first. But Izuku forgot the most important thing. Aizawa wasn't Eraserhead. In this world, he was the cop trying to catch him. "Are you really a ghost?" Aizawa asked, catching Izuku completely off guard. He could have definitely played along. He could have scared Aizawa off and used the opportunity to escape. But no. The greenette, too nervous to function because of everything going on, said something stupid instead. "Are you really a police officer?" "What?" Aizawa deadpanned. Sorry," Izuku giggled. "I just thought we were asking each other obvious questions." "So that's a yes?" Aizawa asked, face still emotionless. Izuku hated how unconvincing he sounded, but he couldn't handle the pressure. Even in this quirkless world, Aizawa still had the intimidating presence of Eraserhead. "I don't believe you." Aizawa took a step towards the staircase. It just made Izuku freak out even more. Then why don't you come up here and find out?" As soon as the words left his lips, Izuku knew he effed up. He thought he would have more time. He thought he would be able to think of a plan while Aizawa figured out whether to take his challenge or not. What he didn't expect was for the officer to be as fast as he was. It took Aizawa less than 30 seconds to make it up the stairs, and he didn't even break a sweat, nor did he break eye contact with Izuku either, and continued watching him even when he got to the top. Had he even blinked? Izuku almost bit his tongue. "Oh wow," he laughed quietly, "that was actually kind of impressive." "Why are you lying to me?" Aizawa asked, narrowing his gaze. I'm not." Izuku stammered. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Aizawa started approaching him and he let out a tiny shriek. "What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?" Izuku looked around desperately for a way out, but there was nothing inside the building he could use. The only thing that stood out to him was the open door behind Aizawa. Well, if I wasn't a ghost, then how else would I be able to do this? Aizawa's eyes widened suddenly and he reached up to protect his head, but Izuku didn't strike him with anything. Instead, he focused all of his remaining power on the door at the end of the hallway and slammed it shut. While Aizawa was distracted by the sound, Izuku ran towards the stairs, his heart beating wildly out of his chest. He remembered the sidestep Officer Kiyama had used and tried to mimic it himself. "Almost there, Izuku. Just a little more. You can make it, you can make it." But then Aizawa grabbed him. "Not so fast. I don't know how you just did that, but you're not going anywhere," the officer hissed, yanking Izuku's hoodie back. When Aizawa's hand made contact with the material, however, Izuku felt his grip loosen. "I knew it," the officer whispered, staring back at Izuku in shock. "You are real." Izuku could only shake his head as he felt his mouth go dry. No. This wasn't supposed to happen this way. They weren't supposed to find out about him at all. Not yet. Not now when he was finally starting to find a place in this world. Izuku felt tears in his eyes. He didn't know what to say or do, but he knew he had to get away. And at that moment, the only thing that came to mind was to punch Aizawa in the face. So, Then he fell and blacked out when his head hit the ground, Kiyama explained. Yamada's eyes grew wide. No way, the blonde quickly shook his head. A kid did that? I've gotta admit that's pretty rockin'. Aizawa glared at his husband from his place on the couch. I mean distressing. Yamada cleared his throat and turned extremely red. Very distressing. You said he was how old again? He looked over at Kiyama, who was trying hard not to laugh. Aizawa answered for her. He wasn't in the mood to deal with any of them today. Not after everything that happened to him. Not after what he discovered. Had to be at least 15. Maybe even younger. I'm going based on height since he was really short. But his voice was muffled so I couldn't really hear him. Your husband also thinks he's going crazy, Tsukachi said without looking up from his notebook. He had remained very quiet while Aizawa explained everything when they found him. It reminded him of how Tsukachi acted during their more intense cases, a drastic change to the detective's usual laid-back personality. What? Why? Yamada gasped, putting a hand over his heart. Aizawa let out a frustrated sigh. He hadn't planned on telling his husband that part yet, but he never did warn Tsukachi about it either, so he couldn't be mad. It's just that there's no way what I experienced was real, Aizawa said, trying not to lose his train of thought and give in to sleep. That kid, it's like he had superpowers or something. Maybe he's working with someone that does special effects? I remember there used to be a group of vigilantes that fought together a couple of years back. They used similar methods to distract police. Can't seem to think of their team name though. Tsukachi tapped his pencil to his lips but continued staring at a random point on the wall. Aizawa narrowed his gaze at the table where Yamada's phone sat but didn't answer him. Yeah, maybe there was somebody there with him, Shoyuda. Kiyama gave him a small smile. She hadn't sat down since they brought him to the apartment, constantly pacing up and down his floors with her annoying heels. I hardly doubt they'd let a kid his age go out alone. If that was true, then they, whoever they were, shouldn't have even let him out in the first place. Aizawa frowned and tried to sit up. But a kid that fits the exact description from the other night? Aizawa shook his head. Either the thieves had lied to them or there were two ghost boys running around that looked the exact same. One of them fake, one of them real. Or both of them fake, both of them real. Aizawa didn't even know anymore. Tsukachi shifted a little in his seat. His brows were furrowed as he watched his notebook intently, and the pale light from the hallway made him look much older than he was. I've been wrong before, Shoyuda, he said quietly. Nothing new. Aizawa rubbed at his eyes impatiently and tried to sit up again but failed. I hate that none of this makes any sense. And that the more I try to think about it, the more my head aches. A sharp pain racked his brain and Aizawa quickly shut his eyes. Hey. Yamada immediately rushed over and took his face into his hands. Take it easy, honey. You've been working your butt off this entire month. Maybe this is your body's way of telling you that you need a break. Yeah. Ever since the ghost stuff started, you've been extremely on edge, Aizawa, Tsukachi sighed. You should take a couple of days off and… No! Aizawa finally managed to sit up, but he did it so quickly that the room started to spin. If Yamada wasn't holding him, he'd be on the floor by now. I'm the head of the Mizudafu Police Department. Without me, everything falls apart. Kiyama stopped pacing and scoffed. Guess we don't exist now. Aizawa let out an impatient huff and crossed his arms over his chest. Namuri, you know what I mean. I can't just walk away from my job. Not now when the crime rates are so high and the world is falling apart. Tsukachi shifted a little in his seat to face him. When was the last time you went on vacation anyway? And community picnic days don't count, the detective gave Aizawa a knowing look. Our honeymoon, Yamada said quietly. Tsukachi whistled but didn't say anything else. Kiyama, however, wasted no time voicing her frustrations. Okay, hell if I know. There is no way I'm going to let you work yourself into the grave. You're taking the whole weekend off. Aizawa nearly choked on his spit. He expected her to be surprised, but to order him around? Ridiculous. Absolutely not, Aizawa said, looking at his husband and then at Tsukachi, but the cowards wouldn't meet his gaze. They couldn't possibly be thinking the same thing as Kiyama. Guys, come on. Kiyama rolled her eyes and put her hands on her hips. You said it yourself, Shoyuta. You don't think you're mentally well. And since I'm next in command, it's my duty to oversee the department until you're well enough to come back. Well, what do you expect me to do at home all day? Sleep? Actually, that does sound tempting. Aizawa chewed on his bottom lip with a frown. But at the same time, how could he even think about resting when that kid was still out there? Aizawa didn't understand anything and it confused the hell out of him, but he knew one thing: the boy was real. And that meant he could get hurt. His main priority was to get him off the streets and figure out what the hell was going on. Because as of now, nothing about the kid made sense and it frustrated Aizawa almost as much as trying to investigate Izuku Midoriya. Not to mention how annoyed he felt about getting punched by a problem child in the first place. He hadn't been struck by anyone in years. Were his reflexes slowing down? Or did that kid have some kind of special training? Could Tsukachi be right? Was he working with other vigilantes? What if he could communicate with ghosts? Or did he actually have magic? Aizawa didn't realize he was crushing Yamada's hand until his husband let out a tiny squeak. Sorry, Aizawa mumbled. It's okay, Yamada whispered before gently kissing his forehead. Aizawa turned away from him, his face growing hot. He couldn't believe he was actually entertaining the thought that this boy could be magical, let alone tied to the supernatural, something Aizawa had never believed in and told himself he never would. What do we now then? He asked after a lingering pause. Everyone seemed to be thinking about the same thing. Or maybe that was his brain's way of rationalizing the oddity of what had just taken place hours ago. We don't know yet, Shoyuta. But we won't get anywhere if you're not back in tip-top shape to help us look for him. So, take it easy, okay? We need you. Ken and I will keep an eye out for anyone that fits the description during our patrol and we'll let the others know too. Aizawa quickly shook his head. No, this stays between us for now. Kayama glanced over at Tsukachi and he nodded. Aizawa had a feeling they had talked about this before he woke up the second time. Alright, as long as you promise to get some rest. She narrowed her gaze at him before walking over to Yamada and squeezing his shoulder. Hizashi, can I count on you to watch him for me? Yamada's face lit up and he nodded excitedly. Heck yeah, you can. I've been trying to get him to stay home more often for years. Glad to see it's finally happening. Aizawa scowled up at the ceiling. Well, don't get used to it. It's only gonna be a week. If you behave, Kayama snapped. Aizawa simply rolled his eyes but didn't say anything else. He felt betrayed, but a part of him knew they were right. He just had no idea how he was going to make it through the weekend. As soon as Izuku got home, he jumped into bed and passed out. He only managed to take off his contacts so they wouldn't bother his eyes, but when he woke up again still wearing his crumpled hoodie, the reality of what he had done made him forget how to breathe. Oh my gosh, he looked down at his trembling hands. I punched Eraserhead. Izuku turned over his right fist and noticed his bruised knuckles. He knew the tiny bit of dry blood smeared on his pinky did not belong to him. I actually punched him in the face. By now, his entire body was shaking and he couldn't stop it if he wanted to. Izuku didn't know if he should laugh, cry, or do a mixture of both. But nausea from his quirk hit him all at once and he ended up vomiting all over his All Might sheets. He couldn't even see the poor hero's face when he was done. This is bad. Holy shit. This is really, really bad. Izuku. His heart stopped. Are you? Izuku turned around slowly and met his mother's confused, sleepy gaze. He was still definitely wearing his dirty vigilante sweater. Oh no. Hi, Mom. Izuku gave Inko a weak smile before bending over to throw up again. After what felt like hours of begging and pleading, Izuku finally managed to convince his mother that he did not need to go to the hospital. Even then, she refused to leave him alone for more than 5 minutes and was constantly offering him teas and medicine. Izuku couldn't, however, get her off his case no matter how hard he tried. I just want to understand, sweetie, Inko sighed as she replaced the moist towelette on his forehead with a warmer one. It had been a while since he last threw up and he was feeling much better now, but Inko didn't seem to want to stop. It's nothing, Mom, really, Izuku said, feeling a drop of water trickle down his chin. He couldn't even wipe it off himself. Inko reached forward and beat him to it. I'm just really stressed. The UA entrance exams are getting closer and I have a lot on my plate. Which was true. Izuku spent most of his day studying with Bakugo. They even went over concepts on the treadmill or while they lifted weights, and Izuku had even taped up his study guides in the shower. Oh, and there was also the fact that he was a vigilante with superpowers, of course, but his mother didn't need to know about all of that. Inko furrowed her brows and sat down at the foot of his bed. She studied him for a while before grabbing his hand and lacing their fingers together the same way she used to do whenever he had trouble falling asleep as a child. Izuku, no one is forcing you to apply to UA. There are tons of other wonderful schools you can choose instead. Places that won't make you sick. It's good to be ambitious, and you should have goals, but, her voice faded as they locked eyes, none of it is worth sacrificing your health. In that moment, Izuku saw himself reflected back in her emerald gaze. He saw a boy with tangled green hair, the tips still black from the dye, breaking down and confessing everything. Telling his mother all about where he used to live and how different the world used to be. Telling her about the first time he went out on patrol and about the nightmares he would have about those kids. Telling her about how conflicted he would always feel in the mornings when he realized he was still in this world because even though he had what he always wanted, everything still felt unnatural to him. He wanted to tell her about his quirk and fantasized about her being proud of him. The way it always should have been. He wanted to tell her the truth. But Izuku couldn't say any of that. He wouldn't. Because ever since he realized he was stuck here in this strange world, ever since he freaked his mother out that first time and made a mistake, Izuku made a promise to himself. He would never make Inko feel bad about having him as a son ever again. She would never have to apologize for giving birth to someone so useless. And if that meant lying to her and keeping secrets so he could be the normal child she probably always wanted, then so be it. Izuku just had to get better at covering up his tracks. Is this because of that promise you made to your father? She asked quietly, staring down at their hands. Izuku immediately sat up and frowned. What promise? Inko etched in a small breath and gave him a wobbly smile. Well, you see, before Hisashi passed on, you wanted to be just like him. Izuku narrowed his gaze at the sheets but didn't interrupt her. He didn't want you to be an officer though. Inko started rubbing her thumb against Izuku's palm gently, the circles growing larger as she talked. Hisashi wanted to keep you safe. Izuku couldn't help the snort that escaped his lips. He still found it hard to believe that his dad was capable of being such a loving person, even if they were in a different universe. So, Inko continued tracing patterns on his wrist. You made him a promise. He felt his own breathing still and watched his mother carefully. You said that you would get into UA and make him proud there instead. When Inko looked up, Izuku realized she was crying. Mom. And if that's why you've been so stressed out lately. Be because you're trying your absolute best like you said you would. Her voice broke and she erupted into tears. Izuku immediately wrapped his arms around her and pulled her into a hug. Teach, then just know that your father would be proud of you no matter what. She pulled away from him suddenly and held his face in her hands. That I'll be proud of you no matter what. Izuku blinked back tears of his own. Once again he thought about himself breaking down and telling her everything. Except this time he was 5 years old again and the doctor just told him he was quirkless. He would finally confess how she made him feel years ago. He would have given anything to hear those words back then. Mom, can I still be a hero even if I don't have a quirk? Oh, Izuku. I'm so sorry. Don't tell me that. Mom, do you think I can get into the hero program at UA? Izuku. Why can't you just be honest with me instead? Mom. What is it, darling? It hurts. Can you help me come up with a hero name? Kaken already has his and I want one too. Why don't we solve a puzzle instead? I just want to be like them. But there was no them anymore. Not in this world where his mother gently sobbed into his shoulder while he stroked back her hair. Not in this world where his mother was proud of him and had just said so. Not in this world where he had a chance to make things right with her instead. Thank you, Izuku whispered after a while. You said that you're proud of me, so I'm going to do my best. For you and for everybody else. For some reason, he thought of Aizawa then and his face turned a little red. I do need your help though, Izuku said quietly. His mother wouldn't suspect a thing. He could just pretend he was having trouble with someone at school. No need to worry. You can do this. Inko sniffled a little and then pulled away from him completely. What is it, honey? Is everything okay? She wiped at her own eyes and then wiped his. Well, it's just that I met this friend recently. Izuku almost stopped altogether when he realized he was referring to Eraserhead of all people as someone who was close to him, and I really messed up. Izuku could tell his mother wanted him to say more about the situation, but she eventually nodded. How bad are we talking? The greenette chewed on his bottom lip anxiously and wouldn't meet her gaze. Izuku Midoriya. I was just, sort of kind of mean to him, I guess. He sighed, slumping back into bed. Izuku closed his eyes and attempted to gather his thoughts. His knuckles throbbed weakly as if tempting him to admit he punched a police officer. Inko sighed too and pinched the bridge of her nose. You didn't get into a fight, did you? Because if that's what happened then. No. Izuku quickly grabbed her hand again and squeezed. Inko raised an eyebrow at him. No fights. No violence. He wouldn't exactly call punching an officer and not giving him a chance to hit him back a fight anyway. Izuku remembered taking off as soon as he somehow landed the punch. He sincerely hoped Aizawa was okay. And that he wasn't too mad at him if the revelation that he wasn't a ghost hadn't knocked him out first. Izuku took a deep breath. There was just a misunderstanding and I want to make things right. Inko's face slowly eased into one of understanding. She nodded and put her other hand over Izuku's. Well, no matter what happened between you two, I'm sure it can be fixed. It doesn't have to be complicated either. A simple apology goes a long way. Izuku smiled. Why, I guess that makes sense. I'll try that the next time I see him. And he would. Izuku wasn't sure how he would go about doing it yet, but he knew he would figure something out before the next time he went out on patrol. Izuku just didn't expect he wouldn't go out again for another 2 weeks. Ever since that day, Inko started going to sleep later and would wake up in the middle of the night to check if he was okay. All Izuku managed to do in the last 14 days was go to the gym with Bakugo and catch up on his studies. But maybe it was for the best. The last thing Izuku wanted was to run into Aizawa again without a plan in place. Because not only had he punched him in the face, but Aizawa knew his secret. And that was enough to keep him from going anywhere. It had been about 2 weeks since the disappearance of the Muzutafu ghost. The first few nights without its presence didn't go unnoticed, but no one said anything. They all joked around and claimed that it needed a well-deserved break. Nishiya agreed. The ghost had been helping them for a month without pause. It might as well get a vacation too. But as the days continued to pass, there were still no signs of the entity. Babe, Takayama whined, I'm depressed. What? Broke a nail again? Nishiya asked while he snickered. He caught Kamihara pulling up his mask to hide the smirk that appeared on his face as well. No, the blonde huffed, tossing her hair over her shoulder hastily. There was a slight pause. It was 2, she added quietly before getting up and approaching his desk. She towered over him with her hands on her hips, glossy lip jutted out slightly while she stared. But that's not why I'm upset. Okay, so then what's up? Nishiya asked, even if he already knew where the conversation was headed. I'm worried about our ghost friend. Do you think she's okay? Takayama had recently decided that the ghost was most definitely a girl. Nishiya had no idea, but he knew better than to question his future wife about anything she was particularly passionate about. Especially not in the morning when waking her up for work was akin to poking a sleeping cat. Unlike her though, Nishiya didn't think the ghost had a gender at all and found it weird to assign one to a paranormal entity in the first place. But he did wonder about its past life. Did it used to work with the police? Is that why it had been helping them out? He wondered about its intentions quite a lot too, especially now that it had gone quiet. Was there a requirement to pass on to the afterlife it had fulfilled? Well, Nishiya was about to answer when Aizawa spoke up. That ghost is definitely a he grumbled from his desk. Almost immediately everyone turned to look at him. Takayama slapped her hands over her mouth. Nishiya almost dropped the stapler on his feet. Kamihara blinked more than once. Even the lights seemed to flicker in surprise. Did you just say the G word out loud, Mr. Aizawa? The blonde grinned, making her way over to his desk slowly. Aizawa briefly looked up at her and frowned. Get back to work. Then he looked back down as if nothing just happened. Takayama gasped and leaned towards him. OMG, no way. You're totally worried about our friend too, aren't you? Aizawa stopped himself and frowned even harder. It's not a friend. We don't know what it is and I'm honestly glad it's gone. One less thing to worry about around here. I don't believe you, Takayama sing-songed through a giggle. I think you want to know where she went as much as the rest of us. Takayama. Aizawa muttered without looking up. I agree with Mr. Aizawa on this one. The ghost is male, Kamihara said with a nod. His hair looked extra sharp today, the silver bang covering one of his eyes. Me too. Tsukachi poked his head out from his office, making Nishiya jump a little. He didn't even know the detective was listening. What? No way. It's totally a girl. Takayama clicked her tongue. Babe? She asked, turning towards him. I actually don't think it has a gender at all, Nishiya shrugged. To his surprise, Takayama didn't seem upset though. She simply changed directions and stomped over to Kamihara's desk. Kami, hand me the marker please. Takayama, Aizawa sighed and finally put down his pen. What are you doing? Well, now I have to know what the majority vote is for everyone in the department. She turned towards the whiteboard in the middle of the room and started writing. Let's see, a girl ghost, boy ghost, or no gender ghost. Now who do I ask first? Her eyes roamed around the room until they settled on the first person that walked through the door. Kiyama. Hey, I have a really important question. Yes, I know you have to pee. We can talk in the bathroom. There she goes, Kamihara mumbled. I still expect 10 reports from Takayama by lunchtime. Aizawa narrowed his gaze at Nishiya. Of course you do, he sighed and got to work on the stack atop her desk. Sometimes, Nishiya really wished he would have become a park ranger instead. Maybe then he wouldn't get stuck dealing with all this extra paperwork. But he couldn't help but laugh whenever he caught sight of his fiancée ambushing people in the hallway. It was like the former tension heightened by the ghost being slowly started peeling away and the liveliness of the office returned. Aizawa didn't even scowl when Tashinori walked in singing incredibly off-key. Nishiya liked it much better this way, and he could tell by the small smile on Aizawa's face that he did too. So, you want me to come help you teach a self-defense class at Gunhead School of Martial Arts? Aizawa asked. Pretty much. Yagi beamed. Aizawa's left eyebrow twitched. What part of, I'm busy, didn't you understand? My very good friend is the student's instructor but he has a family emergency so they need someone to step in as a volunteer, Yagi explained. He remembered the last time Gunhead had asked him to help out with the juniors and involuntarily shuddered. Yagi wasn't the best fighter, but he did have some skills from working in the force for so long, even if he was only a scientist. However, he would never forget how many times those tiny children kicked him in the crotch or pulled at his hair. At least with Aizawa there, the kids would be too intimidated to land a punch. It would only be one time. Plus, it's on a Tuesday. Isn't that your next day off? Yagi asked. But then Aizawa's glare turned venomous. You checked my schedule? Yagi suddenly felt the urge to run very far away. Officer Aizawa got increasingly scarier the longer he went without caffeine. But this is exactly why he needed him there. Yagi didn't intimidate anyone, even if he was skeletal in appearance. The blonde was only good at cracking jokes and making conversation, a result of having a comedian for a best friend. Come on, Aizawa. You're one of the best officers in the prefecture and you have great fighting abilities. That much was true as well. Aizawa could disarm someone with a gun in seconds. He was still impressed by it to this day. Don't you think it's important to pass those things on? No. I don't, Aizawa said as he made his way towards the door and started putting on his coat. Yagi in a deep breath and then followed after him, grabbing his coat too. He was determined to follow him all the way to his car if he had to. Aizawa, please. What? The younger officer frowned. You want a demonstration of my abilities too? Yagi had to stumble back to avoid getting hit by the door, but it still managed to snag onto his tie. He watched Aizawa disappear into the night while he tried to pull it free. I think you hit a nerve, Tsukachi said, appearing behind him. He looked like he was trying hard not to laugh, and it made Yagi go very red. It didn't help that the detective ended up being the one to free his tie for him. You don't think he's still worried about that stuff, do you? Yagi lowered his voice slightly. Tsukachi shrugged and handed him a mug of steaming oolong tea. The blonde accepted it gratefully and let it relax his body. It was years ago. I thought he got pardoned. Yagi thought back to meeting Aizawa for the first time then, a young boy being forced to share an umbrella with the previous chief, sulking as he walked through the doors of the department wearing a uniform that was 2 sizes too big. The contrasting sight of a cheerful Hisashi Midoriya and a brooding, sleep-deprived Shoyuta Aizawa was enough to bring a bittersweet smile to Yagi's face. We shouldn't push him, Toshi, Tsukachi sighed, taking sips of his own tea. It smelled like chamomile and something sweet. He'll come around eventually. How do you know that? Yagi turned towards his friend. He had known Detective Tsukachi for years, way longer than Officer Aizawa. They got transferred to Mizudafu together and had always found it easy to work with each other. Especially since Yagi thought the detective's ability to tell lies from truth to be quite fascinating. It was like he had a superpower or something, and Yagi had always been obsessed with all things heroes. Call it a gut feeling. Tsukachi winked, leaving behind a baffled Dr. Yagi who could only wonder how his friend got so lucky to be born with such abilities. Why do I always feel like everyone knows something I don't? Yagi sighed, eventually following Tsukachi back into the office. Izuku boarded the train feeling hopeful. Ever since his mother's shifts got extended, Inko started sleeping earlier and stopped checking up on him as often. He could finally start going out again. Izuku was feeling better now too, having spent the past 2 weeks training his mind and body so nausea from his quirk wouldn't be as intense anymore. Unfortunately, all of the excitement faded as Izuku walked into Gunhead Studio and saw none other than Officer Aizawa standing in the middle of the room. The greenette immediately froze. What the heck is he doing here? Izuku wondered as he felt his legs turn to jelly. Is he here to arrest me? He took a wobbly step backward and then another until he couldn't move anymore. The people walking past him gave him weird looks, but he ignored them. Did he find out it was me all along? Midoriya? Izuku nearly screamed when he felt someone grab him by the shoulders. Where are you going? The entrance is that way, silly. Uraraka giggled as she turned him around so they were facing each other. He relaxed slightly when her friendly face came into view but then tensed just as quickly when he realized she was practically holding him in her arms. Uraraka, hi. He slid out from her grip and rubbed the back of his neck. I was just, Izuku looked around until his eyes settled on the bag slung across his shoulders. Going back home to get my clothes? Yeah, I, forgot them at my house. Uraraka gave him a confused smile. But aren't they in your bag? I see them right there. Izuku blinked and then he let out a nervous laugh. He felt like his face was on fire while he glanced down at his bag and realized his shirt was sticking out. Oh duh. There they are. I've been looking everywhere for them. Guess I should have checked my bag. Pretty stupid of me, huh? Thanks, Uraraka. You're a real friend. Really you are. Of course, she said, clasping her hands together so her fingertips touched. I didn't think you'd want to miss today anyway. Why is that? Izuku asked as they started walking towards the entrance together. I heard someone from the police department is going to step in for the day. Izuku breathed in a sigh of relief, but then started panicking again. Wait, what? He nearly tripped over himself, thankful Uraraka caught him. Aizawa wasn't here to arrest him. But Aizawa was still freaking here nonetheless, and he was going to be teaching a class. Izuku was going to have to endure a 2-hour class with the cop he punched in the face. Uraraka said, happily bouncing inside the building. Izuku followed, trying his best to calm his frantic heartbeat. Apparently he's been on lots of cases and caught lots of bad guys too, she called over her shoulder with a tiny hop. He even worked with the chief of police himself. How cool is that? Very cool, Izuku said with a wobbly smile. So cool that I'm shaking from excitement. Yay! Izuku was very much not shaking from excitement. What if Aizawa recognized his voice? What if he figured out that he was the ghost? Would he arrest him here with everyone watching? Or would he wait until Izuku got home so they could inform his mother? Midoriya? Oh god. Oh no. His poor mother. She worried too much about him already. This would surely send her over the edge. Hello? Earth to Izuku Midoriya? Are you in there? Izuku jumped when Uraraka's hand appeared in front of his face. Sorry, she blushed. It's just that you were kind of freaking me out. You started zoning out and mumbling really fast. Is everything okay? You look a little pale too. Maybe you should sit down. And no, I'm fine, he said a little too loudly. That made Aizawa turn his head and Izuku internally screamed when their eyes met. He quickly looked away. I'll be right back, he said before rushing back out. This was going to be a long day. Originally, Aizawa had no plans to spend his free time teaching. Yamada was the patient one in the relationship, not him. But then Tsukachi told him that a certain person of interest would be at the martial arts school too, and Aizawa had no choice but to accept Dr. Yagi's request. The detective only knew about Aizawa's desire to investigate Izuku Midoriya because he had caved in and asked him about the kid a couple of weeks ago. Aizawa didn't go into specifics, but Tsukachi got the hint. And although he didn't seem keen on perceiving Midoriya as a threat, he didn't stop Aizawa either. So now there he was, standing in front of at least 50 students ranging from 12 to who knows what age. Aizawa didn't bother remembering their names, much less what they looked like, or why they said they were taking this class when he made them introduce themselves. He focused all of his attention on Midoriya instead. The boy was positioned near the back with a girl that kept giggling whenever he tripped over his own feet. Aizawa didn't know what bothered him more, the boy's inability to complete a basic step or the fact that Yagi was one of the people among the crowd too. Once they arrived, the forensic doctor had claimed it would be more beneficial if he watched Aizawa explain everything first, but had yet to make an effort to introduce himself to the class as the second instructor. In other words, Yagi never planned on teaching anything in the first place. Aizawa let out a frustrated sigh as he finished demonstrating the elbow strike. His volunteer was a boy named Ojiro who offered to help out when he saw that Aizawa was teaching instead. The officer had seen him a couple of times on TV and found that he could follow along easier than most people he had trained. It saved him the trouble of picking someone from the crowd. Alright, now using your assigned partners from before, practice that move a couple of times while I walk around and observe you, Aizawa said after straightening his back. The students nodded and did as they were told, but they also started chattering away. Quietly, Aizawa added gruffly. At that, they quieted down but eventually started talking again after a while. Aizawa didn't have the energy to stop them. You can go now, he turned towards Ojiro. Thanks for your help. The boy bowed his head and smiled shyly. A group of girls erupted into giggles as he walked past them. Aizawa resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Self-defense is no laughing matter. Leave if you aren't going to take it seriously, he said out loud for everyone to hear. The girls immediately went quiet. Aizawa would have smiled from the satisfaction too if Yagi hadn't walked up to him and ruined the moment. Little harsh, don't you think? He asked with a chuckle. Aizawa shrugged, accidentally kicking someone's cell phone while he walked. Dr. Yagi, seeing as I'm teaching this class alone, he looked up at him and glared. I think it's only fair that I get to decide how to do it. Yagi flushed red and gave Aizawa a sheepish grin. Sorry about that, the blonde rubbed the back of his neck. But they wouldn't have learned much from me. I'm not as good at this stuff as you. While he had never found the man particularly funny, Aizawa snorted at that. Clearly, he said with a small smirk, before walking away to help some students who were struggling. But even then, he never stopped glancing back at Midoriya. And the more he looked, the more Aizawa realized that the boy was trying his best not to look at him. It seemed like every time Aizawa turned his head, the boy turned it in the other direction, just like earlier when he heard him scream. This only prompted Aizawa to move closer, and when he did, he noticed Midoriya was also doing the elbow strike wrong. Aizawa figured this meant that the boy was either an anxious mess or definitely guilty. Maybe a little bit of both. You're doing it wrong, he said, approaching the pair carefully. Midoriya tensed up but didn't ignore him like Aizawa thought he would. He simply stayed quiet and gave him a small smile. Angle your body towards your partner when you strike, not after. And put all your weight on the foot in front of your body like this. Aizawa turned his torso and faked a punch in the air. Midoriya watched him with wide eyes and an open mouth. Make sure you make direct eye contact with the target too. This will help you land a more successful hit. The boy nodded and replicated the move almost perfectly. Good, Aizawa said, giving him a curt nod. Now try it again and tighten your core so you don't fall over. After the third time he performed the move, Midoriya no longer wobbled and held his ground. The girl who was with him started cheering and jumping up and down. Thank you, sir, the boy said quietly while he flushed red. Aizawa didn't answer him and walked away. He would talk to Midoriya about everything later. Izuku had never been more nervous in his entire life. Every time Aizawa approached him, he thought he had come to take him away. The greenette could hear the H&Sifus jingling already, feel the cold jail handlebars around his hands, and taste the stale prison food he would have to eat for the rest of his life. But Aizawa never stopped to talk to him after that first time. He corrected Uraraka on her mistakes but didn't say anything about his. At least not directly. Aizawa didn't even look at him anymore. It let Izuku relax and he started to feel more comfortable in the class as it progressed. Izuku could now focus on the moves without having to worry about going to jail or having his identity known. Maybe Aizawa didn't know who he was after all. Maybe he really was here because he was filling in for Gunhead. Maybe everything would be okay. Hey, Uraraka, I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle before we start again, Izuku said after wiping the sweat off his brow. His bottle wasn't that empty, but he didn't want to run off and interrupt Aizawa while he was teaching. The officer didn't seem to like that very much and Izuku didn't blame him. Uraraka gave him 2 thumbs up and tossed him her own canteen. It was covered in glittery stars and planet stickers. Izuku barely managed to catch it before it hit the ground. Fill mine up too, please. Thanks, Midoriya. Izuku rolled his eyes, but couldn't help the smile that appeared on his lips as he approached the water station. Uraraka was such a goof sometimes, but he was grateful to have her company. She didn't make fun of him when he messed something up and was extra patient with him. He was feeling so much better now that he bobbed his head to the beat of a song coming from the changing room. It was some kind of pop cover from one of his favorite artists. The last time he had heard the song, Izuku was still living in his world. He got so lost in thought after that he barely noticed Aizawa until the man spoke up. Hello, the officer said slowly. Midoriya, was it? I believe we've met before. Izuku almost dropped the bottles. W have? He asked, his mind going blank when he noticed the faint outline of a bruise on Aizawa's cheek. No way. Is he talking about when I punched him? During that fire last month, the officer said, his expression unchanging. Izuku almost sighed in relief. Oh, right, yeah, he nodded quickly, screwing the cap back onto Uraraka's water bottle. I remember now. Thanks for helping me, by the way. Izuku had meant to thank him earlier, but well, it's not like he was going to tell him that while he posed as a ghost. Aizawa shrugged. Of course, it's my job. For a while, neither of them said anything else. Aizawa seemed to be studying him closely, even if his face remained slack. It made Izuku feel awkward. I should really get going now, the greenette chewed on his bottom lip, trying to find a way to escape. My friend Uraraka, he gestured to the main room with his elbow, asked me to fill this up for her and I don't want to keep her waiting so. That day, Aizawa said, lowering his voice a little bit, you called me a weird name. The officer paused. Why? Izuku pet his head to the side, feeling a green curl fall across his forehead. I did, he asked aloud, brows furrowing slightly. Then, his eyes widened just as fast and he nearly choked on his spit. Oh God, I did. I called him Eraserhead. How could I forget something like that? So stupid. Izuku mentally smacked himself in the face. Okay, Izuku. Breathe. He's not here to arrest you and he doesn't know who you are. This is a simple question you can answer without being weird. Izuku shifted his weight from foot to foot as he figured out what to say. Oh, well, it's just that, His eyes traveled throughout the room, focusing on anything but Aizawa who stared at him expectantly. I did that because I'm a bit of a fan. Great. You just made it weird. Aizawa crossed his arms over his chest. Why you of course. Izuku said, trying to save himself with honesty. He could make this work. Somehow. Back in his world, Izuku used to rehearse these kinds of things all the time, daydreaming about how he would talk to a hero if he ever met one. Talking to Eraserhead would be no different even if he wasn't a pro in this world. Me? The officer asked. Something changed in Aizawa's expression then, but when Izuku blinked it was gone. The greenette nodded so fast he got lightheaded. I think you're really cool. I've seen clips of you online when you're out on patrol and the way you stop bad guys is pretty awesome. It's like you have superpowers or something and one look makes them freeze and then you swoop in there and take their guns or knock them out without even blinking. I mean, who else can go that long without closing their eyes? It's honestly really impressive and terrifying at the same time. Get to the point, kid. Aizawa started tapping his foot impatiently and Izuku nodded again. I guess what I'm trying to say is that after watching you for so long, your fighting style made me come up with the nickname Eraserhead. Sorry if that's weird, he added quietly, staring down at his shoes. It is, Aizawa said without blinking. Izuku tried not to show how hurt he was and forced out a laugh instead. Right. But if you only knew what I know then it would make much more sense, trust me, he looked up with a half smile. You wouldn't think I was crazy at all. Wait, what do you know? Aizawa asked, frowning suddenly. The severity of his expression made Izuku feel even more nervous. I mean it's not like I named you after an actual eraser or anything, but if theoretically the world was made up of people with superpowers then you would be the person who could erase them. He finished quietly and then squeezed his eyes shut hoping Aizawa wouldn't yell at him too loudly. But Izuku didn't hear a human's voice after that. He heard a cat's meow instead. Only when the greenette finally opened his eyes did he realize that the sound was coming from Aizawa's phone. Is that his ringtone? Izuku stared at the small device in shock and then looked up at the officer with the same face. I guess he likes cats. Are you gonna answer that? He asked hesitantly when it kept ringing and Aizawa didn't swipe to respond. It might be important. No, let's keep talking, the officer said. Izuku nodded slowly, too afraid to argue since Aizawa was frowning at him again. You said you knew something earlier. He took a step towards Izuku. What is it? Know something about what? Izuku held the 2 water bottles close to his chest. He didn't even remember half of the things he said, too embarrassed to try and go over the dialogue in his head. That was something he could do later once he was in bed. Although after a conversation like this, he wasn't sure he would ever be able to sleep again. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. I don't know, kid. Earlier you said sheet. He stopped when his phone started ringing again. When he looked at the screen, however, Aizawa paused. Don't go anywhere, okay? The officer briefly held Izuku's gaze and then walked a few feet away. Izuku blinked. Aizawa looked pretty angry and the last thing he wanted to do was PSS him off even more. Izashi, hi. I'm very busy right now. Can I call you back later? He managed to hear him say. The person on the other end was yelling so loud though, that Izuku could hear everything they were saying even if he tried his best not to. Shoulda, I got locked out. Did you check for the spare? Aizawa asked through a groan. That was the spare. Izuku winced. Oh, calm down. You have to help me please. My interview with UA is in 2 hours and I still have to change and get my resume and I think I lost my lucky socks so I need to find my lucky tie instead but I think I lent it to a friend and he never gave it back so. Hizashi, you know I can't understand you when you start speaking English. Aizawa placed a palm on his forehead and started to pace. Izuku watched him worriedly. Now just breathe and count to 10. The person on the phone took in a huge breath and then didn't speak for a couple of seconds. Aizawa didn't either. He continued pacing though. Are you better now? The officer asked. For a while, it was quiet again. Izuku assumed the person wasn't yelling anymore, but then the shrieks started up again, this time somehow louder than before. Wait no, I'm not. I just realized my interview is at 4, not 5. Holy shit, shoulda, I'm not gonna make it in time. You have to get over here quick. Hizashi, Aizawa's grip on the phone tightened. Izuku felt like it would break. Hizashi? Hizashi, are you listening to me? He asked again, although by this point, Aizawa was yelling too. Suddenly there was more screaming, followed by other very loud noises Izuku couldn't figure out. Hello? Aizawa. Aizawa pulled the phone away from his ear and squinted at the screen. He stood like that for a while, a tight-lipped expression on his face as if he was contemplating something. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek. Is everything okay? He asked softly. He expected Aizawa to yell at him to mind his own business, but the man simply turned and walked back into the main room. Izuku blinked a couple of times before he followed after him. Were they starting the lesson again? Yagi, I'm leaving, Izuku heard him say while he handed Uraraka her water bottle back. She and all the others looked just as confused as he felt. But what about the class? A thin man with messy blonde hair asked. Izuku remembered he walked in with Aizawa earlier, but he never introduced himself. He also recognized him from a patrol, but wouldn't have remembered his name if Aizawa hadn't said it. Teach it yourself, Aizawa growled before rushing out the door. Izuku could hear his phone ringing again in the distance. Did he just walk out? Uraraka whispered. Izuku couldn't even nod. So much had happened in the last 5 minutes he didn't know what to think. Why, guess he did. Still, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Not only had Izuku survived being in the same room as Aizawa, but he now had a pretty good idea of how he was going to apologize to him. It didn't start to feel like his day off until the 5th shot of whiskey. Even then, Aizawa was still aware of the chaos he had had to endure all morning and afternoon. First, by riding the train with Dr. Yagi who wouldn't shut up about the stupid manga he was obsessed with, and then, by having to rush back home to help his husband make it to his interview on time, only to find out that he mixed up the dates. Aizawa didn't even want to think about what happened in between with Izuku Midoriya. Someone's in a drinking mood tonight. Takagi grinned from his side of the booth. The edgy rock music playing in the background drowned out his voice, but Aizawa didn't try to understand what he was saying either. He just sat back in his chair and watched the hazy blue and purple lights that came from the bar. Kayama snickered and took a sip from her Cosmopolitan. Leave him alone, Ken. The poor baby had a bad day. When she reached over and tried to grab Aizawa's hand, he slapped it away. I don't appreciate you patronizing me, Nemuri, he grumbled, trying his best not to slur his words. Aizawa was not a lightweight by any means, but he hadn't eaten all day. Not because he didn't want to, but again because the world was against him. Shoyuda Aizawa could never catch a break. Shoyuda, you don't even know what you're saying right now, Tatsuma sighed. She never drank any alcohol when they went out, but always accompanied them anyway. Now can someone please get this man some food? Aizawa gave her a frown but didn't say anything. His stomach simply growled in agreement. I'll go order him something. What do you want, Sho? Tagaki asked as he got up and stretched his legs. None of them were wearing their uniforms tonight, but Aizawa barely noticed until now. Was he even wearing any clothes? Surprise me, he said with a small shrug. It's something Aizawa would have never said soberly. But he didn't really care right now. Or rather, he couldn't be bothered to care. After that, Aizawa could have sworn somebody said something about chicken wings, but all the conversations soon faded into the background as he drifted off to sleep. The only thing that managed to wake him were the vibrations coming from the phone in his pocket. Sheet, Aizawa grumbled. When he lifted up his head, he realized he had a pounding headache settling in. I thought I silenced this hours ago. Must be from the office then, Tatsuma pointed out gently. Aizawa frowned. He stared at the wings in front of him and then back at his coworkers who watched him expectantly. Well? Kiyama asked, leaning forward on her elbows. Aren't you going to check who it is? Aizawa reached for a chicken wing and chewed a couple of times before pulling out his phone. The brightness made him curse, but he almost immediately sobered up when he saw it was from Tsukachi. It's the ghost, Aizawa said, not realizing how ridiculous he sounded. But then again, he still couldn't believe what he was looking at either. Detective Tsukachi 9:03 p.m. Hey, Aizawa. Sorry to bother you on your day off, but you might want to see this. Looks like our little friend is back and he's sorry. Text me when you can. As for the picture Tsukachi sent along with it, well, Aizawa wasn't sure what to think. It was a ripped-up note with sloppy handwriting that read, "He sent me an apology, cat." And for the first time that day, Aizawa genuinely laughed out loud. When Aizawa woke up the next morning, he realized 3 things. 1. He had a pounding headache that wouldn't go away no matter what he took. Hisashi had left him some kind of smoothie, but Aizawa nearly gagged when he tasted the ginger. He ended up throwing it up anyway before he left for work. 2. His phone was cracked and wouldn't turn on. Aizawa prided himself on taking care of his stuff, but now he would have to go through the trouble of buying a new one. And 3. He couldn't remember anything after receiving that text from Tsukachi. This terrified him the most and left a weird sensation in his stomach that only got worse as he entered the station and was automatically approached by Takayama, Nishiya, and Kamihara. Aizawa didn't know what was worse, arriving at work hungover or having to deal with these 3 so early in the morning. He didn't even think Takayama and Nishiya had work today, yet there they were, standing in front of him with their police attire. It was almost as if they were waiting for him to show up and no one waited for Aizawa to show up. They ran when he did. Or avoided him. Or both. Aizawa was not a happy man in the mornings, especially not after all the drinks he scarfed down yesterday. "Is it true that you met the ghost?" Takayama asked, running up to him excitedly. Aizawa froze. "How did you know about? Did it actually punch you in the face?" Nishiya seemed skeptical, but his eyes were twinkling with amusement. "Wait, hold on," Aizawa shook his head. "Who told you guys about?" "I didn't know ghosts were capable of hitting humans," Kamihara said, with an eyebrow quirk. "They're not," Aizawa snapped, eyes scanning the room until they landed on Kiyama, who was actively trying to avoid his gaze. "Wait, do you think it's some kind of yokai then?" Takayama suddenly gasped. "Oh my gosh, what if it's a kitsune?" Every time one of them spoke, Aizawa's head would throb painfully in response. It didn't help that the lights in the room were so dim and bright. He squinted up at the ceiling and glared. What?" Aizawa asked through a groan. He rubbed at his eyes and then redirected his vision to the coffee pot waiting for him at the end of the hallway. The light from the window made it seem like it had been sent down from heaven itself to relieve him of the disaster unfolding right before his eyes. It was all he could focus on as his body threatened to shut down from the stress. "You've never heard of kitsune, Aizawa?" "Takeya, no," someone asked from behind him. At this point, all of their voices started sounding the same, and Aizawa made no effort to try and distinguish them from each other. "The only thing I've never heard of is peace and quiet in this demon office," he muttered under his breath as he started filling up his coffee mug. Aizawa knew he shouldn't be drinking caffeine with his hangover, but he also knew that if he didn't, he wouldn't make it through the rest of the day without firing someone. "They're foxes with magical abilities." "Takayama, yes. That was definitely," Takayama said as she continued walking alongside him as if his words hadn't affected her at all. Her boldness was part of the reason why he hired her in the first place. Aizawa regretted it all the time. Apparently they can also transform into humans when they come down to our world. But why would a kitsune choose Mizudafu of all places? Kamihara frowned. "Or no, was that Nishiya?" Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and started counting down from 10. "Aren't they supposed to be tricksters anyway?" "Not all of them," Takayama said as she reached over and grabbed the last wooden stir from the stand. Aizawa set his jaw and lowered his own hand. Takayama didn't seem to notice and continued talking while she pushed up her cuticles with the stick. "They can be really friendly, believe it or not. But I still think we should give it some kind of offering as a thank you for helping us. Like maybe some tofu and rice, or even some sake." Aizawa nearly choked. "We are not giving it sake." As soon as he said that, Dr. Yagi appeared around the corner holding up some kind of bag. "Hello." He gave everyone a bright and cheery smile. "I have returned with the tofu and sake that you asked me to." "Oh." The blonde slowly lowered his hand when he met Aizawa's fierce gaze. Is this a bad time?" Aizawa slammed his mug down so hard that coffee sloshed everywhere and burnt his hand. "The person who punched me in the face is very much human, all right?" he said through gritted teeth. "He is not a ghost. He is not a kitsune. He is someone we were privately," Aizawa shot Kiyama a glare, "investigating because he might be in trouble. Whatever paranormal crap has been going on is purely coincidental and I don't want to hear anybody bring it up again. Do I make myself clear?" Aizawa didn't wait for them to answer and walked off, taking the entire pot of coffee with him. Alright, who was it? Aizawa asked, walking into his office to find Kiyama and Tsukachi already waiting for him inside. Well, good morning to you too, Mr. Grouchy Pants, Kiyama smirked while she pushed up her red-rimmed glasses. She only wore them after she had been drinking because she claimed it helped her get over her hangover better. All of it was bullshit and Aizawa knew that. I know it was you, Namuri, Aizawa grumbled as he connected the coffee pot into the socket and watched as it started to fill up. Shoyuta, Tsukachi said from somewhere on his right, but Aizawa ignored him. No, I thought we agreed to keep this between us? He was said. No, he was beyond said. How could they just go against him like this? Whatever was going on with that problem child was serious and he didn't want the whole Diamond precinct to know about it. Aizawa couldn't imagine how Chief Enji Todoroki would ever react if he found out what was going on in Mizudafu. How would the world react? They still didn't even know what they were dealing with and needed to figure that out first before blabbing to the whole world about their problems. Oh, we did, Kiyama said, and Aizawa could hear the sadistic smirk in her voice while she talked. But there was just no stopping you last night, love. At that, Aizawa finally looked up and glared at each of them. Naomesa, what the hell is she talking about? He asked, focusing his gaze on the detective. Tsukachi's cheeks went pink as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, you see, after I sent you that text, Shoyuta, you kind of forwarded it to everyone in our department. I did what? Aizawa felt the sensation in his stomach return and he moved a little bit closer to the trash can just in case. Yeah, Tsukachi sighed, giving him an apologetic smile. Most people ignored it, but those three kept asking questions, so we figured we should just tell them already. Why would I even send this to? Aizawa smacked a hand over his forehead and dragged it down his face through a groan. God, this is why I never effing drink. Kiyama looked like she was having the time of her life as she walked over to him and hopped up on the counter, waving her phone in Aizawa's face. You said the cat looked really funny and you wanted everyone to know. It was actually kind of cute. I still have the video if you want to see. Who else knows? Aizawa asked, turning away from her immediately. He ignored the fact that she had taken a video of him and would yell at her to delete it later. Wait, did Namuri just say I thought the cat was funny? Because funny was not the way he would have described that mess of a drawing. Still, Aizawa felt his cheeks go red at the absurdity of the situation and ended up walking to the other side of the room so they couldn't see him. You mentioned three. He looked at Tsukachi once his face had cooled down. Takayama, Nishiya, and Kamehara? Tsukachi let out a nervous chuckle and leaned back in his chair. You might have sent it to Yagi first. Aizawa immediately sat down in the chair and buried his face in his hands. I think I'm losing my mind. The rain came out of nowhere and Izuku found himself unable to continue his patrol. During the first hour or so, he had slipped on a puddle and twisted his ankle. So now, he sat underneath a store awning, dumping out the water from his shoes and wringing out his socks. He could feel the hair dye starting to irritate his eyes too as it dripped down the sides of his face and neck. Note to self, he mumbled quietly, check the weather next time. Izuku couldn't believe it was halfway through June already. He used to look forward to the rainy season every year because of all the pro-heroes with weather-based quirks that would come out to fight. The thought of him jotting down notes while trying to avoid the rain and blasts from whatever villain that was attacking that day made him feel homesick for the first time in a while. As Izuku closed his eyes and used his backpack as a pillow, he began to wonder what would have become of him in the other world. Had he truly died in a fire? Or was he having katsudon with his mother right now while they listened to the rain together? Was that even possible? Bakugo probably still bullied him. Izuku hoped he was alive nonetheless. The greenette didn't even realize he had fallen asleep until the sound of a car door being slammed woke him up. When he opened his eyes, he noticed the rain had stopped and the world was quiet again. Until a voice he immediately recognized spoke up. Problem child. Izuku scrambled to his feet, trying to ignore the slight pain from his ankle. Officer Aizawa. What a nice surprise. This isn't your normal patrol route, he said shakily while trying to keep his voice as low and even as possible. The last thing he needed was for Aizawa to discover who he really was. He wouldn't be able to outrun him with a bad ankle. I got your little note, Aizawa stopped right before the curb and pulled out the crumpled piece of paper Izuku had left for him. As the officer reached into his pocket, however, Izuku couldn't help but notice the HNDCFFS dangling from his waist. They caught the shine of the streetlight and glimmered menacingly at him. He gulped. It was the least I could do after, Izuku's voice trailed off as he felt his cheeks heat up. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at him and Izuku quickly cleared his throat. Hope you liked it, though. I worked hard on that cat. It had been a bit of a risk to draw that for him after what happened at Gunhead's, but Izuku had no idea what else Aizawa was into. Aside from his apparent affinity with caffeinated drinks that he found out about after hanging around the lurkers during their patrols. Maybe he should have gotten Aizawa some kind of gift card to a cafe instead. Or would that be considered offensive because of the donuts and coffee stereotype about cops? Officer Aizawa doesn't look like he fits any of those stereotypes, Izuku thought while he subtly glanced over at him. But then again, Aizawa was the officer he knew the least about and that made him the most dangerous. Didn't anyone ever teach you that it's better to deliver things in person? Aizawa asked, slowly moving closer. Izuku jumped a little bit when he realized he had been mumbling out loud. Could have saved me a lot of trouble that way. Izuku heard him grumble. Can't really do that when I have the whole ghost thing going on, the greenette said with a tiny shrug. He tried not to show off how nervous he was, grateful for the hoodie's size. It hid the tremors coming from his body, and if he put his hands in his pockets like Bakugo always did, he figured it would allow him to give off a nonchalant personality. Izuku used to practice Bakugo's mannerisms back when they were younger. The thought distracted him a little bit and he relaxed. The key is to not appear nervous, Izuku. He obviously wants to talk to you about something, Izuku decided as he stared Aizawa down. He had to stay calm in order to figure out a way to escape. Except you're not a ghost, Aizawa crossed his arms over his chest. You're just a kid who shouldn't be out here in the first place. Why are you out here in the first place? Izuku furrowed his brows a little bit. Well, I thought that part was obvious. I want to help out. He had to admit, he found it a little offensive that Aizawa didn't seem to understand his goals. Was he not being obvious enough? So, you're playing hero? Aizawa asked, a blank expression on his face. Izuku tapped on his chin. I think vigilante fits better. At least for now, Izuku felt a small smile appear on his lips. But it quickly faded away as Aizawa's eyes narrowed suddenly and he took another step towards him. Are you aware that vigilantism is illegal? The officer asked. Maybe, Izuku stammered. His heart started speeding up again as he watched Aizawa clench his jaw. He could tell the man was trying very hard not to lose his cool. It reminded Izuku of when Aizawa got the phone call at Gunhead Studio, an expression that was somehow scary and funny at the same time. Izuku pursed his lips, trying not to react. Look, Aizawa said after taking in a deep breath, I don't know how you've managed to do this every night, but it's reckless and stupid and you need to stop. Izuku pet his head to the side. But I haven't gotten hurt yet. As soon as he said that, however, his own body betrayed him. A sharp pain shot up his ankle and reminded him that he should shift his weight to his other foot. Well, that was another big fat lie, Izuku thought while doing his best not to wince. Aizawa seemed to notice his discomfort and raised an eyebrow. I find that hard to believe. It's dangerous to be out here, kid. Don't you have any common sense? Yes. Izuku said through a nervous giggle. Aizawa scoffed. Whatever. Let's just go already before it starts to rain again, he said before turning back and walking towards his car. Izuku watched him with an open mouth. What? He asked after a while. Where are we going? I'm taking you back to the station with me, Aizawa said without looking back at him. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. I need to call your parents and have them pick you up. He stopped and fished the keys out of his pocket. Izuku briefly considered using his quirk to snatch them from his hands but thought against it. Do they know you've been coming out here? Or are they the ones who are making you do this? No. Izuku shook his head frantically. The thought of his mother ever forcing him to become a vigilante made him feel physically sick. No. Of course not. Oh. I don't have any parents, he lied quickly. Sure you don't, kid. I'm serious, Izuku said with a slight frown. And plus I can't go with you anyway, He crossed his arms over his chest, mimicking Aizawa's previous stance. From the corner of his eye, he could see a figure approaching one of the boutiques at the other end of the street. "And why is that?" Aizawa asked through a sigh, finally turning around to look at him. "Because someone's about to break into that jewelry store." Izuku took off before Aizawa could say anything else. He never thought he'd be happy to see a criminal in his life. By the time Aizawa finished pinning the guy down, the problem child was gone. "Sheet," he grumbled underneath his breath while he handcuffed the man and shoved him in the back of his patrol car. "Whoa, officer's got a potty mouth," the man snickered, and Aizawa resisted the urge to knock him out. He wasn't above making the drive insufferable for him though. Instead of going back to the station, Aizawa spent an entire half-hour doing sharp turns and loops throughout the city while he searched for the boy. He only stopped when it sounded like the man was going to throw up, and even then Aizawa was still restless. His mind was on high alert as he walked into the station, eyes scanning the area in case anyone else had brought the kid in. But unfortunately, the building was primarily empty. Everyone was either still out finishing their patrols or had gone home for the night. Aizawa knew he should have gone home too, but he had spent the past week and a half taking extra long shifts in case he ran into the boy. "So, how'd it go?" Kiyama asked, running up to Aizawa while he filled out the paperwork. He had sent her and Tsukachi a message when he saw the problem child sleeping out in the rain. "Did you talk things out with him?" He briefly looked up and grumbled a response. "Namuri, does it look like the kid's here right now?" he asked, gesturing to the man in cuffs beside him. Kiyama rolled her eyes. "Okay. Calm down. Don't get your man panties in a twist, hun. I was only trying to help." Before Aizawa could respond, however, the criminal beside him whistled and leaned over the desk to get closer to Kiyama. His eyes traveled all the way down to her chest while he spoke. "Oh, aren't you a sight? Think you can pat me down instead?" Aizawa's pencil snapped in two and he tightened his jaw. Who the hell flirts at this hour? He was fully prepared to knock this guy upside the head, even if it meant he would have to get a disciplinary statement for attacking someone unprovoked. Kiyama simply laughed and leaned towards the guy as well so that their faces were inches apart. "Oh, I'd love to, babe," she whispered before kneeing him in the crotch. "FF-. The guy crumpled to the floor. Totally worth it." Aizawa let out a frustrated groan and handed the guy off to Takagi as he stormed into the locker room to get his stuff. Kiyama quickly followed, a proud smile etched on her scarlet-red lips. They matched the color of her glasses. "I've been wanting to do that all night, so thanks, I guess," Aizawa mumbled, shaking off the rain from his jacket. Kiyama snickered quietly and sat on the bench beside him. Of course, anyone who gets in between Shoyuda and his problem child deserves to get kneed in the ball. Aizawa gave Kiyama a forced smile but then found himself narrowing his gaze at the floor. He could see a blurry reflection of himself in the linoleum, half of his face sinking into a puddle that had accumulated by his feet. "I don't even know when or where I'll run into him again," he said quietly, running a hand through his hair and undoing his bun. "Kid's obviously been avoiding me and seems to have our patrol schedules memorized." "He's smart," Kiyama hummed as she rested her hand on her chin. "Whoever's pulling the strings taught him well." Aizawa turned to look at her suddenly and frowned. "Do you think it's the same people who captured those Hisobi kids?" The thought of the children they rescued months ago still gave him chills. He wondered how the young vigilante had felt when he found them. Vigilante? Aizawa tensed a little at that word. The problem child had said he considered himself to be a vigilante. But did he even realize the weight of that word? Did he truly know what he was getting himself into? No. "If he punched you in the face, then he isn't afraid of authority," Kiyama said. "Or he's used to having to defend himself from authority," Aizawa mumbled, unhooking the small receiver from his ear and disconnecting it from the walkie on his belt. He used to enjoy getting ready to go home after a hard day at work, but coming back to the station empty-handed, going home and lying in bed knowing that the kid was still out there putting his life at risk, it all made him feel like he didn't deserve a break. And if what the problem child had said was true and he didn't have any parents, did the kid even have a home? A place to sleep? Was he getting enough food? How did he get to school? Did he even go to school? Did he have any friends? Aizawa thought back to the way the boy had looked before he approached him. It was hard to tell because of the rain and the contacts, but it definitely looked like he had been crying. What kind of life was he living where he felt the need to risk his well-being every night? Why was he pretending to be some kind of ghost? Was he really connected to the paranormal in some way? Or were they all just sleep-deprived officers who were starting to go crazy because the crime rate was getting so high that they were spreading themselves so thinly? It was times like these that Aizawa started to question his job and his own sanity. "Sho Yuta," Kayama said, breaking him out of his thoughts, "did it ever occur to you that maybe this is all a really big coincidence?" "Trust me, Nemuri," Aizawa sighed. "It has. Lots of times." He wanted it to be a coincidence so badly. He wanted that kid to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But the more Aizawa thought about it, the more he knew that this was not another simple vigilante case. There had to be something more going on, and he was determined to find out what it was. Aizawa continued removing various parts of his uniform and reached for his phone. He cracked it on the night he got too drunk to function, but the screen was still visible and he was able to see his husband's loving goodnight message. Aizawa briefly smiled at it, but then frowned again when he realized it was almost 5 in the morning. "The amount of sleep I've lost over this problem child is getting ridiculous," he said while pocketing the small device. To his surprise, Kayama started snickering quietly. "What?" Aizawa asked, briefly glancing back at her. "Oh, nothing." Kayama tucked a strand of dark blue hair behind her ear. "It's just that for a second there it felt like you were talking about your own son." Aizawa narrowed his gaze at her and closed his locker carefully. "Nemuri, stop joking around. This is serious." "And I'm being serious. It's like he's your child or something," she said while following him back out into the main room. "You're clearly worried about him. If he's being forced to be a vigilante against his will, then I have every right to be concerned," Aizawa said. He grabbed his umbrella from the bin on the way out only for Kayama to stop him. She walked in front of him with her hands on her hips. "But what if he's not?" she asked. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at her. "What if Takayama's right? What if he actually is a kitsune? Or he really does have freaky ghost powers?" "I can't believe you just said that out loud," Aizawa deadpanned. "I know." Kayama slumped against the wall and leaned her head back dramatically. "I don't even know why we're having this conversation sober. Let's go get fed up at a bar again or something. Then we can talk." Aizawa rolled his eyes and opened the door next to her. A gust of humid air wafted into the office and Aizawa breathed in the petrichor. "You're impossible," he said before stepping out into the night. "But you love me anyway," Kayama called out with a wave. "Ah, it SCKS that class had to end early last time, don't you think, Midoriya?" Uraraka asked as she and Izuku walked out of class together. Mr. Aizawa was a really good teacher. Izuku tensed a little bit when Uraraka mentioned the officer's name. He had run into him again last night after all. As for how he kept escaping all the time, well, Izuku started to believe he was just really lucky, or whatever being that had put him in this universe wanted him to succeed without becoming a government experiment. At least Aizawa hadn't seemed too upset about being punched in the face by a literal 15-year-old. Izuku didn't know what he had expected him to say, but he was rather calm about the situation. Izuku thought about telling his friends what happened many times. Not that he would ever do so, but it was fun to imagine their reactions and helped distract him from the reality of what he had done. Bakugo would definitely say he was proud of him, or yell at him, probably both. And Uraraka? Izuku glanced over at her as she skipped a little bit ahead. Well, she would probably ask if he deserved it first. And had he? Izuku knew he was just trying to do his job, but it was hard to keep his powers a secret when they were chasing after him all the time. "Midoriya?" Uraraka asked, suddenly turning around. "HM? Boy, guess he was," he said quietly, giving Uraraka a small smile. Even if he found Aizawa's presence to be terrifying, Izuku had to admit the officer had helped him a lot. He found himself subconsciously applying all of his critiques when he went out on patrol. Things like tightening his core and maintaining eye contact with the people he fought with. Izuku also tried to do these things when he used his quirk, and it helped him pull heavier objects towards him without feeling too sick. Despite everything that had happened, The brunette found himself feeling grateful towards the officer. He also couldn't help compare Aizawa's fighting techniques to that of Eraserhead himself, but that could have also been the fanboy in him taking over. Izuku didn't realize he was lost in his own thoughts until Uraraka bumped shoulders with him. "Though I bet you're pretty relieved, huh?" she said with a knowing smile. Izuku stumbled a little and turned red. "What do you mean?" "Well, he kept singling us out. It was so embarrassing. I hope Ojiro wasn't looking," Uraraka sighed. Izuku chuckled quietly and bumped her back. "Hey, I was the one messing up. You were doing great, Uraraka." He wasn't exactly sure if the brunette liked Ojiro, or if she was just starstruck about him. And if she was, Izuku didn't blame her. The more he came to the studio, the more he learned about Ojiro's legacy. Izuku couldn't help but feel self-conscious whenever he found that the boy was watching them train. Uraraka gasped and stopped walking altogether to look at him. You really think so?" "Yeah," Izuku said with a genuine smile. "You've definitely improved." "Thanks." "So have you? You're a really fast learner, you know." "I'm kind of jealous," Uraraka mumbled, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh at that. "I do have a lot of time to practice at night," he grinned to himself, thinking back to the past week and a half. "What was that?" Uraraka asked. Izuku flushed red again and quickly shook his head. "Nothing. Anyway, do you want to walk around the city for a bit? We still have some time until our trains come." "Heck yeah," Uraraka said, bouncing up and down. How she had so much energy after they had spent 2 hours in class, Izuku didn't know. But he appreciated her enthusiasm and let her lead the way. The two teens ended up walking throughout Naka Ward, slipping in and out of various tiny shops and candy places. If they did buy anything, it was only after Uraraka had haggled for a better price while Izuku watched her with wide eyes in wonder. She sort of reminded him of his mother, except Uraraka had much more energy and kept bounding around whenever she saw something cute and pink. "Ugh, I wish we had time to go on the Ferris wheel," the brunette sighed, and Izuku followed her line of gaze. They were currently standing outside the mall that connected to the large moving structure. It glimmered under the light of the sparkling sun and moved at a steady pace. They were so close to it that Izuku could make out the tiny figures inside of the transparent gondolas. He counted at least 28, each with a distinct group of passengers. "I don't think I've ever been on a Ferris wheel before," Izuku said softly, watching the gondola closest to the ground. A tiny child pressed their face against the glass and watched the world below them with a smile. Izuku found himself waving at him and smiled even more when the child waved back. "What?" Uraraka gasped. "No way." Izuku nodded as they continued making their way down the street. He occasionally looked back at the Ferris wheel until the people became blurry dots in the distance. "Didn't your parents ever take you?" Izuku shook his head. He wondered if things would have been different in this world with him and his family. If they would have been able to go out to amusement parks and do things together. Have fun. Be a normal family. Would Hisashi still be ashamed of him? Or would he have been the perfect parent everyone painted him out to be? That makes sense. "Dad only lets me get on the rides he fixes." Uraraka giggled quietly and Izuku found himself laughing along too. "Oh yeah. Your dad's into construction, huh?" Izuku said as they crossed the street. There seemed to be a crowd up ahead, but he tried not to focus on that and instead watched the road for any cars. "What did you say your dad did again?" Uraraka asked, skipping onto the curb. Izuku chewed on his bottom lip, lowering his eyes to the floor. He was a police officer." Uraraka stopped suddenly and whirled around. "Wait, I knew your name sounded familiar. I just didn't want to be rude and ask." "Oh yeah. My dad was the chief of police at one point," Izuku said quietly. It felt so strange to say that about him, knowing all that Izuku knew about the man, so he cast his eyes to the floor and kept them there. Uraraka must have figured his discomfort was due to the fact that Hisashi was dead, so she reached over and squeezed his shoulder. "I'm really sorry, Midoriya," Uraraka said quietly. "It must have been hard growing up without him." Izuku looked up and gave her a small smile. Had it been? He always asked himself that question, of whether or not he felt bad about missing out on having a father figure in his life. But because he didn't really have anything to compare it to, minus the 4 years where Hisashi was actually a good person, Izuku simply shrugged. Actually, it wasn't that bad, he said after a while. He thought back to how strong his mother had been after Hisashi left them in his world. The way she had given up everything for him, stepping into the role of father and mother so Izuku would feel like nothing was missing from his life. I had my mom and she's pretty amazing. Izuku didn't realize he was smiling until he saw himself in a puddle on the street. Uraraka beamed at him, her eyes sparkling with what looked like tears. Geez, Midoriya, she sniffled while wiping her eyes. We're supposed to be having fun, stop making me get so emotional. Izuku laughed shakily and wiped at his own eyes too. Sorry. He thought back to the bento his mother had prepared for him before he left the house that day. After not speaking to her for so long, he was so glad they were able to talk and work things out the other day. Apology taken. Now, let's head back before wait, is that a magic show? Izuku followed Uraraka's line of gaze until his eyes settled on the crowd he had seen before. He couldn't really see the magician because there were so many people around, but Uraraka had already taken his arm and was expertly maneuvering throughout the crowd without a care in the world. Sorry, Izuku flushed red as people shot glares at them until they finally reached the front. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. For my next trick, I require the help of a lovely little volunteer. Izuku's first impression of the magician was that he was very flamboyant. He stood in the middle of the crowd wearing an orange trench coat that set him apart from everybody else and lengthened out his body even more. Izuku found himself transfixed with the green jewel around his neck where the collar of his coat popped open. It looked very expensive and blended in surprisingly well with the rest of his outfit, which involved some kind of black and white mask that covered his face, along with a top hat that had a cream-colored feather protruding from the top. The magician also wore red gloves and was expertly twirling a cane around his hands. Oh! Uraraka cried as she jumped up and down. Pick me! Pick me! No, wait. She turned towards Izuku and started lifting up his hands. Pick him! He loves magic. Izuku's face went red again and he quickly shook his head. What? Uraraka, stop. She's exaggerating, I don't even really know if magic is real. He shot Uraraka a glare before giving the magician a sheepish smile. Not that there's anything wrong with what you do. I'm sure it's really impressive, but we kind of have to go. Our train leaves in a bit and it's been a long day, so, yeah. Nonsense. The man threw his head back and guffawed before taking Izuku's arm and pulling him to where he had been standing. His setup was fairly simple, with a foldable table propped up behind him, some kind of purple tablecloth draped over the front. There was a stack of cards spread out atop it, as well as a couple of turquoise-colored marbles lying around. Izuku felt mesmerized by the richness of the color. He also managed to see the magician's name written out on one of the business cards on the table. It looked just as fancy and put together as he did. The art of magic is something that everyone can appreciate, young man. Now tell me, what is your name? He asked, his voice projecting across the whole street. Izuku Midoriya, sir, the brunette said with a nervous smile. When he looked over at Uraraka, he noticed she was recording him. She gave him a thumbs up and he resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Midoriya. That name rings a bell, the magician said while playing with the feather on his hat. Izuku chewed on his bottom lip and panicked just a little bit. The last thing he wanted to have to deal with was being associated with his dad. But apparently, Mr. Compress had other plans. No, really it quite does. The magician plucked out the feather from his hat and crushed it with his palm before opening it to reveal a tiny bell. The people in the crowd gasped and Izuku blinked, staring at where the feather used to be. How did you? Such a marvelous sound. Mr. Compress jingled it before tossing it up in the air and catching it with his other hand. Don't you think, Midoriya? Izuku blinked again and nodded quickly. Why? I guess so. Or is it that you possibly cannot hear? Mr. Compress asked, before walking over to Izuku. Before the brunette could say anything else, the magician reached out a gloved hand and pulled a feather from behind Izuku's ear. It was the same one he had been wearing earlier. Whoa, Izuku said quietly, while Uraraka clapped excitedly from the crowd. There it is. No wonder you couldn't hear the bell. Mr. Compress exclaimed before putting it back on his hat. Would you like to keep it? Izuku opened and closed his mouth. He looked over at Uraraka, who gave him an aggressive thumbs up. Say yes, she mouthed. Yes. Mr. Compress proceeded to stick out his arms and showed his empty palms to the crowd. Then he pulled up his sleeves and shook them out, before asking Izuku to run his hands over and under his own as if to prove to the crowd that there were no strings attached. Now choose, the magician said before clenching his fists. Izuku furrowed his brow as he glanced at both of his hands. Mr. Compress wanted him to choose? But how would he know where the bell was hiding? Left, Izuku said with a slight shrug. Mr. Compress nodded and then uncurled his fist, only to reveal a small blue marble. He opened his other hand and there was nothing inside. Izuku blinked. But I thought you said, I believe you have something in your right pocket, young man. Izuku frowned but quickly shoved his hand inside to check. His eyes widened slightly as he made contact with the smooth, curved surface of the bell. He knew what it was before he even pulled it out, and even when he did, he and a couple of others in the crowd still didn't believe it. No way. He had that in there the whole time. This has to be fake. There's just no way. Mr. Compress chuckled quietly and moved over to the crowd, leaving a stunned Izuku behind as he checked all of his pockets. Now, the art of magic simply deals with illusion. If you do not believe me, check your own pockets. For I, the great Mr. Compress, have left you all with a gift to thank you for supporting my humble performance. Before Izuku knew it, the whole crowd erupted into gasps and whispers. One by one, everyone pulled out tiny bells from their pockets and started ringing them just to check if they were real. Izuku laughed out loud and looked down at his own little bell. Do you still doubt the art of my craft, young Midoriya? Mr. Compress asked, walking over to him with what looked like a smile on his masked face. Izuku's ears turned red but he nodded nonetheless. Yes, sorry. I was just so focused on the time. Izuku stopped suddenly and quickly shook his head. Oh my gosh. We're going to miss the train. Uraraka. Izuku rushed over to his friend who was still oohing and eeing at the bell in her hands along with the rest of the crowd. We have to go. Uraraka's eyes widened too and she nodded quickly, shoving the bell in her pocket. Thanks so much, Mr. Compress. Here. Izuku scrambled for some yen and placed it on the magician's table. Thanks for the cool show. It was nice meeting you. Bye. Izuku had never run so fast in his life. By the time he and Uraraka reached the train station, they were both drenched in sweat and gasping for air. They didn't even make it on time, but luckily, their trains seemed to be delayed. Oh, gosh. Uraraka breathed out as she collapsed onto one of the benches like some kind of starfish. Izuku couldn't even laugh at her because he was too busy trying to catch his breath. He wasn't used to running so much in the daylight when the sun was still out. It was nothing like running around at night unless he was chased by some kind of athletic criminal, but that rarely happened. Plus, Izuku knew his way around Muzutafu, all the shortcuts and whatnot. Naka Ward was still fairly unfamiliar territory. I can't believe we just did that, Izuku managed to say after collapsing next to her. The two teens didn't say anything for a while, but then Uraraka sat up and pulled out her bell. I can't believe I got this free bell. Uraraka grinned. It even has a pink ribbon on it. Super worth it. Izuku rolled his eyes but smiled too as he pulled out his own and jingled it by his ear. Guess that guy was legit after all. I'm totally going to send my mom a pic, Uraraka said as she pulled out her phone. Izuku watched her fumble with her bag before turning to stare at the train that zoomed by. He relished in the cool air that blew past him every now and then. I can't wait to go home and take a shower. I probably smell so bad, Izuku thought with a slight laugh. Oh my gosh. Izuku froze. Had he said that out loud? He quickly turned to Uraraka and noticed she had gotten up. Her face was no longer flushed and had gone increasingly pale. Hey, what's wrong? Izuku asked with a frown. Uraraka didn't answer him at first and shook her head. She kept rummaging through her bag and eventually started flipping the pockets of her tracksuit inside out. Uraraka, he reached out and grabbed her hand. Are you okay? When Uraraka finally turned to look at him, Izuku realized she was crying. There were tears running down her face and her hands were shaking. Uraraka. My wallet. With all my money and the keychain Dad got me for my birthday. It's gone. By the time they arrived at the Naka police station, Izuku was pretty sure his legs were going to fall off. He could only watch as Uraraka ran up to the counter, the officers milling around shooting her dirty looks when she rushed past them. Excuse me, ma'am. Did someone drop off a pink wallet here by any chance? She asked breathlessly. It's about this small and has a keychain of the planet Saturn. Please, it's very important to me. The female officer at the desk barely looked up from her magazine. Probably long gone by now, kid, she said through a yawn, turning away from Uraraka slightly. Izuku furrowed his brows and walked up to the counter. Don't you guys have a lost and found or something? He asked. The officer let out an exaggerated groan and stood up before disappearing into the room behind her seat. When she came back out, she slammed the large box on the counter and sat back down. It almost crushed Izuku's fingers. Knock yourselves out. Well, she wasn't very nice, Uraraka grumbled as she grabbed the box and lugged it onto one of the empty plastic chairs in the waiting area. Here, let me hold your bag, Izuku said, while she started rummaging through the dusty items. Thanks, Midoriya. I'll be quick. Izuku nodded and ended up drifting back towards the entrance of the station, too lost in thought to really notice where he was going until he found the air vent and sat directly underneath it to cool down. He hoped Uraraka could get her wallet back soon. While they had been running throughout the city, Izuku quickly came to the realization that he didn't like seeing his friend cry. At all. He was already planning on changing his patrol route for the night to look for her wallet himself. The only problem with his plan was that most of the train lines stopped running fairly early at night and opened up again at 9 in the morning. If he did have to come back to Nagoya, Izuku would need to make sure his mother didn't check on him or went to sleep earlier than usual. Then, he would have to spend the entire night out on the streets and hop on the first train back. Even then, he would be missing the entire first half of school, as well as Bakugo's intense gym training. And the fiery blonde didn't take well to excuses. Izuku leaned his head back and started flipping through his journal to jot down his thoughts, when the door whooshed open and a large gust of humid air blew past him, making him look up. A gruff-looking officer with sunglasses walked in holding the magician from earlier. Mr. Compress's cane was attached to the officer's belt with some kind of tiny padlock and chain while the magician himself was in HNDCFFS. Unhand me this instant. I have done nothing of which you claim. Petty theft is not a part of my act and you know it, Officer Shidaha, Mr. Compress said as he struggled to get loose. Can it, loony? The officer's grip only seemed to tighten on his coat. Your FING sheet show of a performance was bound to get shut down soon. But I must insist. Mr. Compress cried, one foot desperately trying to remain outside until the officer yanked the door closed. Izuku winced when Mr. Compress let out a tiny yelp. His coat got caught in the doorway but with another yank, came loose and tore slightly. Those claims are unfounded, please. I was also a victim of this crime. You have to believe me. I wouldn't steal my own tips. It is my bread and butter how I survive. Check your cameras, check the live feeds. I'm sure you'll see the true culprit. Izuku quickly closed his notebook and stood up. Mr. Compress? He asked, making his way over to him. Ah, Izuku Midoriya. I am ashamed that we must meet again in these foul conditions, the magician said through a sigh. Izuku bit his bottom lip a little and glanced back down at the HHs. They were holding his hands so tightly together that Izuku could make out a tiny bruise beginning to form where his gloves didn't conceal skin. What's going on? Why are you being arrested? This gentleman believes that I, the great Mr. Compress, have stolen from my wonderful audience members. What? Izuku frowned, turning to look at the officer. The guy easily towered over both Izuku and Compress, with decently sized muscles to complement his build. A small tattoo of an anchor poked out from under his sleeve and he reeked of cigarettes. Izuku tried not to make a face but it was very hard to ignore the ashes stuck in Officer Shidahara's beard. Said officer scoffed and angled his body towards Izuku but didn't even meet his gaze. I don't just believe. I know he did. We've gotten the most complaints today about a theft in the area, and what do you know, he was there too. Izuku furrowed his brow and looked up at Compress through his eyelashes. For some reason, he just couldn't believe the magician was capable of doing something like that. At least he didn't want to believe it. Well, do you have any proof? Izuku asked. Did you check the cameras like he said? Officer Shidahara shrugged. He had started picking at something in his teeth with a toothpick. Izuku suppressed the urge to glare when he threw it on the floor despite the trash can being less than 5 feet away. Proof's in the puddin', kid. Now get your nosy little butt outta here before I throw you in jail too, Shidahara said with a slight grunt, adjusting his belt and purposefully flashing his gun at Izuku and Compress. Despite that, Izuku continued talking. He tried to envision himself wearing his vigilante garb and took in a deep breath. But you can't do that, Izuku said, stepping in front of Shidahara when he tried to walk again. Japan has an innocent until proven guilty law that protects people. Unless you have hard evidence that he actually stole from his audience members. Officer Shidahara cut him off immediately, his voice coming out as a low growl. Now listen here, seaweed head. I run this department, capiche? And because of that, I get to make the rules. So today, my rule is that I don't care if there isn't any evidence. This lowlife used to be a criminal anyway, Shidahara said while pulling off Mr. Compress's mask. He tossed it on the floor along with the magician's hat, revealing Compress's flushed olive complexion and curly brown hair. Hey! Izuku said, a little louder than before. He felt his hands react instinctively, the familiar tingling sensation he always got before a fight revving up behind his palms. For a brief moment, all he could see were his threads and the room went red behind his eyes. Mr. Compress. Or should I say, Atsuhiro Seiko, Shidahara said dismissively, kicking his hat further away. Mr. Compress simply lowered his gaze to the ground and stayed quiet. Serves him right for getting involved in all that shit years ago. Pathetic really how he tries to hide behind a stupid FANG mask and lame-butt tricks to make up for it. Now let's go. Izuku narrowed his gaze at Shidahara and stepped in his way again. No. Officer Shidahara finally acknowledged him and glared. What did you just say to me? Izuku felt a little intimidated at first when their eyes met, but he didn't move and continued facing him with his fists clenched. He was aware that everyone was watching them now, tons of officers who could have their weapons at the ready at any point in time. But he still didn't back down. For some reason, Izuku felt like he was back home facing Bakugo and his friends while they bullied someone for fun. It didn't feel right. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. I said no, Izuku repeated slowly, a tiny glare forming on his face as he kept his eyes locked on Shidahara's stubbly features. You can't do this. I won't let you. Midoriya? Is everything okay? Uraraka asked from somewhere behind him, but Izuku didn't turn around and continued to stare. Officer Shidahara snorted quietly and took a step towards him. And who are you to stop me? You're just a tiny but brat with annoying but green hair, and if you don't get out of my way by the time I count to the 3. Why, young man, Mr. Compress said quietly, I appreciate the gesture, but perhaps you should listen to the officer here. Izuku shifted his gaze towards him. Warm, hazel eyes watched him with worry, a comforting contrast to Shidahara's almost black and lifeless pupils. But then Izuku looked away and slowly shook his head. He stared back up at Shidahara, lifting up his chin slightly. A challenge? No. He has no proof that you stole anything. That's wrong. He expected Shidahara to yell at him, to threaten him. He even expected the guy to knock him out because of how angry he looked. What Izuku certainly didn't expect was for a stranger with a gentle voice to cause them all to turn around. You're right, little man. It is, said an even taller police officer with dark blue hair. He stared down at Izuku with a toothy grin. The greenette had to do a double take when he realized that Ingenium was standing before him. Well, at least Tensei Ida dressed as a police officer stood in front of him. Izuku took in a sharp breath and did his best not to freak out. Officer Shidahara was also trying not to freak out apparently, but because of what Izuku assumed to be a different reason. Tensei? What are you doing back here? I thought you left for Hosu already. I don't leave for another week. Tensei said while running a hand through his smooth hair. But I forgot some important stuff in the office. Thought I'd come get it since I was in the area anyway. Izuku couldn't help but compare him to all those muscular dudes he and Bakugo encountered at the gym. He was definitely someone's after picture. Even in this world, Tensei Ito was jacked. Why? Tensei asked, the grin never fading. In fact, it seemed to grow even wider the more he talked. Is there a problem? Because something's telling me there's a problem here. He stepped past Izuku and moved in front of Shidahara's space. No, absolutely not, Shidahara said with a nervous chuckle. He gave Izuku a side eye as if wanting him to play along, but the greenette pretended not to notice. I was just informing this child here about our policies. Yeah, illegal ones, Izuku mumbled, crossing his arms over his chest. He could feel his heartbeat drumming throughout his hands, his quirk anxious to be activated. Or was that just the fanboy in him reacting? Shidahara's eyes widened angrily and he sneered at Izuku. Why you little? Officer Orochi Shidahara, Tensei's calm but intimidating voice rang throughout the building. Don't tell me you were about to arrest this man with no proof of his crime? He turned his muscular body towards Mr. Compress and raised an eyebrow. Shidahara opened and closed his mouth a couple of times before running a hand through his own hair. He didn't have nearly enough volume in his scalp as Tensei though, so it just made him look awkward. I might not have tangible proof that he was the cause of all those items stolen, but his criminal past makes up for it. Guy was involved in an underground association of thieves. Thieves, goddammit. The evidence is looking at us right in the face, Tensei. You gotta believe me, Shidahara said. His entire body seemed to be shaking with rage. Tensei said calmly. Shidahara squinted up at him. Huh. You said he was involved in an association of thieves, Tensei said again before turning to Compress, ignoring Shidahara completely. This only made the officer shake even harder. Now tell me, mister? The magician immediately straightened and gave Tensei a charming smile. Mr. Compress, officer. At your humble service. I would tip my hat, but, well, his eyes cast down to the floor momentarily before brightening up again. Tensei smiled. Nice to meet you, Mr. Compress. I'm Officer Tensei Ida. Now, if you don't mind me asking, what is it that you currently spend your time doing? I am a magician, sir. If you could remove these foul restraints, I could show you my business card, Mr. Compress said coolly. He was back to his regular self in a flash. Izuku couldn't help but find it impressive. Orochi, Tensei said without hesitation. Shidahara looked taken aback. You're not serious, Tensei? Officer Shidahara, I'm a very patient guy and I just watched my brother beat the crap out of a bunch of other kids during his competition. So, if you don't want to ruin my mood, I'd suggest you do as I say, Tensei said without looking at him. Izuku had to bite his tongue to keep from laughing. Officer Shidahara's face was 10 times redder than Izuku's shoes and his nostrils flared every time he took a breath. He looked like some kind of misshapen dragon. Yes, Officer Ida, Shidahara said through gritted teeth. His own body seemed to be working against him as he dug through his pocket and fumbled out the key, holding it out stiffly. Tensei took it from him with a smile and he began to unlock Compress HNCFFS. Now, I believe you mentioned a business card? Yes. Mr. Compress wiggled his fingers around before adjusting his gloves. Although it might have gotten stuck under Officer Shidahara's cap. May I? Shidahara's bottom lip curled downward but he didn't resist. Tensei was now watching him again after all. Go the f ahead, Shidahara said lowly, before grumbling something under his breath. Tensei and Compress either ignored him or didn't hear it, but Izuku did. Stupid FANG magician. Izuku was sure that's what Officer Shidahara had said. So the greenette didn't even think twice. When Shidahara was about to reach for his cap, Izuku activated his quirk and caused the object to float towards Compress instead. Shidahara jumped a little and Izuku hid his smile by staring at the floor while his hand continued to make the cap hover above the guy's head, just slightly out of reach. Hey, what kind of bullshit is this? Just take the damn thing and go. Mr. Compress chuckled quietly and eventually, Izuku stopped. Sorry about that, my good fellow. Sometimes my magic seems to have a mind of its own. When Izuku looked up, he found Compress winking at him. Amazing! Thank you. I've always enjoyed watching magicians at work, and it seems like you're a very good one, Tensei said with a polite clap. He took the business card Compress pulled out from the hat and analyzed it a little before pocketing it. Meanwhile, Mr. Compress handed Shidahara back his hat, and the officer wasted no time in snatching it away from him. He held it in his arms protectively before putting it back on his head. Izuku let out a tiny snicker at that and continued watching his shoes. Well, it is my full-time job. I will admit that I took part in wrongful acts in my younger years, but I have walked away from that path and dedicated my life to the art of illusion, Mr. Compress said. Tensei nodded. Of course. And we don't want to keep you from that. So before I let you go, Shidahara made a strange sound in the back of his throat. It sounded like he was being choked. You're letting him off the hook. The hell is wrong with you, Ida? He's clearly guilty. Tensei sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. For a brief moment, the easygoing attitude faded a little bit as he gave the shorter officer a side glance. We can check the street cameras before he goes. Calm down, Shida. Don't make me regret transferring my position over to you. Now, Mr. Compress, if you can follow me over to that booth there, I just want to get your written account of everything that happened today, and then you can be on your merry way. We'll make sure to contact you if anything comes up once the investigation proceeds, the blue-haired cop said. Mr. Compress nodded eagerly, his curls bouncing around the sides of his head. Oh, why certainly. Thank you so much, officer. You have been awfully kind. No problem. Tensei smiled before turning towards Izuku. The greenette almost lost his balance and stepped back. He was under the impression that they would ignore him now that they were done. But don't just thank me, the officer said before gesturing to Izuku. This brave young man here clearly knows his stuff. I'm afraid if he hadn't stalled Shidahara, you'd be behind bars by now. Ingenium just called me a brave young man, Izuku swallowed. Carefully. This was all he could have ever wanted in life. Quite the conundrum, yes. So, thank you, young man. I found your courage to be quite commendable indeed. Mr. Compress bowed slightly and Izuku felt his cheeks flush red. It seemed like the whole world was looking at him in a different way now, and the intensity of the moment had faded, leaving nothing but his anxiety in place. He barely managed to slip out a breathy, "No problem," before the two men turned and walked away. Izuku watched them for a while, trying to process everything he had just done. Normally, he didn't get these kinds of confidence boosts unless he was out on patrol. When Izuku had his mask on and he couldn't recognize himself, he didn't have to worry about his identity. Izuku could afford to joke around and be brave. Yet he had done the same thing here out in the open. As himself. In a building full of mean-looking officers that wouldn't hesitate to pin him down if he crossed the line. If they knew who he really was. Izuku couldn't help but grin until Shidahara stomped over to him. I don't want to see your nasty little face anywhere near Naka Ward ever again, you hear me, punk? The officer rudely jabbed a finger at Izuku's chest, pushing him back a little. Izuku's thoughts scattered and he had to steady himself with one of the desks. 'Cause the next time I do, Shidahara leaned in to whisper in his ear, the smell of cigarettes much more prominent, you'll be the one getting handcuffed. Then, he stepped back as if nothing happened, straightened his tie, and walked away. Izuku saw him slip a flask from his pocket and chug it all the way down before turning to yell at a younger officer in the back. Midoriya! At the sound of Uraraka's voice, Izuku whirled around and stared at his friend. He didn't realize he was holding his breath until she called out his name. Are you okay? She asked, scanning him worriedly. Izuku noticed she didn't have her wallet and tried not to let the disappointment show on his face. Don't tell me he just threatened you after all that? I swear, if he wasn't a cop I'd go give him a piece of my mind. Uraraka started moving towards Shidahara until Izuku reached out and grabbed her hand. Uraraka, it's fine. He gave her a forced smile that eventually turned genuine the more he explained. I'm fine. And it's all right. At least Mr. Compress isn't going to be arrested. Izuku glanced back at the slender man who leaned over the desk. He was scribbling quickly with a pen that had some kind of a feather tip. It took Izuku a while to realize he was using the one from his hat. Tensei was on the other side of the room checking the security cameras and speaking in hushed tones with a couple of the officers who had gathered from the commotion. They kept glancing back at Shidahara. What happened? Uraraka asked through a whisper. Izuku walked over and picked up Mr. Compress's hat and mask, dusting them off carefully. I guess lots of people in the area had their stuff stolen. Kind of like what happened to you. And they think it was Compress? Uraraka chewed on her bottom lip. Yeah, well, at least that police officer does. He didn't seem to like Mr. Compress very much, Izuku said with a slight frown. Uraraka patted all her pockets. I definitely still had my wallet when I pulled out the bell he gave us. So, it couldn't have been him, right? No, I don't think so, Izuku shook his head. Even if Mr. Compress seemed like a seasoned actor, Izuku had been around enough criminals in the past 3 months to figure out when they had bad intentions. Compress didn't give him those vibes. Shidahara, on the other hand, he was interacting with me the whole time and none of my stuff was stolen. Plus, I think Mr. Compress said they took his own money too. Do you think maybe someone from the audience? Hello, Tensei said, suddenly appearing in front of the teens. He wore the same easygoing smile from earlier. Izuku wouldn't have believed he was a police officer if he wasn't wearing the uniform because of his laid-back personality. Oh, hi there, Izuku said, fidgeting a little with the mask in his hands. Now that he was facing him directly, Izuku wasn't sure how to approach such an intimidating-looking guy. Even without his hero suit, he still gave off an authoritative aura. No need to be nervous. I saw how fierce you got back there. Pretty impressive and mature work, kid. You should consider a career in law enforcement, Tensei said. Izuku blinked once, then twice, then a third time until Uraraka bumped his shoulder with a smirk. At that, Izuku immediately straightened his back and gave an exaggerated bow. Thank you so much, officer. Tensei chuckled quietly and rubbed the back of his head. Well now, no need to do all that. Although I am curious to know how you two ended up here in the first place. Uraraka quickly launched into a lengthy discussion about her stolen wallet. And Izuku was grateful for her because he wasn't sure he had the energy to explain anything at all. The brunette spoke so casually it was admirable, making big hand gestures every now and then that even made Tensei laugh. Izuku found himself watching them with a sleepy smile that only widened when Tensei confirmed that Compress was not the culprit. They were unable to identify the perpetrator, however, because of the large crowds of moving people. Got it, Tensei said, once he and Uraraka finished talking. He pulled out some kind of clipboard with a contact information sheet attached and handed one to both of them. If you could just fill this out so we can contact you in case we come across it. Brother! Izuku nearly dropped the pen as a boy with the same color features and build as Tensei rushed inside. He looked to be about Izuku and Uraraka's age, but his height made him look older. I am here to inform you that it has now been exactly 31 minutes since you left the car. And according to my calculations, we will now be 1 minute late for our dinner reservation because of this. Please tell me that you are almost finished retrieving your items. Tensei let out a long sigh before turning towards the boy. Oh, Tensei. Sorry about that. This is my younger brother, Tenya Ida, Tensei said as Tenya made his way over. He wore some kind of track uniform and had a competitor's sticker attached to his left BRST. Tenya Ida, from Somei Private Academy. The boy slightly bowed his head before lifting it up and going as straight as a pencil. He did it all so fast Izuku barely blinked. And while it is nice to make your acquaintance, I do not appreciate you taking up my brother's time. We have a reservation, you see, and it is imperative that we do not miss it, Tenya said before gesturing to the door with some kind of weird hand-chopping motion. Izuku turned towards Uraraka and she turned towards him. They both raised an eyebrow at each other before facing the youngest Ida again. Tensei sighed again and rubbed a hand down his face. Sorry about him, he's probably just really hungry. We just came from a competition. It would be worse if he hadn't won, trust me. Tenya shook his head. I am not, probably just hungry, brother. I just think we should be on our way now instead of wasting time. Upholding the law is not a waste of time, Tensei groaned, before giving Izuku and Uraraka an apologetic look. Uraraka giggled quietly and Izuku gave him a shy smile. Tenya nodded curtly. Of course. But it is not fair to the establishment where we reserved a seat for us to show up late either, he said while pushing the glasses up to the bridge of his nose. Tensei hummed a little under his breath while he tapped a finger under his chin. I got it. How about you two and Mr. Compress come with us then? We can finish talking over some good food. What? Uraraka and Izuku asked simultaneously. Even Tenya looked a bit taken aback. Brother, please. I highly doubt they would be able to fit in any more people at the restaurant. Golden Barbecue is a very small venue as it is, he said, making another chopping hand gesture, this time with both hands. And I could never be a burden to you and your family, officer. I appreciate the offer, but your kindness is enough, Mr. Compress said, appearing from behind them. He gave Izuku an extra smile when their eyes met. Okie dokie, Tensei shrugged casually before turning towards Uraraka and him. What about you kids? Wanna come with? I'm sure we can work something out about the space. Uraraka blushed. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hungry after running around all day. Izuku stayed quiet though. Previous world Izuku would have been jumping at the chance if a hero ever asked him to get dinner. But things were different now. He was different. I don't know. It's getting kind of late and we have to catch the train. If he wanted to head back to Nagoya tonight, he would need to leave as soon as possible. Oh, come on. It's my treat. I'll even drive you back to the station. Think of it as a reward for your quick thinking today, Tensei said with a big grin, the same one he had used when Izuku first saw him. Yeah. Uraraka cheered before turning towards him. Please, Midoriya. I lost my wallet, remember? She mouthed the last part, but Izuku got the message. He also couldn't say no when his stomach growled loudly right after she spoke. Okay, he said with a small smile. Tenya harumphed and made his way outside without another word. Tensei, on the other hand, only smiled even more. Great. Meet us outside when you're ready. I'm parked in Lot B. Izuku watched him go and Uraraka soon followed. He was about to move when Mr. Compress called him back. Young man. If I may have a word, please, the magician said softly. I'm sure. Oh, these are yours. Izuku flushed when he realized he was still holding onto Mr. Compress's stuff. He handed it over quickly and the magician took them with a smile. I just wanted to express my gratitude once again for your assistance today. Especially that little trick you pulled with the hat. Mr. Compress lowered his voice slightly and Izuku felt his breathing stop. He immediately started shaking his head and searching around the room for anything that could explain what had happened. Izuku didn't think anyone was watching him that closely. Especially not Mr. Compress. That wasn't me. Izuku stopped when he felt the magician's warm hand grip his shoulder gently. It is quite all right, Midoriya. I won't ask you how you performed such a feat, even if I really want to know. After all, a magician never reveals his secrets, right? Mr. Compress watched him with a sly smile. Alright, Izuku stammered, unsure what to say or do. So he's just okay with it? He doesn't think I'm a freak? Izuku hesitantly glanced up and met the magician's gaze again. It was still as warm and comforting as before. Moving on, I'd like you to have this. Mr. Compress pulled out one of his business cards from his pocket. From one skilled artist to another. Skilled? The greenette took the card with shaky hands. He noticed this one had a slightly different number on the front and was labeled with his real name, not his magician one. If there is anything you ever need in the future, anything at all, do not hesitate to call. I may have stopped working in the underground, but that does not mean I lost those connections, Mr. Compress winked. Thank you, Izuku blinked, unsure of what to make of his proposition. Underground connections? What is going on today? Izuku asked himself in a daze. Mr. Compress must have noticed his confusion because he threw his head back and laughed. Oh, I am merely teasing you, do not fret. But my offer still stands. He let go of Izuku's shoulder and then bowed. Have a magical day. And with a swish of his coat, he was out the door, blending in with the fading orange sunset in the sky. Bye, Mr. Compress, Izuku said quietly, watching him until he became a blur in the distance. Stupid but magician, Shidahara said once again from his desk. Izuku felt himself frown as he walked towards the door himself. But before he left, Izuku made sure to open each and every one of the filing cabinets, so that the papers inside could explode everywhere. He may or may not have also stuck around a little longer to see the look of absolute horror on Shidahara's face. "So you're Hisashi Midoriya's kid, huh?" Tensei asked as he flipped over a piece of sweet pork on the grill. They sat in a 4-star Korean barbecue restaurant tucked away near one of the neighborhoods at the border with Tempuku Ward. Everything on the menu was extremely expensive even if it was a buffet, but Tensei insisted that he and Uraraka order anything that they wanted. The brunette's eyes seemed to sparkle when he said that, and Izuku could only laugh in his head. "That's me," the brunette wiped at his mouth. Currently, Izuku was trying out the bulgogi with sweet soy sauce. "Did you know my dad?" "Did I know him?" "Who didn't?" Tensei grinned. "I was really lucky to work under him as an intern before I became an officer. He was still a detective. Then, but man, was he smart. No one could keep up with him. He definitely inspired me to work harder every day." Tenya nodded vigorously from his seat across Izuku. He had some kind of beef brisket on his own plate and tons of raw bean sprouts. "Yes, and now my brother got promoted to work as the chief of the Hosu Police Department." "Whoa, that's amazing," Uraraka said through a mouthful of rice and kimchi. Tenya gave her a disapproving look. "Yes, it is. But please swallow before you respond next time, Uraraka. That is highly disrespectful." "Sorry." She flushed red after swallowing another bite. "My brother's real skill, however," Tenya continued, "lies in capturing vigilantes." Izuku picked the wrong moment to take a sip from his soda. As soon as those words left Ida's mouth, the brunette felt the fizzy drink go up his nose and he started choking. Did he just say, vigilantes? "Midoriya, are you okay?" Uraraka asked worriedly. Fine, Izuku said, through a forced smile. "I'm fine." Tensei raised an eyebrow at him, but he didn't say anything, and Tenya kept talking at the speed of light as if nothing was wrong. "My brother is the fastest in the precinct. He can catch any vigilante before they have a chance to run away. It is quite the achievement, one that the Ida family is extremely proud of." Tensei turned a little red as he subtly handed Izuku a napkin from underneath the table. "Tenya, stop it. You're embarrassing me," he said with a light chuckle. Izuku took the napkin gratefully and wiped at the mess he made on the table, along with the sides of his mouth. "Nice job, Deku," he thought with a grumble. "So, does that mean you think vigilantes are bad people?" Uraraka asked, and Izuku stopped wiping to slightly lift his head. He felt his breath hitch in his throat as he waited for the answer. I wouldn't say that exactly," Tensei began, but Tenya interrupted quickly. "Of course they are bad people," he said loudly. The more he talked, the more Izuku shrank in his seat. He wanted to run away and hide and never come out as the realization nearly knocked the remaining air out of him. Not only had Izuku accepted dinner from a cop, but a vigilante-catching cop who apparently was a pro at what he did. "I think I'm going to be sick." Izuku clutched the sides of the table before taking in a huge breath. He didn't even realize Tenya was still talking until the boy made a karate chop motion in front of Izuku's face to emphasize a point and brought the brunette back to reality. It's in the name after all. A vigilante is a person who attempts to enforce the law without legal permission. Their entire existence goes against the systems of power that were created in order to protect us. Izuku furrowed his brow. "But doesn't that mean they're trying to protect us too?" he asked aloud and then immediately slapped his hands over his mouth. The table went quiet and he couldn't bring himself to look at any of them in the eyes. I mean that's also implied in the definition you used," Izuku added quickly, trying to sound neutral as he stared down at his lap. "Most vigilantes do not care about resolving crime, Midoriya," Tenya said with a slight frown. Izuku chewed on the inside of his cheek but didn't say anything else. They simply use that label as an excuse to live a life of crime or perpetuate a larger cycle of misdemeanors that continue affecting society long after they retreat into the shadows or are put behind bars. "Oh yeah? Like who?" Uraraka challenged with an arch of her brow. "It should not be my job to explain basic history to you. But as a proud member of the Ida family, I will do so to the best of my ability." "Ida, just tell us already." Uraraka giggled quietly. She didn't seem affected by his opinionated comments at all. Izuku really envied her. Must be nice to be normal, he thought with a sigh as he picked at his leftover beef. Have you heard of the vigilante smiley face? Or perhaps funny bone? Ms. Joke? Tenya asked. These are all names she used in the past. Like the hero? Izuku wondered silently. He briefly thought of the comedic superheroine, as she was called in his world, and wondered if she could be the same person. Oh, I think I have. Uraraka said excitedly. Wasn't she the one who would wear a gas mask with the smiley faces at the ends? I loved her green wig, totally uncool green wig. The brunette added with a slight cough. Tensei's mouth twitched a little, but he hid the smile while taking a sip of his drink. Correct, Uraraka. And do you know why she had to wear a gas mask, Midoriya? Tenya asked him. Izuku blinked again. That definitely sounded like the Ms. Joke he knew, but then again Izuku wasn't sure. He had also learned his lesson from what happened with Eraserhead last time and opted to stay quiet. He also made a mental note not to bring up Ms. Joke's real name just in case they were the same person. The last thing he needed was for Tensei to think he was in cahoots with some vigilante or for them to go knocking on her door. Well, Tenya gave an eyebrow raise. And not really, no. Sorry, the greenette said while fumbling with the napkin Tensei had given him. Tenya shook his head in disappointment. Because she used nitrous oxide to knock people out. Criminals, police officers, anyone who got in her way. Even civilians if she had to, he added with a karate chop in the air. Laugh gas, like the stuff they give you at the dentist? Izuku asked, looking over at him. He had to admit, that sounded pretty creative and very similar to his own Ms. Joke. Maybe they were the same person. But he still had to wonder why she had become a vigilante in the first place. Precisely, Tenya nodded. She was not only using a chemical intended for medical use but giving money to the illegal businesses that sell it without licenses. It is no surprise that nitrous oxide became such a problematic recreational drag because of her influence. Except they never caught her, right? Uraraka asked, sitting quite literally at the edge of her seat. Unfortunately, no. Ms. Joke continues to live out her days amongst society in silence. No doubt profiting from all of her illegal endeavors. It makes me sick, Tenya grumbled quietly. Izuku liked his bottom lip and tasted the remains of his soda. It did nothing to quell the nausea accumulating in his stomach, however. How do you know she got the laughing gas illegally though? He asked after a brief pause. Once again, all pairs of eyes were on him. What if she was, I don't know, a dentist or something? Tenya rolled his eyes and huffed. That still does nothing to excuse her usage of the gas in the first place. If she wanted to stop someone from committing a crime, she should have just called an officer. But what about the crime rates? Izuku wanted to say. What if there was no one around to help? Who would Ms. Joke call if there were no police present? What would she do then? This is just like that day when I tried to save Kaken, Izuku thought while gripping the fabric of his sweats. Or the girl at the convenience shop. The Hisobi kids. Everyone else he had saved in the span of 3 months. No one was going to make it in time. It had to be me. I was the only one who could help. Did Ms. Joke ever have to make that choice too? Izuku wondered as he pressed his back against the chair. Hold on, wait, that was actually a pretty good deduction back there, Midoriya, Tensei said, breaking him out of his thoughts once again. It was. Izuku blinked, unsure if he had said something he shouldn't have out loud. I mean, it seems obvious that she'd be connected to that role, doesn't it? Izuku nodded slowly. Not that she's a dentist or anything. We never really found out where she worked. But I'm curious to find out how you came to that conclusion yourself, Midoriya. Tensei placed both of his hands under his chin as he watched Izuku. Oh, well, it's just that, you see, his eyes drifted over to the others at the table. Uraraka gave him an encouraging smile and Tenya mainly raised an eyebrow at him, seemingly confused. He didn't interrupt though, so Izuku took that as a sign to keep talking. It was basically a free pass for him to act like a fanboy and talk about the things he knew about Ms. Joke, while also incorporating his own analysis into the subject. There's lots of things actually, he began slowly. First off, her name. I mean, when I think of a smiley face, I imagine all those dentist commercials of the smiling kid with braces. Funny Bone might be leaning more towards a doctor, but don't some dentists try to make kids laugh in order to relax them? There's also some people who claim their teeth are ticklish, and yes, while teeth might not be bones, the common misconception still stands. If Ms. Joke's shtick is humor, she might have been using that kind of ignorance as a funny advantage, a play on words, her own little joke that made her stand out as a vigilante. Not to mention the obvious usage of the gas. The more Izuku thought about it, the more he realized he really wanted to meet the Ms. Joke of this world. She was definitely going to be the next entry in his journal, even if she didn't patrol anymore. He was sure he could dig something up about her if he looked hard enough. Depending on how long she was active though, I don't think she could have gotten the nitrous oxide from the same place if the businesses were illegal and on the verge of collapse due to the risky nature of functioning primarily underground, Izuku continued. She must have needed something reliable and fast, which only could have come from her own life somehow, I think. If she wasn't the dentist, then someone in her family must have been the supplier whether they knew it or not. When Izuku finished talking, the table was quiet. Oh no. I said something wrong again, he thought while his stomach churned. Much to his surprise though, Tensei was staring at him with an impressed smile on his face. Wow, the older Ida brother said through a whistle. Midoriya, that was so cool. Uraraka cried excitedly, her eyes shining the way they did whenever he went on one of his tangents. Even Tenya seemed moved. I will admit, he said while adjusting his glasses, even if we have differing opinions of the vigilante world, it was a very logical deduction from your part, yes. His nausea slowly went away as Izuku nodded. He wasn't used to hearing this much praise in one day. Not to mention the roller coaster of emotions his body kept going through. Okay, but now I'm absolutely convinced that you should join the force once you graduate. You'd be a great detective, Midoriya. Just like your dad, Tensei said with a smile. Izuku cast his eyes to the floor again and awkwardly shifted in his seat. I don't know about all of that. I mean, at least you're going to apply to UA, right? The officer asked. That's where Tenya wants to go. My brother is correct. Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't really call my rambling a talent, at least not compared to Uraraka. Izuku glanced up at his friend and his face considerably brightened. Did you know she interned with NASA last summer? Tenya sat up immediately and karate chopped the air enough times to kill any imaginary flies that might have been flying through the area. How remarkable! Teo lands such an esteemed position at your age. That is a true talent, he said, synchronizing his nods with his chops. Midoriya. Uraraka's face turned red. You weren't supposed to say anything about that, she mumbled quietly. Sorry, Izuku said with a small smile. He was just grateful the attention was off of him. I desire to know more about such a feat. Please, tell me more, Uraraka. Tenya shifted his chair towards her. Uraraka ran a hand through her hair and sighed. Well, I really want to go to space one day, Izuku heard her say as the two launched into a conversation about her favorite planets. So, Officer Ida, Izuku began slowly. It's Tensei, kid. The officer waved his hand through the air casually. Izuku nodded. Sorry, Tensei. What exactly happens when you capture a vigilante? He looked up hesitantly and found that Tensei was grinning back down at him. Oh, we have a special torture room in the back made just for them. Izuku's mouth went dry. Why you do? Tensei laughed and shook his head. I'm kidding. Don't worry, Midoriya. But to answer your question, I guess it really depends on the offense. I mean, some vigilantes have been involved in a lot of property damage and even theft, so we try to assess their petty crimes before getting into the heavy stuff. And then you throw them in jail? The greenette asked quietly. Tensei merely shrugged. Sometimes. But we also have programs in place that help rehabilitate vigilantes toward a path of honest good and justice, he said while reaching for the shrimp on his plate. Honest good and justice, huh? Izuku mumbled. Tensei thankfully didn't hear him over the sound of the grill crackling and Uraraka's animated conversation with the youngest Ida. That's why I'm moving to Hosu next week, he continued. We want to kick off the program as soon as possible. Oh, that's cool. Izuku nodded and gave him a small smile. Tensei smiled back. You seem really into vigilantes, Midoriya. Any reason in particular? Izuku shrugged a little bit. He figured he should just be honest. I guess I just have mixed feelings about them. Like, I know what they do is considered bad, but I can't help but think that they want to help. And how can we fault good people for that? I don't get it. Tensei nodded. That's a fair point, but the way they go about everything is still considered illegal, unfortunately. And so we as officers have to continue to uphold the law until any changes are made. It was Izuku's turn to nod, and when he did, he felt a tiny curl fall in between his eyes. Yeah, I get it. Justice, I guess. Oh my god, you know Ojiro? Uraraka shrieked out of nowhere. I am acquainted with him, yes. Tenya gave her a curt nod. Only because we are both a part of the National Sports Association for Talented Youth. Is he single? Uraraka asked, although it came out more like a whisper. Unfortunately, I do not know him well enough to say yes. However, he is always surrounded by a decently sized fan base of the female gender, so I would say it is only a matter of time until he finds himself a partner. Oh gosh. First I lost my wallet, and now this. Why does the universe hate me? Uraraka asked, throwing her body across Izuku's lap and pretending to faint. Izuku chuckled quietly as Tenya continued going on about how he personally disagreed with the idea of dating someone at such a young age, much less someone who was a competing athlete, but Uraraka stopped paying attention to him. Eventually, the conversation calmed down and they all started making small talk again. Tensei ordered matcha in honor of his brother's win at his track and field competition, and Uraraka looked like she wanted to kiss him when he told her she could order whatever flavor she wanted from the menu. What about you, Midoriya? See anything you like? Tensei asked. Izuku scanned the menu until his eyes settled on the green tea matcha. I'll have the matcha flavor, please. But I'll be right back. My hands are still sticky from that soda. On his way back from the restroom, though, he almost collided with another man. He looked like he was in a hurry and wore some kind of hoodie that covered his face. Sorry, Izuku mumbled quietly. The man only grunted in response before quickly exiting the restaurant. When he passed by their table, however, his elbow tipped over Tensei's soda and it spilled all over the officer's lap. It was so subtle that Izuku wasn't sure if he had done it on purpose or not. Hey! Tenya called out after him, but the man took off before anyone could stop him. It's okay, Tenya, Tensei smiled. But as Izuku made his way back to the table, he could tell the officer looked uncomfortable. It was probably just an accident anyway. I can go after him. He won't be able to outrun me, Tenya said, already getting up from his chair. Tensei's hand quickly reached out and stopped him. Seriously. It's okay. Tenya didn't look pleased but eventually sat back down, going off on a long tangent about rude people and decorum. Izuku could have sworn he saw Uraraka nodding off at one point during the conversation, but Tensei quickly switched topics. They ended up talking about his brother's promising athletic career, and Izuku was more than happy to let his mind wander away from vigilante stuff even if that's all he wanted to think about. Then, before Izuku knew it, Tenya was dropping them off at the station, insisting that he pay for their fares. It's the least I can do. Please, he said, handing Uraraka the money. Okay. Guess I have no choice. Uraraka giggled as she took the money. And you? How much is your ride? Tensei asked, turning towards him. The wet patch on his uniform was no longer visible, but Izuku could still see it if he stared hard enough. He tried not to though and politely shook his head. No, that's okay. I still have my money. You sure? Tensei raised an eyebrow, waving the yen in front of Izuku's face tauntingly. I can have it if he doesn't want it, Uraraka grinned and Izuku gently nudged at her with his elbow. I'm good. Thank you, officer. Alrighty then, Tensei shrugged before pocketing the cash. But I did mean what I said back there. Izuku looked up at him. About you becoming a detective. You're pretty talented, kid. Don't underestimate yourself, okay? Tensei ruffled his hair affectionately. And don't worry too much about all that vigilante stuff either. You can deal with it once you become an officer, he winked. Brother, are you finished yet? Tenya called from the top of the stairs. For once, his yelling was justified and Izuku was grateful for the interruption. "Mother is expecting you." Tensei gave Izuku a tired smile and the greenette could only give one back. "I swear I love him but..." The older brother shook his head and reached out his hand. Izuku took it. "It was nice meeting you, Midoriya. Whenever you're in Hosu, make sure to pay me a visit. We can have Korean barbecue again and I can give you a tour of the city. You can even meet my squadron." He grinned. "Thanks." Izuku forced a smile, even if the idea terrified him. He watched as Tensei took the stairs 2 by 2 in order to reach his brother faster, their voices disappearing as they made their way up the structure together. "Well, that was a lot," Uraraka said, floating over to where he was standing. Izuku nodded. He didn't realize he was so exhausted until he heard her yawn. It made him yawn too. So much for patrolling Nagoya tonight. He wasn't even sure he wanted to go out after everything Tensei told him. He might not have had vigilante torture room, but what if Officer Aizawa did? Izuku shivered slightly and wrapped his arms around his body comfortingly. He and Uraraka said their goodbyes a little after that, and Izuku spent the rest of his ride staring out the window and thinking. Even though he was tired, he just couldn't seem to fall asleep. There was a lot on his mind. Aizawa drummed his fingers on the coffee table while he listened to Tsukachi talk. It was a little past midnight and he couldn't sleep, so he decided to call him up to figure out what they were going to do about the problem child. "Look, all I know is that the only way we'll get any answers is if we talk to him." The detective's voice crackled over the phone. Aizawa furrowed his brow and pressed his cheek against the window. The moon above his head was about the size of a fingernail and barely provided him with enough light to see throughout the room. His only other source of visibility came from underneath the closed bathroom door where Yamada was brushing his teeth. Aizawa could hear him humming some random tune in English. "Well, good luck doing that, 'cause kid takes off as soon as I try to get close." There was a slight pause on the other end and Kiyama's voice appeared out of nowhere. "That's why you need to get him to trust you first, Shoyuda," she yelled over the sound of papers shuffling. Aizawa winced and nearly chucked the phone across the room. He could imagine Kiyama fighting for the phone on the other end. "Why does it have to be me though?" Aizawa asked while rubbing his tired eyes. "Can't you two go and look for him yourselves? I'm sure he's out there being reckless." There was more shuffling and then Tsukachi answered him again. "If we start sending other officers after him, he'll feel corralled. You're the only one he's had contact with so far. The last thing we need is for him to disappear again. It has to be you." "That actually makes sense." Aizawa frowned a little bit. He was fully prepared to go against anything the detective said, but Tsukachi had a point. Whatever. But how exactly am I going to do this?" Aizawa asked while tugging at the yellow blanket around his body and cocooning himself further into the tiny couch. Tsukachi sighed. "Well, it's obvious that he has issues with authority, so you have to make him feel comfortable around you." "What? You want me to approach him as a civilian with my normal clothing?" "I can do that." Aizawa glanced over at his closet in the corner of the room. He nodded to himself as he eyed a few plain white shirts sticking out. If anything, he could borrow some less intimidating-looking clothing from Yamada, although he wasn't sure how he felt about wearing band t-shirts and skinny jeans 3 times smaller than his body. Tsukachi sighed again, but this time he sounded hesitant. Aizawa raised an eyebrow even if he knew the man couldn't see him. "Well, sort of. I was thinking something closer to his occupation," the detective said quietly. All traces of sleep immediately left Aizawa's body and he found himself gripping his phone so tightly that it made his knuckles go white. "No." Aizawa didn't even feel himself respond, the word just left his body as if he was on autopilot. The way he had trained himself to be for years whenever this topic came up. "Shut down. Don't think. Don't speak. Refuse. Shoyuda." "Absolutely not." Aizawa stood up abruptly and the blanket crumpled to the floor. Are you crazy? Why would you even suggest something like that?" Tsukachi was quiet for a while again before he spoke again. "Unless you want to keep communicating through notes or forcibly arrest him." The pause. "Then I don't see any other option." Aizawa tightened his jaw and narrowed his gaze at the thin box underneath his closet. He hadn't opened it in years and didn't plan to do it anytime soon. "Shoyuda," Tsukachi said, a little louder. We've tried for months now. What happens when he feels threatened by us? Will he start attacking the department next? Aizawa continued staring at the box until his vision blurred and he couldn't see anymore. He wanted to shake his head. He wanted to disagree, but it was hard to think when his mind was moving in 20 different directions. The problem child would never do that, right? He was just scared. Aizawa knew that. Shoyuta, we need you. I'll see you at work tomorrow, Naomasa. Bye. Aizawa hung up before the detective had a chance to say anything else and then continued staring at the closet door. He didn't know how long he stood there for until Yamada broke him out of his thoughts. Sho, the blonde asked quietly, stepping out of the bathroom. What was that about? He stepped a little closer and hesitantly rested his chin on Aizawa's shoulder. Are you okay? Naomasa wants me to. Aizawa shook his head and glared at the ground. He hated that his body's initial response was to choke and break down. It made him feel weak. Why couldn't he just get over everything already? It had been 15 DMN years. Wants you to do what, honey? Yamada's strong arms wrapped around his body and squeezed reassuringly. He peppered the side of his neck with kisses and then started mumbling sweet nothings against his skin to calm him down. Aizawa wanted to close his eyes and be still with him, but he couldn't silence his mind. It kept bringing up images of the past. Dark nights, torn-up skin, bruises the color of an electric storm. The rush of the wind moving through his hair, when Aizawa still used to wear it down. Vibrant yellow glasses shielding his face, a gift from the boy with the blue hair running alongside him. His best friend. The person who never stopped smiling, not even when they faced someone bigger than themselves. Not even in death. Aizawa took in a shaky breath. He wants me to be that person again, but I can't. Not after what happened with Oboro. Not after what I did to him and… Yamada let go of him suddenly and frowned. Shoyuta, stop. Oboro's death was not your fault. Aizawa wouldn't look at him. He continued staring at the closet door as if it was going to turn the time back. As if it was going to make everything better and give him the answers he wanted. Aizawa didn't even remember the last time he had willingly allowed his mind to reach this place. I never stopped him, Yamada. He clenched his fists. We thought we could take on the world. We thought we could bring them down together, and yet look where that got us. Look where that got him. Hey, Yamada cupped Aizawa's face in both of his hands. They were warm. Familiar. They had never hurt him and would never judge him. Yamada would never do those things. Look at me, his husband said quietly, and Aizawa finally looked into his tranquil blue eyes. The ones he had fallen for years ago. You're okay. You're all right. It wasn't your fault. Aizawa swallowed slowly. I just don't want to hurt the boy, Yamada, he confessed quietly. It dawned on Aizawa then that he wasn't afraid of the kid. Even if what Tsukachi said was true. Even if one day he turned on them all. Aizawa was afraid of himself. You and I both know that you would never let that happen. But if you don't do anything at all, he's going to keep going out there and risking his life. Yamada moved closer and wrapped his arms around him again. Aizawa hugged him back and buried his face in his soft blonde hair. For once, allowing himself to be vulnerable. To be taken care of. Be his mentor, Shoyuta, Yamada whispered softly in his ear, rubbing soothing circles on his back. Be the person you needed most when you started out. You're the only one who can relate to him right now, the only one he might be able to trust. Their eyes met again. Make him see that so he can open up. Aizawa turned back to look at the closet but didn't say anything else. He knew he would be up all night thinking about this until he made a decision. So much for getting some sleep, Aizawa mumbled through a chuckle. Yamada looked at him for a while before he burst out laughing and then started bawling his eyes out. Oh, come on, Yamada. I'm the one who should be crying right now. Not you, Aizawa groaned, wiping at his husband's eyes. He couldn't help but smile though. Yamada always knew how to make him feel better. The blonde laughed shakily and shook his head. I have enough tears for the both of us. Aizawa rolled his eyes and wrapped his arms around Yamada tightly, pulling him closer to him. Come here. You're staying up with me then. It's payback for getting locked out last week. Hey. Yamada looked up with a slight pout. Everything worked out in the end though. Aizawa smiled down at his husband. Guess it did. Shoyuda, Yamada said after a while. Yeah. Aizawa answered, equally as quiet. If there's anyone who can help that kid, it's you. I know you can. Aizawa opened his mouth to argue but then closed it. He decided on planting a kiss on his husband's cheek instead and then walked back over the couch. On his way there, he grabbed the fuzzy blanket from the floor and wrapped it around himself again. I'll think about it, okay? He said through a sigh. Yamada smiled at him. I'll go make us some coffee then. It had been a long week for Izuku. Not only had the rain been coming down nonstop, but his patrol hours had been extremely active for some reason. He had been catching a lot of criminals smuggling drags and had even heard talks of a child trafficking ring deal that would be taking place towards the end of the month in Tokyo, which terrified him. So, when he started his patrol that night and heard a man talking about something similar, Izuku changed his route and started following him instead. Everything is going according to plan, boss. Izuku stopped walking and pressed his back against the wall, peeking out into the street carefully. The man stood outside of a glowing pub, phone in hand and various weapons strapped to his belt. Izuku identified a gun, 2 knives, and some kind of tiny burlap sack. And even though it was still pouring hard, Izuku could hear every word he was saying. He found it strange that the man was speaking so loudly in the first place, but was suddenly filled with rage when he talked again. I'll have the new batch of kids shipped over to you by next week. And then the guy threw his head back and laughed. Izuku knew he should have stayed back, but the anger blinded him and he stepped out into the open before he could stop himself. Hello, sir. He gave a little wave. The man whirled around and gave Izuku a disgusted look. Touché. The F-. I was just curious about what you were saying on the phone. The selling children part, which in case you didn't know, is very wrong and highly illegal, Izuku said before hopping up on the curb. The man rolled his eyes and gave him the finger before turning around. Beat it, kid, can't you see I'm busy? Izuku huffed and then pulled the phone out of his hands with his quirk. It settled into his hands smoothly. He glanced down at the number and frowned when he realized it was private. Now we can talk. The man whirled around suddenly and narrowed his gaze at Izuku. Izuku watched him back. They seemed to have a brief staring contest before the guy's eyes widened and he took a couple of steps back. Wait, you're that ghost brat, aren't you? Izuku sighed and threw his arms up in the air. Ah geez. What gave it away? Sheet. The guy cursed under his breath before taking off in the other direction. Hey! Izuku called out. Are you really going to make me run in the rain? The only response came from the skies as a rumble of thunder shook the earth, followed by a brief flash of lightning that caused a cat to run across the street. Guess so, Izuku sighed before taking off after him. He ended up dialing the precinct police department number while he ran and breathlessly explained the situation, hanging up before they could ask him anything else. Although he moved in a zigzag pattern which made it hard for Izuku to pull his body, he stuck to blocking the guy's path instead with anything that happened to be on the street. Izuku had memorized the area pretty well and ended up leading his target into a dead end, some kind of narrow alleyway. Okay, you have nowhere to run. So you might as well tell me what you know and who you're working for, Izuku said, as he walked towards the guy and backed him into the wall. He had yet to try and use any weapons on him, which Izuku found weird, but he didn't think too much and waited for his answer. I'm not afraid of you, the guy stumbled over his words as he put on a brave face. His face was all red and sweaty, betraying the composure that he was probably trying to keep. Are you afraid of heights then? Izuku asked before sending him up into the sky. How are you put me down, you freak? The man yelled from above, wriggling around like a worm on a hook. Still, he didn't pull out his gun. Izuku furrowed his brow slightly. But that did hurt my feelings a little, he said while placing him on the roof of one of the shops. I meant the floor, the guy growled as he tried to find a way to get down. Izuku rolled his eyes. He could hear the police sirens in the background. This would be way easier if you just answered my questions. Who are you working for? You'll find out soon enough, kid. Boss better pay me more for this bullshit stunt. Stunt? Izuku frowned. What are you talking of? But Izuku was cut off when he felt something sharp prick the side of his neck. Hello there, a female voice said from behind. You've been causing us a lot of trouble lately, dear. Strong arms wrapped around the greenette's body as he crumpled to the floor in a dizzy mess. The world around him started to sway, and even though he did his best to fight it, Izuku found himself sinking further and further into sleep. So, I'm afraid you're going to have to come with us. Sweet dreams. That was the last thing he heard before passing out completely. When Izuku woke up again, his hands were tied to a post inside of an empty room. He could hear the rain slamming against the roof outside, and it synced up with his heartbeat, which only pumped faster when Izuku remembered what had happened to him. I was drugged, he thought, his neck still sore from the sight of the injection. So, you're the brat that's been scaring off all my customers. The wee ghost boy, a familiar voice said, while the footsteps approached his body. Izuku barely had a chance to move his head as smooth fingers lifted up his chin and brought him face to face with a mask he knew all too well. The horizontal red line standing out against the black fabric, glowing hauntingly in the dark. Red. Izuku gasped out. You're behind all of this? I should have known it was you, he shook his head, trying to get out of their tight grip. Oh right. We already met. Didn't think I'd be seeing you again though, but here we are I guess. Red sighed before letting him go and walking over to the door. There were more people in the room now, the guy from earlier and the woman whom Izuku assumed had been the one to drag him. The more he looked at them, the more he realized they were twins. Why are you doing this? Izuku asked while struggling against his restraints. His hands were bound so tightly though that he wouldn't have been able to use his quirk even if he tried. And while Izuku had been practicing using pull with only his mind as the controller, the drag had left him feeling sluggish and weak. Izuku tried not to panic and continued watching Red with the strongest glare he could muster. It's simple. Drags and people make money. And I like money, Red said. You're sick, Izuku spat. And you talk too much, they shrugged. Should have taped your mouth shut too. Izuku frowned. He could feel the phone still in his pocket and it gave him a glimmer of hope. Somehow he must have stuck it in there while he passed out. You won't get away with this. The police will stop you. They're on their way. I called them and everything so they can trace our location. He expected them to hurt him in retaliation or to demand the phone back so they could break it. However, all three started to laugh. Do you even know where you are right now? The woman asked Izuku, a sadistic smile painted on her velvet-colored lips. Izuku opened and closed his mouth a couple of times. I don't. They'll never find you in time, brat. And by the time the police do get here, you really will be a ghost. Red got up and walked over to the door, opening it to reveal the darkened skies pouring with rain. Izuku didn't recognize this part of the city at all as his eyes desperately skimmed the streets. How far had they taken him? The panic from before started getting worse and Izuku found himself beginning to shake. Kill him. Izuku's body turned cold and he started struggling again. And no, let me go. He kicked at his legs, the only things that weren't bound, but it was hard fighting against the drag that was probably still in his system. But do it slowly. I want him to feel everything. A week's worth of pain, for a week's worth of business, Red said through a hiss before disappearing out into the rain. The door slammed behind them. Izuku stopped moving to glance up at the twins as they approached him. Get away from. Izuku's words were cut off by his own scream as the man sent a punch his way. The force caused him to black out for a moment, his eyes threatening to roll to the back of his head. Oh no you don't. The woman grabbed his shoulders, bringing him upright again. She shook him slightly and Izuku groaned in pain but managed to wake up again. Except when he regained consciousness, the room started to spin. Boss said you have to be awake for this. She was about to smack Izuku across the face before the man spoke again. Wait, Chidori. He needs his arms to do all that freaky shit, right? What do you think will happen if we break them? Izuku's eyes widened slightly and he frantically shook his head, trying to kick them when they started approaching him again. Chidori ended up sitting on his legs while her brother cut the rope that held his arms together. It should have been his chance. Izuku should have been able to activate his quirk once his arms were free, but every time he tried, he was met with resistance from his brain. There was still a block there he couldn't push out of the way, and it only got worse when the man grabbed his left arm and bent it back. Izuku screamed so loudly his own voice was cut off. The painful snap of his bones, coupled with the malfunctioning of his quirk, created nausea so intense he ended up vomiting all over himself and Chidori. Gross, the woman jumped and shrieked, pushing Izuku back so that he landed on his broken arm. Izuku would have thrown up again, but nothing came out of his body. Instead, he simply laid there, trying to activate his quirk and control his breathing. The only thing he managed to do was pull Chidori's arm towards him and then cause her to punch her brother in the face. "Arg, what Red said," the man yelled out in frustration. "I'm killing him now." Izuku shrieked and tried to get away, but the man pulled on his hoodie and yanked him back. He pulled out one of the knives from his belt and pressed it against his skin when Chidori stopped him. At the same time as he said that, a loud thud was heard outside. Izuku in his drugged-up days would have assumed it was just thunder, but Chidori seemed to think otherwise. "Wait, Ryota, stop. What was that?" she asked, turning to glance at the door. Ryota momentarily let go of Izuku and stood up. "I didn't hear anything." "It sounded like Red," Chidori said with a slight frown, before rushing outside to check. Before Izuku could do anything, Ryota had lifted him by his hoodie again and it began choking him. "What the F did you do?" he asked, spit flying at Izuku's face. "And nothing. I swear," the greenette managed to say as he gasped for air and tried to get away, legs flailing around him as he finally kicked Ryota and made the man momentarily loosen his grip. But that only seemed to make him angrier. "You can play pretend all you want, kid. All the more reason for me to pound my fists against your face." And as he was about to punch Izuku in the face, Chidori screamed. "Chidori?" Ryota asked, turning towards the open door. For a moment, nothing happened. But the next time the lightning flashed, Officer Aizawa stepped in through the doorway. Except he didn't look like Officer Aizawa. He looked like Eraserhead. Dressed from head to toe in the same outfit Izuku had grown up loving. The only thing that was missing was his goggles, and while the scarf wasn't flying above his head, Aizawa still wore it around his neck. Izuku let out a tiny gasp as Ryota flung him against the floor and pulled out his gun, aiming it at him. "Who the F are you supposed to be?" Aizawa didn't answer him and reached for his scarf instead. Izuku held his breath as he watched the officer use it as some kind of lasso that wrapped around Ryota's hand and yanked the weapon from his fingers before he had a chance to shoot. "You're fast, but I'm not stupid," Ryota growled, shaking off the stunned silence that hung in the air after Aizawa had disarmed him. He quickly reached for a knife this time and charged at the officer, but Aizawa was ready. The two met head-on, but instead of striking at him directly, Aizawa sidestepped and punched the guy hard in the stomach, sending him stumbling back into the room with a groan. "Sheet," Ryota said while clutching his stomach and staggering slightly. He wiped at his mouth slightly but then charged again, lifting up his leg to kick at Aizawa, but the officer was faster. He immediately moved behind him and elbowed him in the side. "Never leave your blind spots open," Aizawa mumbled before sending another strike his way, this time aiming for his supporting leg. The blow sent Ryota crashing down as he fell on his face. "Leash!" the man screamed, struggling to get back up. Another flash of lightning occurred and Aizawa moved again. He didn't even give Ryota a chance to hit him before he approached, fists ready. "Why do you have so many weapons if you don't know how to use them properly?" Aizawa asked, grabbing a fistful of his shirt and slamming him against the door. And then he smirked and Izuku knew Aizawa had won. "Could it be that you're overcompensating for something?" "You BSU." Ryota began to scream, but then Aizawa silenced him with the final blow. It was a sharp jab that must have broken his teeth or nose because of all the blood that began gushing down his face. Izuku didn't realize he had stopped breathing until he heard Aizawa panting for breath himself, watching as the officer moved away from Ryota's limp body. "Officer Aizawa?" Izuku said through a whisper before shaking his head and letting out a confused yell. "Officer Aizawa? What are you doing here? And why are you wearing that? Did I go back to my world somehow?" Izuku thought suddenly. Or am I dreaming? Aizawa's gaze softened a little when he met Izuku's gaze. "Problem child," he said quietly, crouching down by Izuku's side and helping him up. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Izuku winced and nodded. My arm. I'm pretty sure it's broken now, he said when Aizawa accidentally grabbed it. Don't move, I'll help you. We need to get you somewhere safe before. And no. Izuku didn't mean to push him away, but he panicked. But why should I trust the police? Aizawa didn't try to grab him again, but he didn't move away either. You don't have to, problem child, he said slowly. Izuku shook his head. I don't understand. Because tonight, I'm a vigilante just like you. Thunder rumbled above them, and Izuku was grateful for it because he was pretty sure he had just let out a pathetic scream. His mouth hung open in shock after that as he stared at Aizawa and analyzed his hero costume again. Why, you are a vigilante? How? Izuku shook his head, not caring if the movement made him want to throw up again. Vigilantes can't be cops. That's like treason to your own kind or something. Wait, does that mean we're both going to jail now? Aizawa blinked and then frowned. What? Gosh, problem child. We are not going to jail because I'm taking you somewhere they won't find us. Where? Izuku asked quietly. My house. Izuku gulped slightly. He must have hit his head really hard, or better yet, had somehow landed in yet another alternate universe where Aizawa was a vigilante instead. Well, what about him? Izuku asked, gesturing towards Ryota's body. It was the only thing he could think of saying while he tried to figure out what was going on. What if he gets up and runs away before the cops come? We have to make sure that doesn't happen. And what about Red? That woman, Chidori, they've been doing so many bad things, we can't just give them a chance to get away. We have to do something. Aizawa's hands were back on either side of Izuku's shoulders, but this time they held him down gently. Breathe, problem child, breathe. They won't be getting up anytime soon, and we can tie them up before we leave. Aizawa's voice came out much more soothing than Izuku expected, but it still wasn't enough to calm him down. Izuku blinked and he shook his head again. How did you even find me? I tracked the phone after you called the station. It was really smart of you to keep it with you. Good job. Aizawa seemed to smile a little at that, but it quickly faded when the sound of sirens appeared in the distance. Thanks. But I did make an anonymous call to tip off the police earlier, so we should probably get going unless you want us to get caught, Aizawa said as he walked towards the door. But Izuku still didn't move. Problem child? Aizawa asked, turning back around. He must have realized that Izuku wasn't following him. Are you coming or not? I'm still not sure, Izuku answered quietly. Aizawa didn't say anything at first, but then he walked over to Izuku and crouched back down next to him. Look, I know you're scared, but you have to trust me, okay? I just want to help. That's been my only intention since day one. His eyes were warm and honest, and for the first time since they had met, Izuku didn't feel the need to look away. Okay, let's go. Izuku found it weird that he and Aizawa entered through the window of his bedroom, but the greenette didn't say anything and stayed quiet. They both seemed to be lost in thought. Izuku, especially, as he let his eyes roam throughout the room. He tried to do it subtly, analyzing the cat paintings on the wall and the mahogany shelf overflowing with books in the corner. There was also a tiny couch in the room beside the bed, a yellow blanket draped across its shoulder. It seemed rather cozy under the moonlight. Stay here and don't touch anything, Aizawa said as he emerged from the bathroom. Izuku could only nod his head. As soon as he shut the door, Izuku heard a familiar voice whispering animatedly in the other room while Aizawa tried quieting him down. The two seemed to be arguing about something. Probably about him. Is that his husband? Izuku wondered as he slowly got up from the bed. Everything hurt, but the pain meds Aizawa had given him really helped. The officer, or rather vigilante, had also wrapped his broken arm tightly in some kind of makeshift cast. It wasn't much, but the tightness helped distract him from the pain of having his arm flopping all over the place when he moved. On his way to the door, Izuku almost stumbled over a box that was peeking out from under the closet. Something yellow had fallen out, and the more Izuku stared at it, the more he realized he knew what it was. Oh, it's Eraserhead's goggles. Izuku stopped. Oh my gosh, he practically dove to the ground, ignoring the pain from his arm when his knees made contact with the floor. It's Eraserhead's goggles. Izuku tried to keep his body from shaking as he picked them up with trembling hands, running his fingers along the slits in the front. They were just like he remembered, an exact replica of the ones from his world. Everything except the color was the same, and that was only because it wasn't as bright as Izuku expected. The yellow seemed to be fading, tiny chips of paint accumulating in the corners of the box like dust. Despite that, they still looked awesome, and before Izuku knew it, he was trying them on. The strap was a little too big for his head, but if he held them in place with the hand that wasn't broken, he found that they balanced nicely on the bridge of his nose. Whoa, Izuku breathed out as he looked around the room, trying his best not to blink. He tried to imagine himself as Eraserhead back in his world, taking down villains with the goggles on his face. Red, glowing eyes hidden behind powerful frames. The mark of a true underground hero. What did I say about not touching anything? Izuku let out a tiny shriek and the goggles fell down his face. Sorry, he flushed red. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at him but didn't say anything else. He stood in the doorway with his arms crossed over his chest, watching Izuku with an unreadable expression on his face. Izuku shook his head. It was hard to speak when Aizawa was staring him down that way. I mean, the goggles were right there and I thought they looked cool, so I picked them up, but are these yours? The greenette finally blurted out, unable to conceal his excitement any longer. His heart was beating so fast he felt like passing out. Keep it together, Izuku, he told himself while taking in deep breaths. He had to at least wait until Aizawa told him about the goggles. Then he could pass out. But Aizawa didn't seem keen on opening up and simply shrugged. He even sounded a little dismissive when he spoke, as if the goggles weren't that important to him. They are, but I don't wear them anymore. Izuku furrowed his brow and stood up slowly. Why not? If I answer that, you have to tell me how you've been doing all those tricks at night, Aizawa sighed. Almost immediately, Izuku slipped the goggles off and handed them back to him. Here you go, he said quietly, lowering his gaze to avoid Aizawa's harsh stare. For a while, Izuku had forgotten about the world he was living in, about where he was. Living under the illusion that he was meeting the real Eraserhead. The same thing had happened earlier when Aizawa rescued him. Izuku was suddenly really grateful he hadn't slipped up and called him by his hero name. That would have been very bad. Problem child. Can I leave now? Izuku asked, squirming in his shoes a little bit. Aizawa sighed again. Izuku watched him as he put away the goggles back into the box and shoved it underneath the closet with his feet. Is it really that bad? He asked after a while. Worse than a cop like me committing treason like you said earlier? Izuku met Aizawa's gaze hesitantly as he nodded. Way worse. The greenette's voice came out as a whisper and did nothing to fill the void of silence in the room. Nor the one inside his heart. Izuku wanted to tell him so badly. He found himself wondering what the real Eraserhead would have said about his quirk. But Officer Aizawa was not the real Eraserhead, and Izuku needed to remember that. Things were different here, no matter how much he wanted them to be otherwise. To his surprise though, Aizawa didn't push him. He didn't seem mad at Izuku either, as he rubbed at his eyes and let out a small yawn. Okay, you don't have to tell me then. But at least let me help you get better. At what? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. Aizawa shrugged and put his hands in the pockets of his sweats. He was no longer dressed in his Eraserhead garb and wore a simple pajama set. Izuku tried not to seem so disappointed. Vigilantism, fighting, other stuff. No offense, kid, but you kind of Aizawa waved his hand in the air dismissively. Hey! Izuku frowned. Well, that was kind of mean. It's like you take self-defense classes every other week and call it a day, Aizawa continued, reaching for a tiny bottle of eye drops on his desk and putting a few in his eyes. Oh, you have no idea how right you are. Izuku swallowed slowly as he shook his head and tried his best to keep a straight face. Why do you want to help someone like me anyway? He asked quickly. Izuku figured he should change the subject before he found a way to somehow screw up and expose his real identity. Not to mention the curiosity building up inside of him while he thought about Aizawa's proposition. I thought most vigilantes worked alone. Most do, and for good reason. But in case you haven't noticed, I'm not very active anymore, Aizawa said before tossing the bottle in the trash. Izuku nodded. It was still hard to believe that Aizawa used to be a vigilante and now he was a cop. Why had he stopped? What made him want to do it in the first place? Did he know any other vigilantes? There were so many questions running throughout Izuku's head, but he didn't voice any of them out loud. He also couldn't help but wonder what Tensei would have to say about all of this. It wasn't hard to imagine Tenya's reaction, but the oldest Ida brothers seemed more understanding about certain things. Especially when it came to his vigilante rehabilitation program. Had Aizawa been a part of something like that? Plus, I would finally be able to get some sleep. At night knowing you're being safe out there, Aizawa said, a ghost of a smile present on his features. Izuku blinked. So, you're not going to try and stop me when you go back to being a cop? Aizawa nodded. As long as you agree to let me help you out, then no. I won't. Izuku chewed on his bottom lip a little before he answered him again. He just couldn't believe this was happening right now. Officer Aizawa might have been a vigilante in the past, but why was he going out of his way to teach him? He was basically telling Izuku to continue breaking the law. It just seemed too good to be true. How do I know you won't turn on me later? Izuku asked. You know my secret, Aizawa shrugged, so it's not in my best interest to make you mad. You could rat me out at any time and they'd throw me in jail. I wouldn't do that, Izuku mumbled, looking back down at the floor. Then write up a contract with your own conditions and I'll sign it or something. Really? Izuku couldn't help but gasp. I mean, if it makes you feel any better, sure. I could care less. Just don't put any weird stuff on there, Aizawa grumbled under his breath, as he moved over to fluff the pillows on his bed. Izuku could only watch him while he attempted to gather his thoughts. On the one hand, this would make his patrols go a lot smoother. Not only would he have one less officer to worry about, but he would be able to gain more fighting experience. He remembered how easy it was to learn from Aizawa when he taught him some moves at gunheads. On the other hand, Izuku would be risking a lot if he accepted. He ran the risk of exposing his real identity to Aizawa, as well as his quirk. And if that happened, well, Izuku didn't want to think about what the officer would do. He still didn't know him well enough to decide what his reaction would be, and after what he had learned from him today, Izuku realized Aizawa was much more mysterious than he initially expected. But the officer was also risking a lot too and would continue to do so every time they met. Izuku could end his entire career if he wanted to, and yet Aizawa had still offered to train him. The man was basically giving him a free pass to do illegal stuff as long as he did it right. Aizawa had even told him he could set his own boundaries and he would gladly sign the page. The idea was so twisted and confusing that Izuku figured it was something only a sleep-deprived, treasonous officer former vigilante would be able to come up with. And maybe it was because he was sleep-deprived too, but for some reason, Izuku found himself saying yes. I accept, the greenette said while clenching his fists with determination. Aizawa's face didn't change and he gave the greenette a simple nod. Good. We'll start with twice a week before every patrol and work our way up from there. Mondays and Fridays. Can you get to this address by 10? He asked, handing Izuku a torn-up piece of paper. The location seemed close to his home. I think so, Izuku said slowly. The only problem he foresaw was getting out of the house without Inko noticing he was gone. But he could worry about that later. All right then. Oh, and before you go, take this. Aizawa walked back over to his nightstand and pulled out a dark blue notebook. What is it? Izuku asked, looking down at the cover curiously. It was blank, aside from the Campos label at the top. Your homework. My what? Expect an assessment on your first day. I want to see how much you know and how fast you learn, Aizawa said, and when Izuku looked at him again, the guy was grinning. He seemed pleased with himself and that scared Izuku a little. So instead of saying anything, he took the notebook from his hands and started flipping through the pages until he reached the first one that wasn't blank. The title of the page was labeled with the words, Vigilantism 101, and below it was rule number 1 which read. It was as if Aizawa had already known that Izuku was going to get hurt today. The greenette tried not to find that offensive and instead figured it was only because of Aizawa's experience as a vigilante himself. He also couldn't help but notice the way he had signed his name. Izuku would be lying if he didn't admit that it made him a little excited. What's the H stand for? He asked casually, even though he already knew the answer. It's my vigilante name. I'll tell you when you've earned it, kid. Now hurry up and go. I'm tired, Aizawa said, yawning loudly. Izuku closed the notebook and nodded quickly as Aizawa walked him to the front door. They moved so fast Izuku barely had a chance to look at the inside of his house. The only thing he noticed was a tall blonde man peeking out at him from the kitchen, but then Aizawa shot him a glare and he disappeared with a shriek. Don't ask, Aizawa said gruffly, before opening the door and stepping aside so Izuku could walk out. The greenette stared out at the empty street and then back at the officer. Why, you're not going to follow me or anything, right? Aizawa rolled his eyes and gently pushed him out. Good night, problem child, he called over his shoulder and then slammed the door. Bye-bye, Izuku whispered. There were still a lot of things he wanted to say, but he took off quickly when he realized the skies were starting to brighten, indicating day. Izuku stared up at the misty purple skies while he ran, letting his feet carry him while his mind ran rampant with thoughts and theories. He still wasn't sure if he could trust Aizawa, but one thing's for sure, Izuku was going to work hard so that he didn't have to look out for him anymore. I promise. End of prologue. A whole new WD chapter text. Izuku had grown accustomed to spending his birthdays alone with just his mother. She would buy him a green tea cake and they would eat it together while cycling through all the All Might movies Izuku owned. He didn't expect much of a change in this world, which is why he was so surprised when Inko told him they were heading over to the Bakugos to celebrate. We do it every year, remember? She said with a smile, while Izuku slipped on his socks, being extra careful not to bump his arm. Of course we don't have to go if you don't feel good, honey. That was quite a tumble you took on Friday. Izuku smiled back and shook his head. No. It's okay. I'm feeling good, Mom. We can go. A part of him was curious about this said tradition, while the other part was freaking out because he had yet to tell Bakugo about his arm. But his mother seemed excited to see her friend and Izuku. Figured she needed a break from work. Even if he wasn't all that excited to celebrate his birthday in the first place since it had become such a mundane event, he wanted her to have a good time at least. Great. Let me grab my purse and we'll be on our way then. And so there they were, standing outside of the Bakugo household. Other than a pot of orange hydrangeas on either side of the entrance, the modern-style home remained unchanged with its two-story floors that overlooked Mizudafu shining under the setting sun. Inko didn't even have to ring the doorbell. Mitsuki must have sensed that they had arrived because she swung open the door and her face lit up. Happy birth, but then she stopped and her eyes widened when she noticed the greenette's cast. Oh my god, Izuku! Are you okay? Izuku opened his mouth to speak when he caught Bakugo glaring at him from behind his mother's shoulder. His own eyes were focused on the cast too, and when he looked at him, Izuku quickly looked away. The poor thing broke his arm and bruised his cheek on Friday, Inko explained with a small sigh. How the hell did that happen? Mitsuki shook her head. I fell in the shower, Izuku answered, feeling his cheeks go pink. He snuck a glance at Bakugo again and found that the blonde was still very much watching him. Except now he had his arms crossed over his chest. Did you now? The blonde asked while slowly making his way outside. Izuku's experience with the previous Bakugo told him he was about to be chased across the lawn, so he gulped slightly and gave a little wave. Hi, Kaken. And then Izuku took off in the direction he and his mother had come from, Bakugo hot on his trail. Arg, TKU. Get your butt over here and explain. Izuku held onto his arm and glanced back every now and then only to see that Bakugo was speeding up. There's nothing to explain, he shouted back, before running back towards his mother. I already told you what happened. Oh no. Boys. Inko said disapprovingly as Izuku rushed to hide behind her, panting heavily and wiping the sweat off his forehead with his good arm. He could already feel his broken one throbbing under his cast from all the movement. But at least Bakugo was stopped before he could reach him again. Katsuki! Izuku watched as Mitsuki stomped over to her son and yanked at his ear until she had dragged him back inside the house. Stop chasing Izuku around. Can't you see he's hurt? Tisk, it's his birthday for FS sake. He should be resting, not having to deal with you. Then she shoved him to the side and told him to go cool down in his room. Bakugo stomped off without another word. Sorry about that, Inko, she gave her an apologetic smile. Why don't you and your son come on in? Masaru's outside with the barbecue. I'll go call him. Inko nodded and walked after her, but not before shooting Izuku a stern glance. He gave her an innocent smile and followed, only to stop when he saw the banner hanging from the staircase. "Happy Birthday, Izuku," was written in colorful letters while balloons of all shapes and sizes were attached to every corner of the room. "This is all for me?" Izuku wondered with wide eyes as he took everything in. The last time he had had an official birthday party was the year before his father left. "Well, don't just stand there, kiddo," Mitsuki said from the kitchen. She wore an apron now and was stirring something that looked like chocolate in a pot. "Go outside and have something to eat. The sooner you finish, the sooner we can have some cake and you can open up your presents." Izuku gave her a smile and nodded, but he ended up venturing deeper into the house instead. It was no secret that the Bakugus specialized in fashion, both interior design and clothing, creating a home that looked like it had come straight out of a catalog. Almond-colored furniture paired nicely with the terracotta walls, occasional blotches of green sticking out from the faux plants that hung from the ceiling in hexagonal pots. The greenette ended up wandering into the hallway when he saw a photo he was familiar with. It was a picture of him and Bakugo when they were little. Bakugo was in the middle of the frame behind a birthday cake, red eyes wide with excitement while he blew at the candles, and Izuku cheered him on from behind. The other one Izuku didn't recognize, but he enjoyed seeing it nonetheless. They had probably taken it on Halloween as both boys were dressed like All Might. Izuku chuckled quietly when he realized he was the one chasing after Bakugo in the picture, not the other way around. The blonde seemed to have taken his candy basket, some kind of jack-o'-lantern with All Might's face on the front. But Izuku was so busy looking at all the other photos that he didn't realize Bakugo was watching him until the blonde cleared his throat. "Ahem." Izuku froze and felt his face go red. "Ah, Kaken. I was just looking for the bathroom." His eyes traveled to the nearest door, but Bakugo quickly stood in front of it to block him. "What?" he asked, narrowing his gaze at Izuku. "So you can mysteriously fall and break your other arm?" "Kaken," Izuku huffed. "Deku," Bakugo sneered. Izuku sighed. "Is it really that hard to believe that I just fell?" he asked quietly, staring down at his red shoes. "I mean, you call me useless all the time and stuff." "What? You mean, Deku?" Bakugo raised a blonde brow. Izuku only nodded, peeking up at him from the fringe of his curly bangs. He heard Bakugo sigh. "Don't tell me you forgot about that sheet too?" God, you really are an idiot," the blonde shook his head. "How much do you remember about what happened after your dad died?" "And nothing." And Izuku was honestly glad he didn't. Everyone kept bringing it up all the time. It was getting a little annoying. "Well, basically, you were a fing mess. Wouldn't come out of your room for days, wouldn't eat, wouldn't even watch All Might's shitty butt. Your mom tried everything. You didn't even want to hang out with me. Fng brat." "That makes sense." Izuku began to nod before Bakugo smacked at his arm. "Oh, what the heck was that for?" "My arm's still broken, you know," the greenette mumbled, holding his cast protectively. Bakugo rolled his eyes. "You're not supposed to agree with me, idiot. You were wasting your life away. I had to talk some sense into you 'cause Hisashi wouldn't have wanted to have such a worthless son." Izuku snorted, thinking about the man he had grown up with. "Tell me about it." Bakugo paused. "I started calling you Deku after that." "Because I became so useless?" Izuku asked with a bitter smile. He stared at his shoes again. "No. Because you got through that sheet at 4 years old. Like the word, Dekire. But every time I typed that on my phone, it would autocorrect to DMN, Deku, instead. We kind of turned into an inside joke after that. Didn't know it had been bothering you though. Guess I should have asked if you were still okay with it." Bakugo shrugged and leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets. Izuku's eyes went wide and he quickly looked up. "Wait, what?" Bakugo's ears turned red. Stop looking at me like that," he mumbled, turning away from him. "Demon nerd. It's gross." "You're messing with me," Izuku shook his head. "Dekairu? Really?" The greenette couldn't help the grin that started forming on his face. "Yes. And don't make me explain myself again or I'll break your other arm," Bakugo growled. Izuku laughed quietly and rubbed the back of his neck. I don't know what to say. Bakugo shrugged again. Just smile already and stop moping around. It's your shitty nerd birthday or whatever. You should be celebrating. The pair didn't speak for a while after that, but eventually, Izuku broke the silence. You're right, Izuku smiled. So thank you. For being my friend. And for not giving up on me. Bakugo didn't say anything and started moving towards the kitchen. Not friends, he said while passing him, glancing back slightly. What? Izuku blinked. Family. We're FING family, Izuku. And we always will be, so don't you forget it. Now get back inside and tell Auntie you love her DMN cooking. Izuku's grin returned and he nodded quickly. Race you there. He laughed when he passed Bakugo. Etch. The blonde's eyes widened. Like I'd ever let you win. Later that night, Izuku might have gotten a cool new watch from Bakugo to track his progress at the gym, but he preferred the moment they had shared together over anything the blonde could have given him as a gift. I'm here, the young vigilante said as he rushed into the clearing. Aizawa didn't bother getting up from where he was sitting. You're late, he grumbled quietly before taking a long sip of his coffee and leaning his head back to stare at the star-dotted sky. At least there were no rain clouds out tonight. Sorry, the boy panted. Mine? Aizawa glanced back over at him and raised an eyebrow. Sorry, he said again, bowing slightly and making his way over to Aizawa. The kid wore his usual vigilante getup, dark hoodie, mask that obscured most of his face, red contacts, and pants with lots of pockets in them. Aizawa also noticed he had a backpack with him this time. He must have hidden it away before he got kidnapped last time. It's fine, the officer shrugged before getting up from the stack of steel beams he was sitting on. They were currently in one of the many abandoned construction sites in Mizudafu. Aizawa had picked this place because they barely got any crime reports in the area. Plus, not many cars passed by, so they would be able to train in peace. Just sit down already. But aren't we going to be training? The kid asked as he slipped off his pack and bent down to retie his shoes. Problem child. Aizawa felt his eyebrow twitch. What? You just broke your arm last week. The officer set his coffee down and pinched the bridge of his nose while he took a few deep breaths. In through your nose and out through your mouth. In through your nose and out through your mouth. In through your nose and out through your mouth. I know, but... Aizawa held his hand up to silence him. But nothing. Don't tell me you've been going out like this? When the boy didn't answer, Aizawa let out an exasperated groan and walked over to him. What did I write on rule number 1? The boy seemed to shrink a little and step back. Go see a doctor? Which I did, and he said no heavy lifting or pushing, but I can still run around and stuff. Don't. Stupid. The kid's face fell and Aizawa automatically felt bad. Look, you don't have to worry about us, okay? He said, tone much gentler than before, yet still serious. We can manage just fine for a couple of weeks until you recover. All right, the young vigilante said. He hesitantly met his gaze before nodding. Good, Aizawa nodded back. He gestured to the dusty floor before walking back over to his own seat. Now sit, we have a lot to cover today. Being a vigilante is not just about fighting, Aizawa began. Every now and then he would turn and look at Izuku to make sure the greenette was paying attention. And every time he did, Izuku would nod his head and give him a thumbs up. There's a foundation. I'll admit, when I started out, I was just like you, probably even worse. I wanted to jump right in. But you can't do that and expect to win every battle. It doesn't work that way. No one told me that at the time, and I got hurt a lot because of it. You have to be prepared for anything. Both in your mind and body. Both in my mind and body, Izuku wrote quickly as Aizawa proceeded to speak. I have to be prepared for anything. Sometimes, preparation means knowing how to start a fire or building up a decent shelter for the night if you can't make it home. Other times, it means healing that nasty injury yourself if going to the doctor isn't an option. Tell me, have you ever gotten stitches before? Technically not in this universe, Izuku wanted to say, but instead, he just shook his head and briefly lifted his pencil from the paper. He could already feel a blister forming on the side of his finger from writing so fast. Well, I'm going to teach you how to do them yourself, Aizawa said as he continued to pace. What about any hiding spots? Do you have any places you go in between patrols? Those are important too. Izuku chewed on his bottom lip. Officer Aizawa wanted to know about his hiding spots? Should he give him a fake one instead? Aizawa seemed to sense his discomfort, so he quickly spoke up again before Izuku had a chance to make a decision. Listen, kid, I can tolerate one secret, but you have to trust me in order to make this work. Izuku sighed and slowly nodded his head. He could always find somewhere new to hide if their lessons ended up falling through. Although he had given Aizawa the contract he wrote earlier. Let's see. The greenette tapped at his chin with the pencil. There's the abandoned building by the convenience shop, honestly anywhere behind a large dumpster, and sometimes that tree. Aizawa blinked. What tree? You know, the really big one in the park. So, you can climb? Aizawa asked, arching his brow. Somewhat, Izuku said. It was a skill he had learned back in his world whenever he tried getting away from Bakugo and his bullies. But he wasn't about to say all of that, so he just shrugged. Aizawa nodded. What about parkour? Any specialties? Preference in fighting with your arms versus your legs? How long can you hold your breath underwater? Do you know what a tourniquet is? Could you slow down please? Izuku asked, as he frantically flipped to another page. I'm trying to write all of this down. Aizawa stopped pacing and peered over his shoulder. What's that? Oh, nothing much, Izuku mumbled without looking up. Maybe he could get lucky and Aizawa would drop the subject. The last thing he wanted him to see was all the information he had about the police in his notebook. Problem child. So much for that, Izuku thought with a sigh. It's my vigilante analysis notebook where I take notes about everything I do or the important things I should look out for around me, Izuku confessed. To his surprise though, Aizawa didn't seem upset. He even sounded curious when he asked to see it. Izuku handed him the notebook hesitantly. Just don't go to page 14. Please. But, am I in it? Aizawa asked, a ghost of a smile present on his pale face. And maybe, Izuku said while trying not to panic when he remembered he had labeled the page with his vigilante name instead of his real one. Oh no. Watching Aizawa read his work was an agonizing mix of fear and anxiety. Izuku found himself shaking his legs and playing with the pencil in his hands until it rolled under one of the steel beams and disappeared. Luckily, the officer seemed to have respected his wishes and didn't go to that page. Wow, Aizawa said after a while. Wow. Izuku blinked. This is impressive. Really? Izuku couldn't help the excitement in his voice as Aizawa started to hand the notebook back. There are things I didn't even know about my patrol squad in here. It tells me you're observant. Wait, the officer said before pulling the notebook back. His tired eyes narrowed at something on the page and he shook his head. The greenette gulped a little. Officer Takayama can run faster in heels? What is this? And why did you label her as the lady? Izuku immediately snatched the notebook from Aizawa's hands and started laughing nervously while he tried to think of an excuse. It's just that, well, she's really tall and stuff like a mountain, and when I saw her in those heels the nickname kind of clicked. Aizawa simply stared. Izuku let out another tiny laugh to fill the uncomfortable silence. But she really can run faster in heels though. You should see her go, Mr. Aizawa. I was ready to step in and help when I saw her getting out of the car, but she just took off after the guy harassing that woman like it was nothing. I don't even know why she was wearing them in the first place, but it was really cool. Takayama was already taller than most people on the force, but those heels had made her seem like a giant as she towered over criminals in the dead of night. Interesting, Aizawa mumbled. He didn't look pleased. Izuku's face fell suddenly. Why you're not gonna, get her in trouble because of me or anything, right? Aizawa sighed and ran a hand through his hair. No promises. But we're wasting time. Let's start off by going through different survival scenarios and you tell me which one you think is best. Then we'll go from there. Izuku sighed but eventually sat back down and pulled out another pencil. At least that was over. Okay. By the end of their session, Aizawa was drained and he was pretty sure the feeling was mutual. They hadn't even done any fighting and spent most of the time sitting around talking, but even that took a toll on their bodies. Oftentimes, Aizawa had to admit that he moved on too fast from a topic and left the kid in the dust, but other times, the problem child was the one who confused him. His tendency to ramble and go off on tangents was distracting but familiar for some reason. That didn't make it any less annoying though, and Aizawa had to frequently quiet him down or threaten to take his notebook away. "You don't have to write down every word I say, kid," Aizawa told him for probably the 100th time since they started the lesson. He should have been keeping track if he knew this was going to be a problem. And by now, he had run out of coffee too. "But every word you say is important." The boy shook his head. "I don't want to miss anything." Aizawa groaned in frustration. "Then pay attention," he said before walking over and snatching the notebook from his hands. "Hey. You have to learn how to listen first and take notes later," the officer said while holding it above his head. For a moment, Aizawa got the impression that the problem child was going to somehow snatch it away from him, which was impossible since he shouldn't be able to reach it. But in the end, the kid simply sat back down and wouldn't look at him. "Mr. Aizawa, people absorb stuff differently though," he mumbled quietly while shaking his head. "Well then absorb stuff quietly or I'm not giving it back next time," Aizawa said before tossing the notebook back to him. He ignored the way the kid's eyes lit up again and continued on with the lesson. Now, they simply sat in silence while the young vigilante put his stuff away. Aizawa watched him from his side of the room. Every time their eyes met, the kid would quickly look away. Aizawa could tell he wanted to speak to him, but he seemed to be holding back. And while the officer didn't blame him since he wasn't exactly the most patient man in the universe, he also didn't want to intimidate him to the point of not asking any questions. "Hey," he said softly. "What's the matter? Cat's got your tongue?" The kid laughed a little at that and Aizawa felt him relax. He relaxed too. "No. I was just thinking about stuff," the young vigilante mumbled quietly. "Like?" There was a pause as the boy fumbled with the zipper of his bag. Finally, he looked up again. "You seem to know a lot about vigilantism, which is obvious because of your experience. I mean, who wouldn't, but—" "Get to the point, kid," Aizawa sighed. "I guess I was just wondering how someone like you became a cop." As soon as he said that, his eyes widened suddenly and he quickly shook his head. "And not that there's anything wrong with wanting a career change. Himself he would only step in if the nerd couldn't handle it. And Katsuki firmly believed Deku could. Katsuki even found himself relaxing a little bit when Deku took his advice and started taking those self-defense courses they saw in the gym. The nerd was smart but self-preservation had never been one of his skills. But the more time Katsuki spent around him, the more he started noticing all the other discrepancies in Deku's behavior. Like how he always seemed to have a new kind of injury on his body and never seemed to be getting any sleep. Deku had also gotten addicted to caffeine, which he had been trying to hide but was definitely obvious an issue concerning in itself. Katsuki didn't believe in the necessity to force your body to stay awake. He was diligent enough to get his work done and be in bed by 8. That's why he had no problem waking up for their 5 a.m. sessions at the gym. But Deku was a different story. He had lost all his DSPLN in the past 5 months and a half. Katsuki would tell him stuff and he would forget about them the next day. Study time had become nap time for the nerd, if Katsuki could even call him that anymore. Because his friend no longer gushed about All Might like he used to. At all. That should have been the first indication that something was wrong besides the bruise. Deku hadn't even reached peak levels of fanboy when Katsuki gave him the watch. The same one his friend had been talking about since it was released for the new year. He didn't even comment on the way the hands were designed to look like All Might's stupid hair or how the 12 p.m. beeping synchronized with the stupid theme song he loved so much. Katsuki felt like reminding him that they were family at his birthday party would be enough, but he had been wrong and it was clear based on the way his friend was acting that something was going on. And Katsuki was determined to find out what it was. Bruises and swollen ankles were one thing, but a broken arm? That was where the blonde drew the line. Except now Katsuki was even more confused. At first, he believed Deku was being harassed by someone. He would have suspected one of his family members, but Inko was incapable of hurting a fly and loved her son too much. Hell, She would probably pass out if she found out Katsuki was thinking about her that way. But now, based on the way Deku was acting around the police who were sitting across from them, Katsuki wasn't sure anymore. They had been studying fine in the cafe until the 3 officers arrived, and ever since then, Deku had been on edge. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at him and shifted a little in his seat. Was Izuku Midoriya capable of doing something that went against the law? Had Katsuki been wrong about him all along? Was Deku actually the one causing trouble and not the other way around? 5 months ago, Katsuki would have laughed at himself for even considering something like that. But now, the more he looked at the freckled-faced boy who was cowering behind the bulk of a potted plant and hiding his broken arm, the more Katsuki realized he didn't really know who Izuku was anymore. And that bothered him. It bothered him a lot. So, naturally, Katsuki decided he had had enough and was going to take matters into his own hands. If Deku didn't want to tell him anything, he would find out himself. Kaken, I need to use the restroom, the nerd mumbled predictably after 5 minutes had passed. He wouldn't meet Katsuki's gaze and kept glancing back at the other table over his shoulder. Katsuki couldn't help himself. Of course you do, he said under his breath with a slight eye roll. Deku blinked, finally looking at him with his annoying but green eyes. What? Katsuki waved him off and pretended to go back to focusing on his book, when in reality, he had solved all of the math problems on the page already. Go ahead. I'll be here when you get back. Deku nodded quickly and took off. And then Katsuki got up and approached the officer's table. Oi, Katsuki growled as he stood in front of the officers. There were 3 of them sitting around the table talking, but all conversation ceased when he spoke up. The man with the scraggly but blonde hair turned to him first. He offered Katsuki a bright smile that was too blinding for the foul mood he was in. Hello. Can we help you with anything, young man? I'm Dr. Yagi at your humble sare. Izuku Midoriya, Bakugo cut in as he crossed his arms over his chest. That name ring any bells? Isn't that Hisashi's kid? The woman with the long dark hair asked. Her badge name read Officer Kiyama. Have any of us actually met him though? Dr. Yagi hummed while he took a sip of his smoothie. The 3rd officer simply shrugged. He wore a trench coat over his uniform and Katsuki figured he must be some sort of detective. I think Shoyuta did, but that was weeks ago. Oh really? He didn't tell me about that. Officer Kiyama pouted slightly. He doesn't tell me anything. Consider yourself lucky, Dr. Yagi sighed. Katsuki rolled his eyes. It's like he wasn't even FNG standing there anymore. So what did he do? He asked again, trying to keep the impatience from slipping in his tone. Huh. All 3 officers turned towards him again. Katsuki felt his eyebrow twitch. Has Izuku been getting into any trouble lately? Fights? On the run? You know, illegal shit. Not that we know of, young man. But those are very serious accusations. Dr. Yagi said. It's like he punctuated the ends of his sentences with exclamation marks, and it was seriously starting to PSS Katsuki off. The detective was watching him curiously now though. You said, illegal, like what? He asked, turning his full attention towards Katsuki. The blonde rolled his eyes. The hell do you mean, like what? You're the DMN officers here. You tell me. Officer Kiyama frowned. Hey, watch your mouth, kid, she said warningly. Don't tell me what to do, old hag, Katsuki grumbled. The officer's eyes widened as she sprang up from the table. Excuse me, she shrieked, like some old but witch. Dr. Yagi had to hold her back all while frantically trying to tell her to calm down. Why don't you go ask your friend yourself instead of bothering us about it? The detective sighed. He gave Katsuki a somewhat pleading look as the other customers started staring. Katsuki, however, wasn't about to back down. Ugh, is it that hard to answer a thing question? He began right as something cold spilled all over his shoulder. Katsuki whipped his head around and faced the waiter who had stumbled into him, giving him the deadliest glare possible. What the hell? You demon extra, look at what you did to my clothes. Katsuki then looked down at his soiled t-shirt, the sticky soda dripping down his left pang leg and forming a tiny puddle on the floor. God, Genist is gonna kill me, he thought with a scowl. The waiter seemed absolutely mortified, and Katsuki would have relished the expression if he wasn't so busy worrying about his clothes. "I'm so sorry, sir. I swear I didn't do anything. It's like the cup moved on its own or something." Katsuki nearly jumped when he felt the detective's hand on his shoulder. It took everything in the blonde's body not to lash out at him. "Kid, if you're being disruptive, we're going to have to escort you out." "Namuri, put those away, we aren't arresting him," the detective said through a frustrated sigh. Yet, Officer Kayama growled, a pair of HNDCFFs dangling from her fingertips. Katsuki sneered at the woman and she glared back. "Yeah, I'm FING leavin'." An sorry excuse for a cop. Katsuki grumbled under his breath as he stomped back to his own table to grab his stuff, only to find that Izuku had taken all his belongings and was halfway out the door already. Katsuki didn't even finish packing as he rushed out after him, hands clenched into fists while he ground his teeth together. Deku Findy, wait." The DMN nerd wouldn't even turn to look at him and seemed to pick up the pace when he realized Katsuki was following him. I have to head home now and—" "Just stop with the lies and tell me the truth already." "About everything." Katsuki managed to somehow yank at his collar and tug him back towards him. What are you talking about?" the boy asked, emerald-colored eyes focused on anything but Katsuki. Katsuki squeezed his hands into fists even tighter. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" he asked slowly. Deku looked up at that, his face twisted in absolute mortification. Something like guilt briefly flashed across his features, but Katsuki was too angry to notice it or give him the benefit of the doubt. "No. Then tell me, goddammit. I'm effing worried about you, okay?" Katsuki spat. He didn't realize his whole body was shaking until he stopped to take in a breath. "I can't." Deku shook his head, lowering his gaze to the floor again. "Don't you trust me?" Katsuki's voice came out so quiet compared to the screaming match he had been holding earlier, and it surprised him. He swallowed down a barrage of curse words in order to give Deku a chance to answer. "I do. I really, really do, Kaken. And it's so funny because I never thought I would get to again. Being friends with you is so amazing and new and weird, but I wouldn't trade it for the world." The nerd's rambling ended with a shake of his head as he gazed up at Katsuki shyly. Katsuki narrowed his gaze at the way his friend was playing with the strap of his cast. He remembered asking Deku if he could sign it. When Katsuki broke his arm, Deku doodled all over his cast every day. But Katsuki wasn't allowed to leave a mark. As if Deku was worried somebody would see or something. It only aggravated him further and reminded him why he was so upset. "So then what's the problem?" Katsuki asked. "I trust you," Deku said softly. Katsuki rolled his eyes. "You said that already." Deku took a deep breath. He seemed to be thinking about something, his face scrunched up in concentration. "I just don't trust the other you," he said so quietly Katsuki almost didn't hear him. "The other me?" The blonde blinked, his expression quickly forming into a scowl. "What are you even talking about, Deku? What other me?" "Stop making shit up," Katsuki said through a hiss. His impatience was rising and he could feel the blood rushing to his face. "I'm not." Deku frantically shook his head. "It happened before. When we were kids. I told you I was different and you didn't want to be friends with me anymore." Katsuki set his jaw. "Look, I get that you lost your FING memory, but I didn't know you lost your mind too. If this is your way of trying to keep shit to yourself, then fine. Do it. See if I care." He tried to keep the hurt out of his voice, but it was no use. Deku could probably tell how frustrated he was by now, and if he didn't, well, F him too. Their eyes met again and Deku's shined back at him glossily, the pathetic FNG tears already building up. "It's not. I'm trying to explain it to you, but it's complicated. It's hard," his voice shook while he talked, but Deku kept going, "because I know that if I do, I might lose you all over again." Katsuki didn't answer him and Deku used that as an opportunity to keep talking. "Look, I know all of this sounds really weird, but I don't expect you to understand. I didn't either, not at first But at that, Katsuki stopped him. He felt his nostrils flare slightly as he talked, walking over to stand directly in front of the greenette. "Bullshit. That's bullshit, Deku. Don't effing tell me what I can and can't understand." I'm sorry, Kaken," Deku said, even more tears building up in his eyes, but he didn't say anything after that. He just stayed FNG quiet. Katsuki didn't know why he thought his so-called friend would even tell him anything in the first place. He didn't even know why he bothered trying to find out. So, that's it, huh? You aren't even gonna give me a FING chance? After all we've been through together? Deku slowly shook his head. I can't. Not yet. Maybe with time. And this time Katsuki did mean to cut him off, and he didn't feel bad about the way Deku looked at him. No. It's obvious where your head is at right now. Kaken, please. The greenette reached out to take his hand, but Katsuki ignored him, opting to turn around instead and walking in the other direction. I want my friend back, he called over his shoulder, as he crossed the street and stuffed his hands in his pockets to keep from punching something. So call me when you find him. Izuku found himself staring at the floor as Aizawa talked about vigilante stuff in the background. He just couldn't bring himself to focus when the conversation he had had with Bakugo last week was still fresh in his head. I want my friend back. Izuku stiffened. So call me when you find him. Okay, so what's wrong? Aizawa asked. Izuku jumped a little when he looked up and noticed the officer standing directly in front of him. HM? What do you mean? He asked, trying to feign ignorance. Aizawa sighed. You've been strangely quiet all week. I don't even think you filled up a page of notes. Are you paying attention? I am. It's just that, sorry. Izuku's voice trailed off as he remembered the betrayal in his best friend's eyes. Do you want to talk about it? Aizawa's question took him by surprise. He expected him to yell at him for not focusing like he normally did. Not really, Izuku mumbled, fumbling with the pencil in his hands. For a while, Aizawa didn't speak, and when Izuku looked over at him again, he was positioning himself next to him to sit down. Scoot over, the officer said, and Izuku had no choice but to follow orders. They sat in silence once again after that, both of them listening to the distant buzz of traffic. Izuku attempted to gather his thoughts, and Aizawa seemed to be doing the same. Well? The officer finally asked. I had a fight with my best friend and now he hates me, Izuku blurted out before he could stop himself. Aizawa shifted a little to look at him. How do you know he hates you? He asked with a raised brow. Did he say that himself? Izuku shook his head. No. I just know he does, okay? The greenette mumbled while pulling up his knees into his chest. Michim. And what was the cause of this fight? He thinks I don't trust him, Izuku said quietly. And do you? Aizawa raised both brows this time, the top of his forehead creasing a little. Izuku blinked. Why yes. That doesn't sound very convincing to me. Izuku groaned and put his face into his hands. I guess I'm just scared. I don't want to lose him again. Again? Aizawa asked. When we were kids he found out something about me and changed. Everything's okay now, but I'm scared that it will happen again. Izuku knew this world was different. Bakugo had proved that time and time again. But he couldn't help but wonder if once he knew, things would change between them. That was how everything had started out when he was declared quirkless after all. When he had become an outsider. Was Izuku ready to jeopardize all that he had? Did you tell him that? Aizawa asked, snapping Izuku back to reality. The greenette nodded. I did. But he didn't believe me and I don't blame him. My situation is a little too complicated. Aizawa ran a hand through his hair and sighed. When Izuku turned to look at him, he noticed the officer had his gaze cast to the floor, as if lost in thought himself. Look, I don't know much about the relationship you have with this person, but it seems like something you don't want to lose, correct? Izuku nodded again as their eyes met. Problem child. Sometimes friends say things they don't mean because they're hurting inside. It doesn't mean that they hate you or that they don't want to be around anymore. I actually think the worst thing you can do as a friend is leave them be. Izuku blinked. He didn't expect such a thorough answer. Mr. Aizawa didn't seem like the type of person who had many friends if Izuku was being honest. Aside from his husband, he never liked to talk about the other officers at work and refrained from making any comments about them out loud whenever Izuku showed him his notebook. So I should be honest with him? The greenette asked. At your own pace, of course. But don't take too long. One day it will be too late and your friend will be gone. Izuku couldn't help but feel a distant sadness in his teacher's voice as he talked. There was also a hint of regret in his words that Izuku picked up on immediately because it was the same way he had sounded when Bakugo confronted him. "Sensei," Izuku began slowly, Did you lose a friend once too?" Aizawa nodded and continued gazing at the floor. Yeah, I did." Izuku chewed on his bottom lip a little before hesitantly placing his hand on top of Aizawa's. The officer immediately turned his head and met his gaze, causing Izuku to quickly pull away. Sorry." He felt his cheeks flush red as he pulled up his mask a little higher. "My mom always does that when I'm sad." Aizawa raised an eyebrow at him suddenly. "Your mom?" Izuku immediately stood up and felt his whole body tense. "Did I say my mom? Save it, kid. I already knew you had parents." Aizawa gave him a little smirk and Izuku felt the blush spread throughout his entire face. There was no hiding how embarrassed he was now. How? You aren't exactly the best liar," Aizawa chuckled, before getting up too. "Hey!" Izuku crossed his arms over his chest and tried not to wince when he accidentally bumped his broken arm. Aizawa must have noticed it too because he laughed quietly after it happened, but he didn't say anything else and gestured towards Izuku's notebook. "Come on, let's finish up and go home early," he yawned. "I'm tired." Izuku tried to appear annoyed, but he couldn't help the small smile that started growing on his face. "Mr. Aizawa, you're always tired." Aizawa grinned. "Can't argue with you there, problem child." "Thanks for the advice back there, sensei." I really appreciate it," the young vigilante said while they walked towards the clearing. Their paths diverged at the end of the street, right before one reached the mountainous road. Aizawa always turned left and the boy turned right. "Any time, problem child." "Any time." Aizawa gave him a small smile and felt it widen when the problem child returned it. After their brief heart-to-heart earlier, Aizawa realized he didn't like seeing the boy upset. Even if it meant that he wouldn't have to deal with his constant mumbling, Aizawa preferred quieting him down 100 times if it meant he could hear him laugh and ask questions. Be a kid. Sometimes he forgot how young the vigilante seemed to be. Their conversations usually veered towards mature topics, especially when the boy asked questions about working in the force or the kinds of things Aizawa had experienced when he was a vigilante. The kinds of things he had seen. And while he was careful when sharing things that were too personal, Aizawa never shied away from the truth. He never sugarcoated anything. A part of him did it so that the boy could be afraid and eventually walk away from such a profession, but another part of him knew that the kid would never quit despite all that he told him. And Aizawa hated that he was impressed at his maturity. He hated that if this would have been any other role, he would have been cheering for the problem child on the sidelines, and Aizawa never cheered for anybody. He didn't even go to places where you had to cheer. The whole point of him becoming Eraserhead was to find out more about Ghost. And get him to trust him so that Aizawa could get him out of the situation he had put himself in. Or at least that's what the boy continued to claim. That his idea of helping people came from within. That no one was forcing him to do this. Aizawa had figured he was lying at first, especially since he didn't develop a sense of justice until after 16, but the more time he spent around the problem child, the more he felt like it was the truth. And that made everything much, much worse because the boy had a genuine passion for what he was doing despite Aizawa's harsh reprimands and tough expectations. If he didn't know something, he didn't back down. He would come back the next day with double of what Aizawa had asked for. The officer's only hope now would be that when they started physical training in a couple of weeks, it would be too intense for him to continue. "I've been meaning to ask you something though," the problem child said as they walked side by side under the moonlight. Occasionally their hands would brush against each other and Aizawa was once again reminded of how small this kid really was. "What is it?" he asked, eyes focused on the gravelly road. Was the problem child finally opening up? Aizawa would be lying if he said he wasn't anxious about it. They had been meeting up for almost 2 months now, and while he had managed to get the kid off the streets and under his watchful eye, he still seemed cautious around him. Aizawa didn't blame him, but it was still a little frustrating. The young vigilante stopped walking altogether and started fishing for something in his pack. Aizawa asked to help a couple of times, mainly because of his impatience to know what was inside, but the boy refused each time. Finally, he pulled something small out and handed it to him. It was a piece of wrapped tofu. Aizawa blinked. This was how he did all those stunts? With tofu? Do you know why the other officers have been leaving me tofu, rice, and sake on the swings? I mean, it's a nice gesture, but I feel bad because I haven't been on patrol since I broke my arm and… Aizawa's eyes widened suddenly and he looked up at the problem child angrily. They've been doing what now? The boy's expression shifted towards nervousness again and Aizawa had to remind himself to calm down even though he was fuming. Yeah, he said with a slight laugh while scratching the back of his neck. We can go there together right now if you want to check. They've also left me really nice notes. I have them pinned in my room. For some reason, they keep calling me Kitsune or something. Please tell me you haven't been drinking the sake, Aizawa said as he closed his eyes and started counting back from 10. I mean, I might have taken a little sip though just to try, the kid said quietly. Problem child, Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. Anyway, see you around, sensei. Thanks for everything and have a good night, bye. Aizawa sighed and watched him go. He would have stopped him but he was too tired. Plus, he had to wake up bright and early tomorrow. He was going to have a little talk with his co-workers about what he had just found out. This should be interesting. Izuku learned a lot about Mr. Aizawa during their time together. Like how he had a soft spot for cats, went through a bottle of eye drops each week, and was married to the present Mike who, much like in the Quirked world, had his own radio show that Izuku listened to religiously. Oftentimes it would make him feel like he was back home, while other times Izuku simply enjoyed hearing the crazy stories Mike came up with when he was broadcasting on air. His charisma was infectious and the radio host never failed to brighten up his days. His most recent session had involved the country versus rap debate, where Mike proceeded to defend country music while his viewers would call in and roast him on live. In the end, Mike confessed he was actually a fan of both genres and proceeded to rap about a random pair of socks he deemed were lucky, while a backtrack of some random country song played. Wait, present Mike is your husband? Izuku asked while they were finishing up a lesson. Unfortunately, Aizawa answered with a slight eye roll. Izuku didn't miss the tiny smile that appeared on the officer's lips though. He had learned to appreciate Aizawa's subtle facial expressions. It was really hard to make the officer laugh or smile, but when he did so on his own, the greenette appreciated it even more. Izuku gasped and sat up a little, careful not to hurt his arm. I listen to his radio show all the time. Especially the segments in English. They really help me practice the language. And then, a little quieter, Izuku gestured to his notebook and shyly lowered his gaze. Could you, maybe get him to sign this for me? Aizawa blinked. Are you seriously asking me for my husband's autograph in the middle of class? He asked with a raised brow that seemed to twitch a little bit. Yes. Izuku bit his lip and offered him his best smile. He nearly squealed in delight as Aizawa grabbed the page Izuku had torn off and put it in his pocket. I'll see what I can do, the officer grumbled eventually and Izuku gave a silent cheer. But anyway, before we move on, do you have any questions that are actually relevant to the source material? Oh, I actually do. Izuku grinned as he inched closer to the officer. They both sat on the floor this time. Aizawa was in front of him with his back against the unfinished metallic structure that was probably never going to get built, while Izuku found himself sitting crisscross applesauce. His legs had fallen asleep ages ago but he was too busy taking notes to care. Izuku would pay for it when he tried to get up though. Did you ever get to work with any vigilantes? Or at least meet them? Aizawa furrowed his brow. He didn't seem pleased with the question. You did ask if I had any questions, Izuku began, fumbling with the strands of his hoodie. I know, Aizawa said as he ran a hand through his hair and puffed out a bit of air. I guess you can say I was acquainted with Mrs. Joke, Knuckleduster, and Stendhal. Izuku's eyes widened slightly when he remembered the conversation he had had about Mrs. Joke with the Ida family. For some reason it seemed so long ago. He wondered how they were doing while he scribbled all 3 vigilante names on the margins of his page. He was going to need a new journal soon. Oh, I've heard of Mrs. Joke before. Did she really use laughing gas on people? Only all the DMN time. But that woman's mouth was enough to put you to sleep. I swear she was the queen of puns and bad jokes, Aizawa rolled his eyes and Izuku giggled with a nod. He casually made a note about Mrs. Joke's choice of humor and Aizawa's lack thereof in his notebook. Aizawa gave him a look but didn't say anything else as he continued talking. As for Knuckle Duster, we sort of met later on. He taught me a lot of moves before they caught him. Izuku looked up from the page with a slight frown. He's in jail? I don't think so. At least not anymore. They sent him to a rehab center for vigilantes, but we haven't talked in years. So who knows where he is now? Aizawa shrugged a little bit. If Izuku would have asked him about this when they first met, he'd have interpreted his reaction as standoffish. But Izuku had learned that Aizawa was simply not a man of many words, much less nice ones. His reactions were often neutral and cold, but deep down, Izuku knew that he cared. Or at least that's what he wanted to believe. You know, now that I think about it, he reminds me of you a little bit, Aizawa said, rousing Izuku from his thoughts. The greenette looked up again as he met Aizawa's calculating gaze. No one really knew how he got so strong, so there was always speculation about his abilities. He played into it too, claiming he had superpowers. Izuku felt his mouth go dry. Superpowers? He asked, trying not to let his voice tremble. No way. Aizawa nodded, but he didn't seem to pick up on Izuku's reaction. Yeah, but it was all an act. Knuckle used it as an intimidation tactic, kind of like what you do with your ghost persona. Izuku nodded vigorously at that until he felt lightheaded. Alright, that makes sense. And I think the people who fell for it simply underestimated how much time he spent training, Aizawa continued. Knuckle was really dedicated to the cause, and for a long time, his speed was unprecedented. He had been training as a vigilante long before Oboro and he stopped immediately and his brows furrowed. Izuku watched him closely. Oboro? The greenette asked aloud, while he tried to think about whether or not Aizawa had mentioned the name before. It didn't sound familiar, and Izuku didn't recognize a pro hero who had that name either. Aizawa wouldn't meet his gaze as he shook his head. Yeah, anyway, they caught Knuckle Duster in the end. Surprisingly, it was a rookie officer who did it too. The officer looked slightly uncomfortable while he talked, so Izuku decided to drop the subject altogether. He was more than happy to continue discussing vigilante stuff instead. A rookie? Izuku asked. Aizawa nodded. Officer Tensei Ida. They call him the vigilante catcher, now because he's so fast. I think he used to work in Nagoya, but they transferred him over to Hosu recently. Something about his vigilante rehab program. I see, Izuku said while glancing down at his notebook. He had written down 3 names and crossed out each one every time Aizawa explained who they were. But he noticed there was still one on the list. You, also mentioned a 3rd name. He squinted at the page. Someone called Esten.Hal? Oh yes. I never patrolled with him personally, but I heard he was really good with knives. Apparently, he could hit his target even with a BLNDFLD on, Aizawa commented. Wow. Izuku blinked after writing down Stendhal's strengths on the side of the page. He drew a little doodle of a knife 2 below the smiley face he had labeled for Mrs. Joke and the clenched fist for Knuckle Duster. I don't even think I can use a kitchen knife correctly, Izuku thought with a slight frown. He wondered if Aizawa would teach him how to use weapons when they started combat training. I think Stendhal was the most passionate out of all of us. Even more than Knuckle Duster. But then he just kind of disappeared. Some people think he died, but I guess he just grew disillusioned much earlier than the rest of us. There's only so much you can do as a vigilante, kid, Aizawa finished with a sigh. Izuku felt like asking more, but he found that he was quickly becoming increasingly tired. Do you think he might have become an officer too? He asked, after finally settling on a question that piqued his interest just enough and wouldn't send his mind in an analytic frenzy. Who knows, kid? Who knows? Izuku was excited to head over to Nagoya the next day. He hadn't been to Gunhead Studio ever since he broke his arm, and Uraraka had texted him that she wanted to hang out after her class was over. Apparently, she was determined to get Izuku to ride the Ferris wheel. And after everything that happened with Bakugo, Izuku really needed a friend. Midoriya, over here. Uraraka called over from where she sat waiting for him on the bench. Izuku's face immediately lit up when he saw his friend. Uraraka K. He rushed over quickly and gave her an awkward air hug so she wouldn't bump on his arm. "How have you been? I feel like we haven't seen each other in ages," she said with a groan as they began to climb the stairs. Izuku blushed and scratched the back of his neck. Sorry. I got carried away with school and stuff." "School and stuff? What, did you finally get a girlfriend?" Uraraka asked, a small smirk playing on her lips. Izuku's blush spread throughout his entire face and he quickly shook his head. "No, it's not like that at all." Uraraka gave him a playful shrug while twirling a bit as she walked in front of him. "Okay, a boyfriend then?" "Uraraka." The brunette threw her head back and laughed while Izuku desperately tried to hide his face from her. "Well then tell me already." She nudged at his arm and Izuku nudged her back. "Or do you want me to guess?" Izuku hummed quietly. Sure, why not? Go ahead." The rest of the way to the shopping district was spent with Uraraka giving crazy guesses as to what Izuku had been up to, as well as catching him up on her crush on Ojiro. She apparently claimed to be over the guy, but when they passed by an advertisement of him on a bus, Uraraka almost tripped because she was so busy staring. "It's just not fair, Midoriya," she whined, leaning on Izuku's good shoulder while they waited to cross the street. "He's so talented and stuff. I don't know if I like him or if I want to be him." Izuku chuckled softly and shrugged. That makes sense. But I guess you'll never know which one it is until you go talk to him." "Which is never going to happen, by the way," Uraraka mumbled as soon as the light turned red. "Hey, communication is important," Izuku said with a grin. Uraraka rolled her eyes as she started walking backward. "Says the guy who's currently fighting with his best friend because of a miscommunication." "I'm working on it, geez." Izuku furrowed his brow. "Don't make me regret telling you about that. I mean, my offer still stands. I can talk some sense into him if you know what I mean." Uraraka smirked as he cracked her knuckles and then her neck. Izuku laughed nervously and shook his head. An image of Bakugo fighting Uraraka flashed through his head and he was honestly not sure who would win. Uraraka might have been sweet and all, but she definitely had a fighter spirit. And Bakugo, well, he was Bakugo. "It's my fault he's mad at me, okay? And I'm going to be the one who fixes it." "I don't know, Midoriya. Seems like he needs to be the one to learn what boundaries are," Uraraka said as she hopped up on the curb. While she did have a point, Izuku continued to feel like he had messed up big time. It wasn't Bakugo's fault that he had literally been sent to a completely different universe and replaced the person whom the blonde believed was his friend. "But let's not talk about him," Uraraka said. She seemed to sense his discomfort and quickly switched topics. Izuku was thankful for that and nodded happily. "Today is all about getting you on that Ferris wheel." But as they finished crossing the street, Izuku noticed the next intersection was taped off and blocked with police cars. All of them led up to the curb of the police station where he and Uraraka had met the Ida family a couple of weeks back. "Huh, that's strange," Izuku mumbled. "Looks like the whole street is blocked off." Uraraka frowned. "We could try going around the other way?" Maybe." Izuku was about to move around when a female officer stopped him and the rest of the crowd that had gathered. Some of them were trying to get by, while others had their phones out and were whispering quietly to each other. Izuku managed to hear the words, "murder," and "police officer," filter through the air. "Alright, step back, folks. Nothing to see here, nothing to see." The officer frowned while she tried to motion for them to move back as if they were a herd of sheep. "Excuse me, miss." Uraraka walked over to where Izuku was standing. "Why are all the streets closed?" "We're trying to get to the shopping district." "Police investigation, kid. This entire part of the precinct will be closing soon. Now run along before curfew starts." Izuku frowned. "Curfew?" he asked aloud, turning to look at the woman again. "What curfew? Why would there be?" Suddenly, Uraraka gasped and her hand reached for Izuku's, squeezing it tightly. "Midoriya, look," she whispered while pointing to one side of the station. It was a little hard to see because of the crowd and the cars that were lined up in the parking lot, but eventually, Izuku's eyes settled on the message written out on the brick wall. "Is that?" Uraraka asked shakily. "Blood," Izuku finished through a whisper of his own. There was no doubt it was blood and some of it seemed fresh too, dripping down the side of the building. The words, "Purge the stain," was written in big letters across the entirety of the wall, and a set of handprints had been left directly underneath the message. Izuku tried not to think about who they could belong to and started backing away slowly along with Uraraka, who was still holding onto his hand. Let me go, you, because... The pair of teens whipped their heads around as soon as the yelling started, only to see an older woman pushing through the crowd. She wore some kind of office attire, but her hair was a mess and makeup streamed down her sharp features. Ma'am, please stand back. The officer from earlier tried to get her to calm down, but the woman slipped out of reach. She even managed to get past the caution tape that separated everyone from the station's driveway. No. You have to let me through, she cried as a pair of officers tackled her to the ground. My husband, Orochi Shidahara, he can't be dead. I still have to. Her voice came in waves as she alternated between screaming and sobbing. Officer Shidahara? Izuku found himself leaning in, despite the sick feeling that settled into his stomach. If he remembered correctly, that was the same officer who had tried to frame Mr. Compress and had even threatened Izuku. Did the blood belong to him? Mrs. Shidahara, the female officer said, although this time her tone was much lighter. They had finally managed to pin her down. Mrs. Shidahara continued burying her face into the dirt, crying out her husband's name. Please, I just want to see my husband one last time, she said through a sob, eyes frantically gazing at everyone in the crowd. There was even a point where she met Izuku's gaze and he had to look away because he couldn't stand her pained expression. Mrs. Shidahara. It was a new voice this time, belonging to a man in his late 30s, maybe early 40s, who had walked out of the station. He was followed by two other officers who both wore gloves. I'm so sorry, but your husband is dead. You need a weapon, Shirakumo declared as he swung his fist at Aizawa, who barely managed to dodge. They were currently sparring with each other in the lowest level of a mall parking garage. Every now and then the lights would flicker warningly above their heads, but both boys ignored it, night vision goggles dangling from their chests. Aizawa scoffed and tried to jab his elbow into Shirakumo's side. Are you saying ISCK at fighting? He asked, trying not to let his annoyance show when Shirakumo backflipped in the air. Show off, Aizawa thought with a grumble. There were much simpler ways of avoiding his attacks, but his best friends seemed bent on going all out even when they were just practicing. No, Shirakumo said as he landed gracefully on his feet. He flipped his light blue fringe back and then approached again. He reminded Aizawa of a dog trapped inside of a cat's body. Or maybe that was just his sleep-deprived brain trying to rationalize the strangeness that was Oboro Shirakumo. A walking contradiction who frequently dyed his hair blue and thought pairing a corduroy jacket over everything was style. Actually, now that I think about it, yes. Maybe you do. Shirakumo laughed as Aizawa rolled his eyes and finally managed to land a hit. Ow! The blue-haired teen gasped, shooting Aizawa a look of betrayal, but the toothy grin was back on his face in no time as he made his way over to their packs and started munching on some trail mix. Aizawa noticed he had already picked out all the chocolate. Typical. Aizawa resisted the urge to roll his eyes again and hummed disapprovingly instead. I'm just saying it would be a whole lot cooler if you had fought with something besides your fists, Shirakumo said after tossing up a peanut butter chip in the air and catching it in his mouth. The blue-haired teen specialized in using smoke bombs as a weapon. Aizawa almost got whiplash the way Shirakumo suddenly dropped the bag and reached for his backpack. Like a bow and arrow or some kind of sturdy shield. Shirakumo pretended to block an attack and then flung the pack at his pretend attacker. Maybe even a hammer that comes back to you if you're worthy, he continued with a grin. Aizawa groaned and leaned his head back on the column. He was pretty sure there was some kind of superhero reference there, but he was too tired to think about it. Oboro, we're vigilantes. Not heroes. There's a difference. He gave his friend a stern glance only to find that Shirakumo was now hanging upside down from one of the swinging lights. How he had so much energy after they had just finished a patrol, Aizawa didn't know, but he was jealous and grouchy, so he settled on giving him a glare and then closed his eyes. But why does there have to be? The blue-haired teen asked through a giggle. Aizawa figured was only due to all the blood rushing to his head. Sometimes it was hard to believe Shirakumo was 19 like him whenever he acted like this. Much harder to register that Aizawa was still friends with him. He thought about the first time they had met. Shirakumo asking him if he could borrow a pencil and Aizawa begrudgingly letting him take one, only for him to come back the next day and ask for a new one. Ever since then, Aizawa decided Shirakumo was a nuisance. He was loud, tried to make friends with everybody, and came in late every day. But then their midterm scores came back and Shirakumo was the only one with a perfect score. That made him even more of a nuisance in Aizawa's book, but he eventually started to respect him. It didn't help that the guy was so cheerful and actively sought Aizawa out, claiming he needed more friends. And he supposed he wasn't so bad. He had introduced him to that cute blonde DJ after all. Imagine if we started patrolling in the daytime? People could see that we're not so bad, they could trust us and… Aizawa's eyes snapped open at that. Not this stuff again. Yes, I can imagine the cramped jail cell already, he grumbled quietly, watching as Shirakumo proceeded to swing back and forth a little before somersaulting back to the floor. This time he didn't land so gracefully and stumbled backward a little. Aizawa laughed out loud. Shirakumo didn't seem to mind though, as he was laughing too. Hey, it wouldn't be so bad, he said while brushing the imaginary dust off his jacket. It was an ugly thing, really, and all it did was get in the way when they were fighting, but Aizawa had already grown accustomed to seeing him with it on, so he had stopped telling him to leave it at home. We could finally be roommates, Shirakumo beamed. Aizawa laughed again. You're crazy if you think I'd ever want to dorm with someone as loud and obnoxious as you. Shirakumo smirked mischievously as he started circling Aizawa like some hungry cat. Aizawa straightened immediately, his defenses activating. Right, because the only loud and obnoxious person you want to share a bed with is Hisashi, the blue-haired teen winked, stepping out of the way right before Aizawa could yank him back. You know what, Aizawa said while rolling up his sleeves, maybe I will get a weapon just so I can use it on you for target practice. Shirakumo pounded his fist into the air and cheered. That's the spirit. Eraserhead and Loud Cloud, the world's first pair of superheroes. Aizawa sighed. Oboro for the last time. We'll never be super. Together we can purge the stain. Aizawa froze suddenly. What did you just say? He asked slowly. Shirakumo remained quiet and continued smiling at him without blinking as if everything was fine and what he had said was completely normal. Purge the stain, Shirakumo repeated without blinking. Aizawa blinked and the whole world seemed to shift before his very eyes. Now instead of a parking garage, Aizawa and Shirakumo were standing out in the cold, a thunderstorm raging above their heads while the rain hammered down on their bodies mercilessly. How do you know about that? Aizawa asked, teeth chattering slightly. He wanted to cover his body but found that he could no longer move his arms. Even his feet seemed glued to the ground, but he couldn't see with what or lower his head. Shirakumo's expression didn't change. His smile only widened as he extended out his hand and pointed to something behind Aizawa. It says that on the wall, doesn't it? Aizawa's breath hitched in his throat and suddenly he could move again. It was like something clicked into place. Even the rain seemed to stop a little, making it easy to see through the fog that started curling around their legs. No. But Aizawa didn't want to turn around. This is… Aizawa blinked when he realized his friend had disappeared. Oboro, he called out shakily. His whole body was trembling now and he couldn't get it to stop. Where did you? I know everything. Aizawa jumped back when he felt his friend's breath tickle his neck. Shirakumo stood behind him, body covering the bloody message on the wall, the same one Aizawa had seen on the news. It took Aizawa a moment to catch his breath after that, his mind trying to get a sense of what the hell was going on. Shirakumo continued speaking however, his eyes focused straight ahead. You betrayed me, Shoyuda. Then he looked down at him and Aizawa realized he had fallen on his knees, his own body unable to support him anymore. Although he was pretty sure he would have fallen anyway under the weight of Shirakumo's gaze. You left me there to rot, he said, but there was no hint of malice in his voice and for a moment, Aizawa could see him lying there, dying in a pool of his own blood. He had been too late. He was always too late. Even in his dreams, he always missed it. Shirakumo always died. Was this a dream? Aizawa felt his mouth go dry despite the light sprinkle of rain that continued to fall. Oboro, you have become the stain, Shirakumo said, much quieter than before. He was no longer smiling anymore and looked very pale. The rain stopped altogether then, and an eerie silence filled the air. Aizawa could smell the blood on the wall now, and he tried not to GG. I never meant for it to happen this way. You must be purged now, Shirakumo continued, stepping to the side to reveal a tiny figure hunched over against the wall. Along with everything you love. Aizawa's words got stuck in his throat. Problem child. The boy seemed unconscious, shivering every now and then in his sleep. But every time Aizawa tried to move towards him, he and Shirakumo seemed to move back, the distance between Aizawa and the wall growing and growing until everything was just a bloody speck. Even then, Aizawa could see everything clearly, saw the glint of the knife, watched as Shirakumo raised it above his head, ready to strike. Something about the object was so familiar, yet distant, as if Aizawa had seen it somewhere before. But then the problem child stirred, and all of a sudden it was Aizawa who was holding the knife instead. Their eyes met, and Aizawa felt his world come crashing down when the realization of what he was about to do dawned on the boy's face. Sensei? The officer squeezed his eyes shut. He didn't want to look into those fearful red eyes that had looked the same as when Shirakumo. You're scaring me. Aizawa shook his head, the knife still in his hands. It felt so light now, like a tainted feather. He gripped it harder. Shirakumo's voice was in his head. He was laughing and crying at the same time. It sounded like the rain. Do it now, show you to kill him like you killed me. Wake up, please. This isn't like you. You know you can't protect him. It's only a matter of time before he dies too. So do it. You have to wake up. What are you waiting for? Shoyuta. Aizawa felt his heart speed up again. Plungt can fend purgt. He sin plungt can ifend. Purgt sin plungt kn. Ifeand purgsn. Plunge the knife and purge the stain. Shoyuta. Aizawa shot up from his seat, panting heavily, his eyes roaming around the dimly lit room until they found Yamada, who was holding onto his shoulders steadily. He was no longer in the garage, his body slumped over on the couch in a pool of sweat. He was no longer holding onto the knife, his hand gripping the remote. Still, Aizawa let go of it quickly and continued to shake. Are you okay? His husband asked him worriedly, eyes roaming all throughout his body as he continued to hold him in place. Aizawa opened and closed his mouth a couple of times, but found that he couldn't say much without the images from before flashing through his head. The blood on the wall, Oboro and the problem child that, hey, everything's okay. It was just a bad dream. Some form of relief appeared in Yamada's eyes as he wrapped his arms around Aizawa and pulled him close. You fell asleep with the TV on, that's all. Oh. Aizawa blinked, eyes flickering over to the news coverage that continued. That's right, he thought. Aizawa had fallen asleep listening to what happened to the police officer in Naka Ward a few days ago. That same story was being covered again, the woman on the screen pointing to a blurred photo of the officer's mutilated body behind her. Officer Orochi Shidaha received 32 stab wounds to various parts of his body, left to die in a pool of his own blood. That same blood, along with that of a pig's, used to write the message, "Purge the stain," which has left all of Japan wondering what such a killer could want. Suddenly the screen went black, Yamada reaching for the remote and turning it off himself. Aizawa gave him a thankful smile and Yamada gave one back, but he seemed a little uneasy. An understandable reaction. Aizawa didn't even want to see what he looked like, he didn't want to see himself at all, not after what he had been about to do in that dream. They stayed in each other's arms for a bit, Aizawa attempting to catch his breath and calm his racing heartbeat, Yamada singing him some kind of lullaby, all while Aizawa tried to relax. The world had been on edge ever since what was being dubbed as the purging incident, and while Mizudafu had not scheduled a curfew like the entirety of Nagoya had, the station still decided it was best for everyone to use a buddy system when they went out on patrols to ensure everyone's safety. No one really knew what the killer wanted, but it was obvious they were going after whatever they considered being a stain in the system. Aizawa must have been trying to overanalyze the situation when he fell asleep, his work journal laying on the floor. Would they strike again? Why 32? Purge the stain. Was there a clue in the wording? There were so many possibilities and yet so many unknowns, It frustrated Aizawa to no end. Is this? Aizawa glanced up from the floor and focused on his husband's face. Is this about what happened to that officer? Yamada asked, chewing on his bottom lip. Aizawa furrowed his brow. An image of the bloodied wall popped up in his head and he tried to suppress it as much as possible. It was just a nightmare, Shoyuta, he told himself. It wasn't real. Think logically. No, he said without meeting Yamada's eyes. Instead, he sat up a little and bent forward to pick up his stuff off the floor. But that reminds me, I need to head over to Nagoya for a briefing tomorrow. He tried not to give in to the feelings of fear that started blooming in his chest when he thought about going to the place where it happened. Aizawa had a job to do. He couldn't let that nightmare cloud his emotions. Not now when the world was counting on him and everybody else to figure things out. Before it was too late. Before the killer struck again. Yamada looked up suddenly, half of his face veiled by thin strands of blonde hair. Do you, really have to go? Can't you send Namuri, or someone else? His eyes flickered back down to the floor and then looked up at him again hesitantly. Aizawa sighed. Hizashi, I'm just worried about you, okay? Yamada mumbled before launching into a flurry of questions Aizawa was not prepared for. What if that person kills again? What if they kill another officer? I know you can take care of yourself just fine, but what if something happens and… Hizashi, stop. Aizawa reached for his hand. He hoped Yamada couldn't hear how loud his heart was pumping through his chest. You've never had a problem with me working in the force before. I know, but this feels different. I can't explain it. The message, the way the guy died, Yamada shivered a little bit, running his hands up and down his arms. You're right. Aizawa wanted to say, this does feel different. But he stayed quiet and reassured him instead. It just means we have to be more vigilant. Nothing we haven't seen before, Aizawa said with a small shrug. That much was true at least. Police lost their lives all the time. It was a dangerous job. Aizawa had known what he was signing up for, he had known ever since his vigilante days. But at the same time, Aizawa couldn't remember the last time such a graphic warning had been displayed for the world to see. Okay, but don't go alone, Yamada said quietly. I won't, Aizawa mumbled, though his mind was elsewhere. Pinky promise? Aizawa blinked and found Yamada pouting up at him like a child. He held his pinky out expectantly, waiting for Aizawa to take it. Hizashi, Aizawa couldn't help the eye roll, but Yamada only pushed out his bottom lip even more. Fine, fine. Aizawa wrapped their pinkies together. I promise. Even though at first it seemed like everyone was freaking out over the purging incident, about 2 weeks after it happened, the curfews were lifted and the world seemed to have moved on. Izuku had come to realize that this kind of behavior was normal for Japan in this world. But it didn't stop him from worrying about the officers in Mizurufu. Especially Aizawa, who held the same position as Officer Shidahara had. Even if he didn't seem like a target, there still wasn't much information out there about the killer and their motives. Purge the stain was obviously a reference to cleansing the current criminal justice system. Izuku had spent hours analyzing it, running the phrase through his head and writing it down several times in his notebook. But the rest of the incident was a mystery. Officer Shidahara had received 32 stab wounds all over his body and was found in a pool of his own blood. The red fluids on the wall, however, not only belonged to him. They came from a pig. The Greenette had tried researching more about Shidahara himself but found that most of the information available online had been removed. The only thing he could find was articles praising the guy, mourning his death, and recalling his best moments in the force. Izuku furrowed his brow and looked up at the stars. A billion questions flooded through his head and kept him awake despite how tired he felt. Why 32? What qualifies as a stain in the eyes of a killer? Will they only be targeting the police? Are government officials next? Is this a warning or the start of something big? How many killers are there? Or was this a solo act? A part of Izuku wanted to believe the person who did this just really hated Shidahara and that they wouldn't continue killing, but another part of him knew better. There was also something he felt like he was missing about this whole thing, something he should have known. He wished he could talk to Bakugo about the incident, but the two still weren't speaking to each other. Izuku had planned on confessing everything about his identity last week, but when he got to Bakugo's house, Auntie Mitsuki had told him the blonde had left Mizutofu with his father to visit family in Sendai. "You're here early," Aizawa mumbled, breaking Izuku from his thoughts. The greenette jumped slightly and quickly pulled the mask over his face, hoping Aizawa hadn't seen him. Again. Izuku chewed on his bottom lip and avoided Aizawa's gaze. "Oh well, yeah, I just figured it'd be good to come before you and stuff. Just in case," Izuku said, as casually as possible. "Just in case what?" Aizawa crossed his arms over his chest. Izuku noticed he seemed to be keeping his distance more than usual, but he was too nervous about being caught to really think about why. It's not like he had been coming to their meeting spot earlier to make sure Aizawa made it here safe. Nothing like that at all. When Izuku didn't speak again, Aizawa sighed. "Does this have anything to do with the Naka incident?" he asked, one eyebrow slightly more raised than the other. He looked extra tired today for some reason. "And no," Izuku slowly shook his head. "Problem child." Izuku groaned and jumped off from the little ledge he was sitting on. "Okay, so what if it does? Aren't you scared they'll come after you too?" "Aren't you?" Aizawa deadpanned. Izuku gulped. I don't think the killer has any interest in me at the moment," he said quietly, fumbling with the strings of his hoodie and pulling them until it hid his face in a cocoon of fabric. "Like I told my husband, we just have to remain more vigilant. Increase security. Go out on patrols in groups. Crime is going to continue to happen whether we like it or not," Aizawa finished with a shrug. Izuku knew he was right, but he couldn't help but feel like Aizawa was being too casual about all of this. Was it because of his vigilante experience? Or was he like everybody else in Japan, already desensitized to the horrible acts of violence that occurred every day? "I know, but I'm worried about you, and everybody else on the team," Izuku began slowly. When he met Aizawa's gaze, he found the officer watching him carefully, something unreadable in his expression. "They're so nice and stuff. If anything ever happened to you guys." Almost immediately, Aizawa's demeanor shifted. Although Izuku couldn't help but notice it seemed forced. "Hey, I know I complain a lot, but my team doesn't SCK that bad. Have a little more faith in us, kid." A small smile appeared on Aizawa's lips. "Okay," Izuku nodded after a while, returning his gaze back to his shoes. "They were caked with mud today. Oh, that reminds me. Here," Aizawa said before tossing Izuku a little box. Izuku wouldn't have caught it without using his quirk. Luckily, Aizawa had his head turned and didn't seem to notice the weird way the object zigzagged through the air. It would have freaked Izuku out more if he hadn't immediately seen what was inside, a folded page with present Nick's signature scrawled across the front of the paper. "Is this?" Izuku's eyes widened slightly. "No way. He actually signed it. Tell your husband I said thank you so much." He grinned, grateful for the momentary distraction. That's when he also remembered the coffee. "Oh, here, I brought something for you too." Izuku shifted his attention to his bag and carefully pulled out the styrofoam cup. He kept it in the bag with a heating pad so it could stay warm throughout the chilly night. "To help you stay awake during your shift," Izuku said, walking over to Aizawa and handing him the drink. "So you can be safe." Aizawa blinked, staring between Izuku and the cup a couple of times. "Coffee? Thanks but no thanks." He eventually shook his head. "I'm very picky about the kind of caffeine I drink." Izuku pouted slightly. "Ah, come on, sensei. Just try it. Please." "Fine," the man said with a slight frown. Izuku waited with bated breath as Aizawa brought the cup to his lips and took a sip. His face didn't react at all, so it was hard to figure out what he was thinking. "Oh," Aizawa said after a moment. Izuku blinked. "Oh?" he asked excitedly. "Is not that bad." Aizawa went for another sip before setting the cup down on a pile of bricks by his feet. Izuku couldn't help but cheer. "Yes, I knew you'd like it." Aizawa shot him a look, but Izuku didn't miss the brief smile that appeared on his lips. "Hey, I didn't say it was good either." Izuku deflated slightly. "Oh." But then Aizawa sighed and downed the whole thing in one giant gulp. "But I guess it'll do. Anyway, how's your arm? Feeling any better?" Izuku nodded excitedly, pulling up his sleeve and bending it back to show him. He had gotten his cast off last week, and although it still felt a little stiff, he didn't feel pain anymore. I can finally do push-ups again. Good, Aizawa hummed and moved towards the open space of the construction site, gesturing for Izuku to follow, because today we begin combat training. Really? Izuku's eyes widened slightly as he rushed after him. Michim. So let's start with some basic stretches to get your muscles warmed up. Izuku nodded again and plopped himself on the floor, spreading out his legs and reaching for his toes. I can't wait to go out on patrols again. Aizawa rolled his eyes. You don't even have a vigilante name yet, kid. Hey! Izuku shot him a look. I'm working on it, okay? You've been working on it for almost 2 months now, Aizawa mumbled. Izuku frowned, wrapping his hands around his ankle. It's not like he hadn't been thinking about it, but he wanted to make sure he came up with something good. It's not that easy, sensei, he said quietly. Your vigilante name follows you for the rest of your life. It needs to make people feel safe when they hear it. A name people can count on to help them. Easy, problem child. Aizawa narrowed his gaze. We're vigilantes, not superheroes. Izuku let out a long, exaggerated sigh. I know, but isn't it cool to think about? He looked up at Aizawa, eyes sparkling. What? Aizawa blinked. Heroes and stuff, Izuku said. Aizawa didn't answer him and instead gestured to his limbs with his chin. Other leg. Point your toes for a deeper stretch. Izuku did as he was told, but he continued talking. Like Knuckle Duster, for example. What if he actually did have superpowers? And he became a hero? What would you think? He almost didn't want to know the answer when he saw Aizawa's expression shift. I'd say it's ridiculous. Izuku said in a breath. Oh, right. Of course. I was just. But not impossible, I guess. Aizawa finished with a small shrug. Izuku couldn't help but gasp. Okay, Izuku. Don't get ahead of yourself. This doesn't change things. They remained in silence after that until Izuku was brave enough to ask what he really wanted to know. Would you be scared of him? Or would you cheer him on? He didn't look at the officer this time. Izuku didn't want to be disappointed. He didn't want Aizawa to see that he was disappointed. Because, ultimately, the officer didn't owe him anything. He didn't have to accept him. He didn't have to find Izuku normal. Their meetings were simply a way for them to keep an eye on each other, nothing more, nothing less. They weren't friends, just vigilante acquaintances. Aizawa still probably thought he was involved in shady practices. And Izuku would always wonder if he would ever be arrested. I think any human fears the unknown, the officer began slowly. It's part of our nature. Izuku found himself nodding along, feeling his heartbeat settle in his throat, making it hard to breathe. But I wouldn't say I'd be afraid of him, necessarily. Knuckle Duster was a good man. I never had any reason to believe he was going to hurt me. So no. I wouldn't be scared. Izuku kept his eyes on the floor. He couldn't help the excited shivers that spread throughout his body at Aizawa's words though. They gave him hope. Not that he would ever tell Aizawa anything, at least not now, but maybe one day in the future he could. But I don't know about cheering him on, Aizawa said suddenly, his tone growing stern. The world is a cruel place. There's no room for heroes. It's just not realistic. You can't be a hero. It's just not realistic. Izuku froze. He knew Aizawa was nothing like All Might, but the words still reminded him of that day on the roof. They brought back unwanted memories he had so desperately tried to suppress. Izuku didn't think he would be affected by them at this point, given all that he had been through. He had a quirk now. He was useful, right? Izuku didn't even know why he felt so affected by Aizawa's words when he knew the officer was just being himself. He had always been blunt and Izuku appreciated that from him. Except now, for some reason, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Why yeah, the greenette nodded. I figured you'd say that. Aizawa frowned. Hey, don't overstretch or you'll pull something. Sorry. Izuku sat up quickly and flushed. Another heavy silence hung in the air as Izuku gathered his thoughts and attempted to switch topics. So, how's everyone at the station? But it seemed as if Aizawa was still thinking about the previous question. It's easy to mix up the two though. Izuku turned towards him, but the officer wasn't looking at him anymore. His eyes were focused on something else in the distance. Being a hero and being a vigilante. Izuku stood up on shaky legs as he processed his words. And that's why it's rule number 18. The officer finally turned towards him again and Izuku felt pinned down by his stare. It was unnerving. Know your place. Aizawa's eyes darkened. Because once you start seeing yourself as anything more, you're as good as dead. Izuku stayed quiet, all former thoughts of opening up quickly leaving his head.